Upon hearing these words, a few people standing next to Yu Xiangrong laughed. Brother, you probably don't know the difference between 9 leaves and 10 leaves. How can 10 leaves lose to 9 leaves? If that person really has 10 leaves and loses, I'll walk backward. Nonsense. There's no meaning to that. Let's make things clear. If the red lotus cultivator has 10 leaves, then all the bets are off. That won't do. No one knows the exact strength of both opponents beforehand. What if the expert from the Evil Sky Pavilion has 10 leaves as well? This bet is really exciting. Everyone nodded. Yu Xiangrong did not reply to them. He only silently watched the battle. In his opinion, Zhang Wanxiang definitely had hidden strength. However, since he had just sprouted his 10th leaf, it was likely that he was still unfamiliar and unskilled with his newfound strength. Yu Zhenghai had sparred with an old-timer like Nie Qingyun for such a long time now. How could he lose so easily? However, sparring was sparring and a fight was a fight. On the battlefield, it was as difficult as ascending to heaven for a 9-leaf cultivator to defeat a 10-leaf cultivator. Zhang Wanxiang's expression remained solemn as his energy sabers in the surroundings grew sharper. Naturally, Yu Zhenghai had noticed this. The two opponents continued to clash with their energy sabers, causing the buildings within a radius of 100 kilometers to collapse with a bang. The energy sabers had been slashing around in the air for so long now, so it was not surprising that the buildings finally collapsed. With this, their fields of vision grew wider as well. Zhang Wanxiang thought about how to neutralize Yu Zhenghai's energy sabers for a moment before he said, "The next move of mine is called drawing the blade and splitting the water. I hope it'll satisfy Mr. First." Subsequently, Zhang Wanxiang clenched his hands before unclenching them again. The primal qi in the surroundings were turned into energy before countless energy sabers formed a ring in the sky above Zhang Wanxiang. From a distance, it looked like a vortex. Yu Zhenghai placed one hand on his back and shook his head before he stepped forward. It's not good enough. Yu Zhenghai arrived in front of Zhang Wanxiang and formed an energy saber in his hand before he brought it down, not giving Zhang Wanxiang the chance to complete the gathering of energy sabers. Whoosh! Zhang Wanxiang manipulated the energy sabers and a few energy sabers shot up to meet Yu Zhenghai. 10 energy sabers deflected Yu Zhenghai's energy sabers, while the remaining energy sabers shot toward him. Yu Zhenghai flew back. He thought the saber technique was somewhat interesting. The energy sabers did not relent and continued to pursue Yu Zhenghai. At the same time, more and more energy sabers began to appear. At this moment, Yu Zhenghai suddenly dove. He raised his hand, using the great dark heaven palm as a shield against the energy sabers. Bam! 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 Surprisingly, Zhang Wanxiang seemed to possess endless primal qi. His energy sabers continued to shoot out one after another. At this moment, someone said, "The victor is about to be decided." To have endless primal qi, the red lotus cultivator isn't simple. Yu Xiangrong glanced at the two cultivators who had spoken and shook his head before he said indifferently, "It's too early to claim victory for him. That person from the Evil Sky Pavilion has yet to use the weapon at his waist." Everyone looked over. Indeed, the Golden Lotus cultivator had yet to use his weapon. At this moment, when the great dark heaven palm shattered, the jasper saber flew into Yu Zhenghai's hand. Buzz! In just a moment, an energy saber that was dozens of feet long spun and rose into the air, deflecting the endless energy sabers. Buzz! Zhang Wanxiang suddenly moved forward and manifested his avatar. The buzzing sound from the energy resonance was thunderously loud. Boom! The red lotus 10-leaf avatar blocked Yu Zhenghai's energy saber after arriving in front of Yu Zhenghai. Zhang Wanxiang joined his palms together, holding the biggest energy saber before bringing it down on Yu Zhenghai. Yu Zhenghai blocked with his other hand. Buzz! A golden 9-leaf avatar appeared in the air. The two opponents were stuck in a stalemate. The 200-foot avatar collided with the 150-foot avatar. Zhang Wanxiang's countless energy sabers limited the Jasper saber's range of movement, while he tried to restrain Yu Zhenghai with the energy saber in his hand. With this, Zhang Wanxiang gained the upper hand. He asked with a smile, "Mr. First, are you surprised? Do I look surprised?" Yu Zhenghai calmly replied with an equally calm expression on his face. Indeed, he did not look surprised at all. Zhang Wanxiang's smile disappeared, and he increased the power of the energy blade in his hand. The energy blade shone with a dazzlingly red light that looked like blood under the sun. Yu Zhenghai was pushed back, his feet drawing 2 shallow trenches on the ground. Upon seeing this, everyone cried out in surprise. The energy sabers showed no sign of stopping and continued to fall. Everyone wondered how Zhang Wanxiang could keep this up. Drawing the blade and splitting the water used endless energy sabers to limit the opponent's movements, leaving the opponent with very little chance to attack and interrupting the rhythm of the opponent's attack. Lu Zhou nodded, slightly impressed. To be able to force Yu Zhenghai back, Zhang Wanxiang is indeed slightly capable. If his energy sabers are purer, perhaps, his strength might be comparable to Yu Zhenghai. After uttering those words, Lu Zhou realized there was something wrong with them. He should be more worried about his disciple. Meanwhile, Yu Zhenghai retreated nearly 100 meters away. The rubble behind him was all knocked away by his protective energy. The 2 opponents seemed to have a tacit understanding and did not leave the ruins to limit the damage from the battle. Back then, the battle of Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong, who were still 8-leaf cultivators, was enough to destroy the forest within 15 kilometers on Cloudshine Peak. It was not out of the ordinary for a battle between a 9-leaf cultivator and a 10-leaf cultivator to destroy a city. For this reason, the 2 opponents were attacking each other in a frenzy only in the ruins. Meanwhile, when Zhang Wanxiang's strength was exhausted, Yu Zhenghai stomped on the ground and stabilized his body. Following that, the great dark heaven palm shot out fiercely. Bang! Zhang Wanxiang was sent flying back with an expression of disbelief on his face. A 10-leaf cultivator was sent flying by a 9-leaf cultivator? Who would believe this? The onlookers exclaimed in unison upon seeing this. Meanwhile, Zhang Wanxiang flipped once in the air and regained his footing. He pushed his hand out, once again releasing energy sabers. Following that, he leaped up and slashed out with the energy saber in his hand. Yu Zhenghai smiled faintly. Water Dragon Song. When Yu Zhenghai withdrew the Jasper saber, his energy sabers converged into a water dragon. The golden water dragon shot toward the energy sabers in the sky. Bam! 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 Yu Zhenghai sent Zhang Wanxiang flying back again with the water dragon song. At the same time, the desolate gray Jasper saber shot out as well, pushing Zhang Wanxiang further back. When Zhang Wanxiang's energy sabers broke, he manifested his avatar immediately. This move was similar to when Zhu Tianyun fought the 7 alliances. He used the 10-leaf avatar to block Yu Zhenghai's water dragon song. Everyone shook their heads when they saw this scene. How's this possible? A 10-leaf cultivator is beaten by a 9-leaf cultivator? Fortunately, he has 1 more leaf. If they have the same number of leaves, wouldn't the red lotus cultivator lose without a doubt? It's a desolate grade saber. Everyone looked up. Yu Zhenghai unleashed his grand technique and flashed up into the air. He wielded the Jasper saber with both hands and brought them down. How could Zhang Wanxiang dare to use his avatar to block an attack from a desolate grade saber? After he deflected the water song dragon, he hurriedly withdrew his avatar. Boom! Yu Zhenghai's saber seemed capable of destroying mountains and rivers. An energy saber that was thousands of meters long left a long and narrow mark on the ground that almost spanned the entire length of the ruins. It was an amazing and terrifying sight. At this moment, the 2 opponents faced each other from a distance. Zhang Wanxiang no longer dared to look down on his opponent. He said, Mr. First truly lives up to his reputation. I admit that I underestimated my opponent. As Yu Zhenghai tightened his grip on the Jasper saber, he said nonchalantly, It's just the beginning. Rumble. A clap of thunder rang in the air at this moment before the rain began pouring down, adding a touch of mystery to the ruins. Needless to say, the rain could not touch the cultivators at all. The raindrops were quickly evaporated by their protective energies. Since they were not in a battle, maintaining the protective energies to keep the rain at bay consumed very little energy. However, for Yu Zhenghai and Zhang Wanxiang who were engaged in a battle, it was slightly more taxing. Perhaps, If they were ordinary cultivators, this tiny pressure could have been the straw that broke the camel's back. Fortunately, the battle was far from being over, and they still had the energy to spare. Hence, it was easy for them to keep the rain at bay. At this moment, Zhang Wanxiang replied, "Then let's continue." Zhang Wanxiang manifested his Red Lotus 200-foot avatar. As the avatar flew horizontally in the air, he shot to the head of the avatar and rushed to attack Yu Zhenghai. Using the difference between the cultivation base to suppress the opponent, Yu Zhenghai and Ye Qingyun had sparred with each other many times, and Ye Qingyun would often use this technique to turn the table. He knew his 9-leaf avatar would not be a match for Zhang Wanxiang's avatar in a direct battle. Therefore, he could only rely on his desolate-grade Jasper Saber. He would use his saber, skills, and experience to level the playing field between him and the 10-leaf avatar. Everyone applauded. Amazing! They should have done this earlier. The Red Lotus avatar continued to fly as Yu Zhenghai held the Jasper Saber with both hands. Primal Qi surged out his Dantian sea of Qi into the surroundings. A loud roar rang in the air. The golden water dragon had appeared again. Unlike before, it was several times stronger. Boom! Water! Zhang Wanxiang's avatar collided with the water dragon. When Lu Zhou used this move back then, he had used the water of the pond near the cloud platform to demonstrate the might of Water Dragon Song. He did not expect the rain would give Yu Zhenghai an advantage. The water droplets in the surroundings gathered on the water dragon roar that kept trying to devour Zhang Wanxiang's avatar. At this moment, Zhang Wanxiang's eyes widened as he cried out, "It's coming!" Zhang Wanxiang hastily withdrew his avatar and dove forward, relying on inertia. After he brushed past the underside of the water dragon, he manifested his avatar again. The water dragon pressed down. Boom! The water dragon landed on the back of the red avatar. In the next moment, Zhang Wanxiang grunted as blood trickled out from the corners of his lips. However, he did not stop and directly brought the energy saber in his hand down. Someone exclaimed, "He injured himself to injure the enemy." As the energy saber pressed down heavily, Yu Zhenghai had no choice but to use the remaining primal qi to unleash the great dark heaven palm. Bang! The instant the energy blades disappeared, one could see the buildings in the surroundings that had been flattened. Yu Zhenghai staggered backward. He grunted and blood trickled out of the corners of his lips as well. He failed to gain the upper hand in this move. Thunder rang from the sky as the rain continued to fall. The sound of the water hitting the ground was like the sound of thousands of soldiers and horses galloping on the battlefield. Zhang Wanxiang smiled and said, "Mr. First, you're injured. You don't have any intention of joining the Evil Sky Pavilion, am I right?" Yu Zhenghai said, "Mr. First, you're overthinking things. I just want to prove my strength." Zhang Wanxiang stepped into the air, evaporating the rain that fell on him. Buzz! Zhang Wanxiang manifested his avatar again. Yu Zhenghai's expression turned solemn. He stabbed the Jasper Saber into the ground before he joined his palms together. Seeing this scene, Lu Zhou shook his head and looked at Zhang Wanxiang, who was flying away. He said indifferently, "Young people are still too inexperienced." This sentence was Lu Zhou's evaluation of Zhang Wanxiang. He had long seen that Zhang Wanxiang had just sprouted the 10th leaf. Zhang Wanxiang was clearly unfamiliar with his newfound strength and would use the same move twice. To paralyze his opponent, Zhang Wanxiang would make slight changes to the technique the second time he used it. In this regard, Zhang Wanxiang could not compare to Yu Zhenghai, who lived life on the edge of the saber. Yu Zhenghai abandoned the saber and mobilized his primal qi. With a single move, he soared to the height of 100 meters. Sovereign Descent. The Dark Heaven Starlight. Yu Zhenghai cast two techniques at the same time. At this moment, the rain from the sky seemed to have turned into energy sabers. The Sword of Creation? Yu Shangrong frowned slightly. This was a theory from the sword path. The people next to Yu Shangrong who had heard his words and asked curiously, "The Sword of Creation?" Yu Shangrong calmly explained, "It's a theory from the sword path." The sword path. There are three kinds of swords: the commoner's sword, the Lord's sword, and the Son of Heaven's sword. However, above all these three swords there's the Sword of Creations, otherwise known as the Swordless Path. Yu Shangrong patiently explained. What that person is doing is similar to the Sword of Creations, even if he executed it rather awkwardly. Everyone seemed enlightened upon hearing Yu Shangrong's words and nodded in admiration. Someone said, "That's considered an awkward execution?" In any case, his energy sabers enable him to stand against a 10-leaf cultivator despite only having 9 leaves. We're not talking about the energy sabers. I'm talking about the theory from the sword path. You're right. At this moment, the energy sabers continued to fall heavily like torrential rain. Zhang Wanxiang's 200-foot red lotus avatar spun horizontally in position, stirring up the debris and rubble in the surroundings. Soon enough, a circle of energy with a diameter of 200 feet suddenly shot out. Bam! 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 The collision was thunderous and violent like a raging storm. Zhang Wanxiang raised his chin and smiled. It was within his expectation that his opponent would change his move. 9 leaves are ultimately not a match for 10 leaves. Zhang Wanxiang leaped up as a saber appeared in his hand. Between his fingers, the scripts "The Path Has No Name" appeared. They were surrounded by black runes. Upon seeing this, Lu Zhou frowned slightly. Black runes. If it was just a 10-leaf cultivator, Lu Zhou would not worry about his disciple at all. However, with the appearance of the black runes, things had gotten complicated. Lu Zhou looked in the direction of Yu Shangrong, who was standing among the cultivators, and saw the calm expression on Yu Shangrong's face. It was clear Yu Shangrong had no intention of making a move at all. He wondered if he was worried for nothing again. If Yu Shangrong claimed to know Yu Zhenghai second best in the world, no one would dare to claim the first place. Since Yu Shangrong was calm, why was he getting worried for nothing? Back in the sky, when Yu Zhenghai saw Zhang Wanxiang making this move, he said in a deep voice, "I've been waiting for you." Following that, Yu Zhenghai pressed both his hands down. In just an instant, energy blades surged up from all directions. Zhang Wanxiang was not intimidated at all. He looked at the saber in his hands, clearly very confident about the black runes. He aimed for Yu Zhenghai's heart as he said, "You're dead." Bang! 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 The saber in Zhang Wanxiang's hand parted the sea of energy sabers in the sky as the red lotus avatar followed in its wake. When he was about to arrive before Yu Zhenghai suddenly parted his palms. Buzz! Whoosh! The jasper saber stuck in the mud buzzed before it flew up majestically into the air. In just a moment, an energy saber that was thousands of meters long appeared and slashed at the back of the red lotus avatar. It landed accurately on the shoulder of the 200-foot red lotus avatar. Its strength did not decrease as it continued to slice down until exited from the avatar's chest. Just like that, 1/3 of the avatar was sliced by the thousands of meters long energy saber that was formed by the jasper saber. It looked as though someone had torn a hole in the sky. Zhang Wanxiang cried out in pain. The black runes and the saber in his hand were still a few meters away from his opponent, and his avatar had been damaged, severely injuring his Dantian's Sea of Qi. At this moment, Yu Zhenghai used the Great Dark Heaven Palm again. The palm seal landed accurately on Zhang Wanxiang's chest. Boom! Zhang Wanxiang fell from the sky and crashed into the rubble of the collapsed buildings. The ruins that were littered with dilapidated buildings were now like flatland. Yu Zhenghai looked down at Zhang Wanxiang, who was lying in a puddle of water. He was rather satisfied with the result of the battle. Everyone was stunned by the outcome. The expert from the Evil Sky Pavilion is actually so strong? First, he discarded his desolate grade weapon and threw crazily powerful attacks at this opponent. Then, when the Red Lotus avatar was about to attack, he used his desolate grade weapon to launch a sneak attack from the back. Wonderful. It's truly wonderful. Yu Shangrong looked at everyone and said, "This is just a superficial feint. These moves are only flashy, but they're very powerful. Moreover, the opponent's lack of combat experience is a huge flaw. In conclusion, it's not that the 9-leaf cultivator is strong. It's just that the 10-leaf cultivator is too weak." "Brother, you talk as if you're very strong. If you're capable, why don't you go out there?" Yu Shangrong smiled gently and said in a polite tone, "It's unfortunate that he has been defeated. If I were to make a move, he would have lost even more miserably." Everyone was rendered speechless by Yu Shangrong's words. This person was really great at acting cool. They did not want to pay attention to him anymore. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou, who was observing from the distance, nodded in satisfaction. He recalled that when he was in the Evil Sky Pavilion, his two eldest disciples were already at the peak of the 8-leaf stage. Although Ji Tiandao did not protect his two disciples, they were still able to dominate the cultivation world and rivaled each other. Now that he thought about it, he had never really witnessed them defeating a powerhouse. After witnessing the battle today, he was very gratified. The thunder had stopped ringing, but the rain was still falling. Nevertheless, Lu Zhou's hearing, even without the heavenly writing power, was extraordinary. He could easily hear everything in the distance. As he looked in the distance, time seemed to slow down as his eyes pierced through the rain that was falling incredibly slowly. Lu Zhou's heart stirred slightly. It seemed like he had become stronger. Was this a passive ability that came with activation of the fourth birth chart? Back in the ruins, Yu Zhenghai slowly descended. However, he came to a stop next to Zhang Wanxiang before his feet touched the ground. Then, he raised his hand and the jasper saber flew back into his hand. As his protective energy evaporated the rain before they could fall on him, Yu Zhenghai said, "Seventh junior brother told me that the genius from the Zhang family was missing and that there was a possibility he might seek revenge. You only changed your name but openly used your surname. How can I not be on guard?" Zhang Shiming, what's the point? The onlookers broke out in an uproar upon hearing these words. Zhang Shiming of the Zhang family? I heard that Zhang Yuanren committed suicide in the palace because he was afraid of being punished. After that, Zhang Shiming's whereabouts was unknown. As it turns out, he broke through to the 10-leaf stage. No wonder. I felt something was amiss earlier. In the beginning, it looked like a friendly spar. But as time went on, it seemed like he was out for blood. Zhang Yuanren deserves it. It seems like the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Zhang Yuanren's crimes have long been posted all over the capital. There's no one who's unaware of what he had done. However, this Zhang Shiming still has the audacity to seek revenge? If he's so capable, why didn't he seek revenge from that mighty Thousand Realms whirling expert? He deserves to be spat on for picking on a 9-leaf cultivator. Words could assassinate. See, Wuxia's strategy was incredibly effective. There was no one who did not know that the loyal and valiant Zhang Yuanren was actually a corrupt and treacherous official. He was a traitor that everyone despised. Just the saliva of the common people was enough to drown the Zhang family. Yu Shangrong smiled faintly before he said, "I'm afraid the matter isn't so simple. Brother, don't you think you're overthinking things?" Yu Shangrong continued to say, "That's not true. Forget about Zhang Shiming being a new 10-leaf cultivator. Did you see the black runes around his hand earlier? It's proof that the Zhang family was colluding with the Black Lotus domain." The people nearby were about to refute his words when Yu Zhenghai raised his head and looked at Yu Shangrong before he asked, "Second junior brother, what do you think about my victory?" Yu Zhenghai's voice was loud and clear, so even the onlookers who were standing 1,000 meters away, just outside of the ruins, heard his words. The onlookers were surprised that he had discovered their presence so quickly. In any case, that was not important. What was important was, who was his second junior brother? Yu Shangrong replied, "It's barely passable. Everyone." Yu Zhenghai argued, "I used the Sovereign Descent and Saber of Creation to attack Zhang Shiming. He thought that was my main attack, but he did not know the Jasper Saber was my killing move. How's that barely passable?" Yu Shangrong said, "It's true that the Sovereign Descent has extraordinary effects. However, what do you mean by Saber of Creation? It's called the Sword of Creation. Technically, you used a sword skill. Perhaps that was why the effect was rather lacking when you tried to turn all creation into sabers. If it were me, I'd easily use the Sword of Creation and turn the rain in my swords to kill Zhang Shiming without needing to launch a sneak attack." This? Yu Zhenghai's mouth opened and closed for a moment before he said, What you said is just a hypothesis. I admit it was a little difficult to use all creation as sabers. However, it's not possible for you to defeat him with energy swords alone with launching a sneak attack. Everyone. Yu Shangrong calmly refuted Yu Zhenghai's words. Eldest senior brother, have you forgotten that my sword has been repaired? Whoosh! The longevity sword flew out of its sheath. Not only was it repaired, but it had also advanced to the flood grade. As it spun in the air, 80,000 energy swords filled the sky. Together with the rain, they formed a huge sword that covered the entire sky. It spun in the air above everyone. Swoosh! 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 After a moment, the energy swords seemed to disappear into the longevity sword. Following that, the longevity sword flew back into its sheath. The longevity sword's speed was so fast that the cultivators present could barely catch a glimpse of its shadow. Everyone. The two cultivators who thought that Yu Shangrong was bragging and acting cool were dumbstruck. Yu Zhenghai said, "The difference between the two weapons can't be considered as a difference. Eldest senior brother has a point." Just like that, the two disciples reached an agreement. At this moment, Zhang Ximing grunted and coughed out muddy water. His expression was one of disbelief as he looked at Yu Zhenghai hovering above him. He could not resign himself to this outcome. How could a 10-leaf cultivator lose to a 9-leaf cultivator? This was a great humiliation everywhere in the cultivation world. His eyes shone with undisguised hatred as he endured the pain and asked, "Why, you already knew everything right from the start." Yu Zhenghai replied nonchalantly, "You know too little about the Evil Sky Pavilion. I have a junior brother who's extremely intelligent. As you can imagine, he makes for an excellent strategist. He had rounded up all the members of the Zhang family after His Majesty ordered the Zhang family to be executed. It was not difficult to notice your absence. There are very few people who dare to challenge me in this world. You sure have guts. My Zhang family was wronged. Yu Zhenghai asked, "Tell me, did the Black Lotus domain contact you?" Zhang Ximing laughed maniacally. There was a hint of sorrow in his laughter. "You want to know? Unfortunately, I'm not going to tell you anything. Do you think I won't be able to find out if you don't tell me?" Zhang Ximing set in between his coughs. "So what, if you find out?" I knew I couldn't defeat a 1,000 realms whirling expert, so I decided to kill a 9-leaf cultivator first. All of a sudden, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were bloodshot, and the blood on his chest was mixed with mud. When he recovered, he continued to say, They will definitely see. Come. They? Yu Zhenghai tilted his head slightly. Zhang Ximing continued spitting blood from his mouth. It was clear he was about to die. Nevertheless, there was a victorious smile on his face. The rain fell on his face, washing away the dirt but blurring his vision at the same time. His bloodshot eyes looked even more terrifying due to how uncomfortable they felt. His mind seemed to have left him as he mumbled, "The Zhang family is innocent. My father is not a corrupt official. My father is not a corrupt official. All of you have to die. All of you have to die." Zhang Ximing's life continued to leak out of his body as he lay limply on the ground. Yu Zhenghai's Jasper Saber had cut Zhang Wanxiang's avatar open after all. That alone was enough to cause grievous injuries. On top of that, Yu Zhenghai's Great Dark Heaven Palm had also accurately landed on his chest, shattering his internal organs. It would have been strange if he did not die. "Did I overdo it?" Yu Zhenghai asked Yu Shangrong. "If it were me, he would have died long ago." The onlookers felt as though they were going crazy. Meanwhile, the cultivator who said he would walk backward if Yu Zhenghai once stiffened as an unnatural smile hung on his face. If the onlookers still could not guess the relationship between these two experts, they would be no different from mentally unsound people. Moreover, Yu Shangrong's sword of creation and the 80,000 energy swords were more than enough to convince them. At this time, Yu Shangrong flew over and came to a stop above Zhang Ximing before he said, "I'm sorry. Your father's crimes have been exposed, and they're irrefutable. Your background and upbringing should have helped you to distinguish between truths and falsehoods. Right and wrong are black and white. Justice needs to be served. If you had even a modicum of propriety or shame, you wouldn't have used the word wronged. If I were you, I would have slit my throat long ago. How dare you run around provoking others in the name of vengeance? Upon hearing these words, the motionless Zhang Ximing began to spit out blood again. His eyes were filled with hatred, resentment, and unwillingness. Alas, it was useless. Yu Shangrong looked at Zhang Ximing indifferently. He did not pity Zhang Ximing at all. After years of towing the line between life and death, whether it was in the Melilot graveyard, traveling south across towering mountains and deep valleys, or having to endure the ridicules, he and Yu Zhenghai had suffered much more. Only a pathetic person would misdirect his hatred, and Zhang Ximing was such a person. Zhang Ximing's life continued leaking out of his body. His energy grew weaker and weaker. Yu Shangrong looked at the fog and rain as he asked, "Where's the Black Lotus domain? Why you? You? If you're so great, why don't you find them on your own? You?" Zhang Ximing could not finish his sentence. His words were caught in his throat. After breathing heavily for a few moments, his head fell limply to the side, and he stopped breathing. Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 5,500 merit points. Domain bonus: 1,500 merit points. Yu Zhenghai looked at Zhang Ximing, who had stopped breathing, and asked, "Is he really dead?" "He should be dead," Yu Shangrong said. Yu Zhenghai furrowed his brows slightly. "Will he come back to live like Yi Jin?" "That's possible. One should learn from mistakes. Second junior brother, please move to the side. This time, I will finish him off properly." Yu Zhenghai raised his right. The jasper saber hovered above his palm and began to spin, releasing energy sabers. Yu Shangrong was not interested in the corpse, so he flew back to stand with the onlookers. At this moment, the area within 60 meters was filled to the brim with golden energy sabers. They fell like a great waterfall as they slashed wildly. Although the area they covered was not too big, the commotion they caused made people felt as though the earth was quaking and the mountain was shaking. The commotion was even greater than when Yu Zhenghai and Zhang Ximing were fighting. Boom! 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 After a while, silence finally returned. Yu Zhenghai looked at his masterpiece in satisfaction before he flew away. Upon seeing this, the cultivators who were watching the show retreated one after another, afraid of being attacked. At this moment, Yu Shangrong said, "There's no need to be afraid. The Evil Sky Pavilion has always distinguished between right and wrong when dealing with matters." Yu Zhenghai flew in front of everyone and swept his gaze across them. He asked, "Where's the Zhang family?" "To the city of Zhejiangzhou. In Guanyi Circuit," one of the cultivators answered nervously. "Jingzhou City? Second junior brother, you should report this to Master." "I'll head to Jingzhou City to investigate the Zhang family's background," Yu Zhenghai said. Yu Shangrong shook his head and said, "If the Black Lotus domain is involved, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to go alone." "Don't worry, times have changed. I know what to do. No, if you encounter 1,000 realms whirling expert, you'll be in danger. Master might not make it in time to save you," Yu Shangrong refuted. "I'll be careful and focus on the investigation. Eldest senior brother, it's better if I go. After all, in regard to speed, you're inferior to me." Everyone only dared to watch silently. They could not help but gulp as they wondered if this was how the experts from the Evil Sky Pavilion did things. At this moment, a deep voice rang from the rain and fog. "Both of you return." Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong turned around immediately, startled. The familiar voice, tone, and the aura that pierced through the thick fog and rain. The duo bowed and obediently replied, "Yes, everyone." Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong did not dally and flew away from the ruins. The heavy rain poured down and washed over the ruins after the battle. Zhang Ximing's corpse had long been sliced into pieces by the merciless energy sabers. The spectators also looked at the rain and fog. "It can't be. Let's hurry up and leave." So scary here. Moreover, who do you think can make both of them so obedient? The spectators were about to turn around and leave when... Wait! Lu Zhou's figure flashed and appeared in front of everyone. The rain and fog around them were evaporated by his energy, clearing everyone's vision. The onlookers saw an old man with black hair hovering in front of them with his hands on his back. All of them stared at him in a daze as they gulped. SS Senior. What are your orders? The person standing at the lead was sweating bullets. Lu Zhou flicked his sleeve. The golden Taishu mirror appeared and shone on everyone present like a spotlight. The crowd could not help but close their eyes when the dazzling golden light shone on them. When they opened their eyes, they discovered the black-haired old man had already left. His speed was so fast that it seemed as though he was never there at all. The royal place. The preservation hall had already been cleaned up when Lu Zhou returned. He did not waste time and activated the purple glazed ceramic to meditate on the heavenly writing to replenish his supreme mystic power. He had used up the supreme mystic power when he observed his 8th disciple. After some time had passed, Yu Zhenghai and Yu Xiangrong finally arrived in the preservation hall. Both of them were shocked when they saw their master sitting cross-legged in the center. First, they were shocked that their master had returned so quickly. Second, their master seemed to have grown younger. Needless to say, despite their shock, they did not dare to ask any questions. They stepped forward and greeted their master in unison. Disciple greets master. Inwardly, the duo was still wondering how their master made it back so fast. They had flown back without stopping. Based on their master's posture, it seemed like he had been here for a long time. You're finally back. Lu Zhou opened his eyes. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Xiangrong. Both of you did a good job with Zhang Ximing. However, trying to investigate the Black Lotus domain is a little reckless, Lu Zhou said. Master is right, Yu Zhenghai said sheepishly. The Black Tower Council's plan has been disrupted. Sooner or later they'll send people over. Rather than looking for them, it's better to wait for them to come to us. The Black Tower Council is full of experts. The Black Guards are all Thousand Realms whirling experts. Do you think you can handle them? Lu Zhou said. The duo silently lowered their heads. Lu Zhou continued to say, Old first, you're my eldest disciple. Logically speaking, after breaking the shackles, you should improve the fastest. If you don't cultivate diligently, it won't be long before Yuan'er catches up to you. Yu Zhenghai bowed and said, I'm ashamed of myself. I promise to cultivate even more diligently and sprout the 10th leaf as soon as possible. Old second, you're my second disciple, and the first person to successfully attempt severing the lotus. However, to form your Thousand Realms whirling avatar and activate your birth charts, you need your lotus seat where the birth palace is located. Therefore, only by sprouting the 10th leaf soon as possible will we be able to seek out new ways for you to rise to the next realm. Lu Zhou said. Yu Xiangrong was, naturally, aware that usually one would need a lotus to form the Thousand Realms whirling avatar and activate birth charts. Due to his lack of a lotus, this matter had been weighing heavily on him. However, now that he had heard his master's words, he was delighted and felt at ease. He hurriedly said, Thank you, master. In the coming days, I'll personally supervise your cultivation. Understood. Ding. You've educated Yu Zhenghai. Reward, 200 merit points. Ding. You've educated Yu Xiangrong. Reward, 200 merit points. Early in the morning the next day, after the heavy downpour in the capital yesterday, everything seemed to have been washed clean. It was refreshing like a mountain painting. It was quiet and peaceful in the ruins. 3 black figures could be seen speeding over from afar. Soon after, they came to a stop above the ruins. All of them were dressed in black armor, black helmets, and black masks. The trio stood in a triangle formation as they surveyed their surroundings. They could feel the leftover battle energy in their surroundings. After a moment, the person on the left said, Captain, although the aura is weak, this should be the place. The armored man standing in the lead nodded slightly. That idiot Zhang Ximing is dead. We have no contact in the Red Lotus domain anymore. What should we do next? We'll follow the council elders' instructions. It's not appropriate to start a massacre. We can't disrupt the captive breeding plan. First, check the stone formations and repair all the damages. At the same time, we'll look for a suitable contact. The two people behind him nodded. The captain continued to say, moreover, the life heart that we'd lost recently should be in the possession of the new expert who appeared in the Red Lotus domain. The death of Yi Yao, a lower council member, is probably related to this person. Someone who can kill Yi Yao is definitely not simple. Therefore, do not confront this person alone. Since he dares to go against the Black Tower Council, he should have some force backing him. The average blackguard had 4 birth charts. Yi Yao had 5 birth charts, and at the time of his death, he possessed the Sea Spirit Pearl. Even then, he still died. For this reason, the trio was extremely cautious. I agree. Someone who can kill Yi Yao and openly opposes the Black Tower Council isn't someone we should confront alone. The person on the right nodded before he said, I'm curious. Yan Jinlua and Yi Yao were out on the same mission. Yan Jinlua's claim that he got lost just doesn't seem credible to me. Yan Jinlua has a close relationship with Lu Li. Now that Lu Li has disappeared, it's normal that he's distracted. At this moment, the captain raised his hand to interrupt the other 2 men and said, Our main focus is to do as the council elder instructed us to do. We can investigate this matter later. When the time comes, we can report to the higher-ups and request for more blackguards or ask the Court of Justice to take action. As for Zhang Ximing's death, there's no need to investigate it. The Court of Justice? Will they take action? I'm afraid the other forces will be unhappy. The leader shook his head and said, I have a feeling the captive breeding plan will be disrupted. At that time, it won't be as simple as a war between the Red Lotus domain and the Black Lotus domain. Moreover, the internal strife in the Black Tower Council is too deep. If the Court of Justice doesn't take action, I'm afraid there will be people taking the initiative to disrupt the plan. As for now, let's now dwell on the Thousand Realms whirling expert in the Red Lotus domain. There will be others who rush to take action. Just do your job and remember that your survival is the most important thing. Captain is wise. Let's go. The trio flashed and vanished into thin air. In the Royal Palace's Preservation Hall. In order to supervise his disciples' cultivation, he had ordered them not to leave the palace without permission. All of them were to focus on their cultivation. Starting from Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong, he would coach and assess them every 2 days. In less than a month after this started, the expressions of Lu Zhou's disciples changed greatly. It felt as though they had returned to the past where they lived in fear of being beaten up. This was especially true for Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong, the 2 eldest disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion. The duo was tortured every day by their master, making their junior brothers and junior sisters unable to look at them. The duo's lofty and majestic image in the hearts of their juniors had completely collapsed recently. Lu Zhou naturally did not care about these things. In his opinion, his methods were way more humane compared to Ji Tiandao's methods. He even patiently explained and demonstrated to them things they did not understand. One afternoon, the 4 elders of the Evil Sky Pavilion made their way to the Preservation Hall. When they arrived, they saw Duan Mushang standing in front of the hall with the Overlord Spear in his hand. The 4 elders were not these people's masters, so they did not have the right to interfere. Therefore, they only watched from afar. Soon after, Lu Zhou emerged from the hall. He glanced at Duan Mushang curiously. Oid third. Duan Mushang said straightforwardly, Master, eldest senior brother and second senior brother aren't feeling well today. 7th junior brother is teaching junior nephew to cultivate. 9th junior sister and little junior sister are practicing movement techniques. Lu Zhou frowned before he said, If they don't show up today, the next time they show up, it'll be double of what it usually is. As soon as Lu Zhou finished speaking, a voice instantly rang from afar. Disciple greets master. In just a moment, Yu Zhenghai could be seen in the distance. When the 4 elders looked over, they saw Yu Zhenghai's face was swollen and riddled with bruises. He seemed a little embarrassed as he made his way over. Soon enough, Yu Shangrong appeared as well with his longevity sword in his hand. However, Apart from his strangely slow walking speed, he looked no different from usual. The two eldest disciples stood in front of Lu Zhou and bowed. Lu Zhou nodded and said, "Previously, I demonstrated the key trick of the Great Dark Heaven Memorial. Today you will show what you've learned." At this moment, Yu Xiangrong bowed again before he raised his head and said, "Master, I have something to say." "Speak." "Third junior brother has only been watching us recently. I'm sure he has many questions in his heart," Yu Xiangrong said with a straight face. Indeed, during this time, most of his focus was on his eldest and second disciple. He should treat his disciples equally. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. He looked at Duanmushang and said, "That's good, old third. I'll focus more on you in the coming days. Come here." In the past month, the increase in merit points had slowed down a lot when Lu Zhou educated Yu Zhenghai and Yu Xiangrong. He had discovered that he could obtain merit points when he taught his disciples new things or share new insights with them. Since Yu Zhenghai and Yu Xiangrong had a deep understanding of cultivation, it was rather easy to teach them. Therefore, he could only earn points by giving them demonstrations. For this reason, the merit points he gained from the duo were rather pitiful. Unless their cultivation grew more profound and he could share new insights with them, he would gain very little merit points from them. "Ah!" Duanmushang was stunned. Yu Zhenghai waved his hand and said, "Master wants you to go over. Third junior brother, it's finally your turn." Duanmushang thought that since his two senior brothers were still alive, there was nothing to be afraid of. Moreover, he had always been tenacious. Therefore, he walked over without any fear. "Master," Lu Zhou nodded and said, "Among your fellow disciples, your aptitude is the worst, but you're the most diligent. Hard work can make up for many things, unlike empty words. I've always been aware of your diligence." Duanmushang was moved when he heard his master's words. "Show me your divine one technique," Lu Zhou prompted. "Understood." Duanmushang did not waste time and brandished the Overlord spear in front of the hall. In the beginning, his speed was not particularly fast. However, it gradually grew fast like the wind and the shadow to a violent storm. Sometimes it was like the gurgling of a stream, and sometimes it was like the surging of the sea. Every move was perfect and precise. When Duanmushang was done, he returned to stand in front of Lu Zhou. His face was not red nor was he panting. After watching his third disciple's demonstration, Lu Zhou nodded and asked, "Are you still sparring with Elder Hua?" Duanmushang replied honestly, "We sparred 10 times last month, out of which I won 6 times due to luck. However, after Elder Hua obtained the square box, I only managed to win thrice." Hua Wudao. Hua Wudao's face flushed red. He was also a 9-leaf cultivator after all. It was not that he was weak, but Duanmushang was just too overbearing and too hardworking. Even if Duanmushang was repeatedly defeated, he would not give up. How could someone withstand someone like him? At this moment, Lu Zhou suddenly flashed and appeared 10 meters across from Duanmushang. Then he said, "Use all your strength and attack me." "Yes." Duanmushang was not as reserved as his eldest senior brother and second senior brother. He was more straightforward. He raised his overlord spear and looked at his master, who was standing 10 meters away. He had an illusion his master would kill him with one spear strike, but his rationality and instinct told him his master would not do that. Whoosh! 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 Duanmushang raised his spear and charged forward. Then he began to thrust his spear. Lu Zhou retreated step by step, dodging the overlord spear. He was always able to dodge Duanmushang's spear at the right time. This was thanks to the effect of his 4th birth chart that improved his speed and gave him a clearer understanding of his movements. Duanmushang, naturally, did not think he would be able to defeat his master. As long as he was not too quickly defeated by his master, it would be considered a success. Therefore, he brandished the overlord spear with all his might, hoping to last longer. When Lu Zhou sparred with his disciples, he would not make a move in the beginning. He would dodge while he observed their skills from all angles. Duanmushang was no exception. Yu Zhenghai was quite well-rounded, but he had a little too many unnecessary movements. Yu Shangrong's speed was better and his movements were neater, but he only attacked and did not defend. Duan Wuxiang was overbearing and fierce, but he knew when to advance and when to retreat. The four elders clicked their tongues in amazement as they watched. Pan Lydian said, "If he continues practicing like that, it won't be long before he defeats Elder Hua." Duan Wuxiang's spear techniques have their unique characteristics. His advances are sharp, and his retreats are fast. He seems as immovable as a mountain and as fast as lightning. "I really don't see anything that needs improvement," Zui Yushu commented. "Let's continue watching." Duan Wuxiang's spear techniques grew more and more formidable. His energy spears became more powerful as well. 1,000 waves. The 1,000 waves was like a huge wave of energy spears. It covered a wide range and was difficult to defend against. Lu Zhou unleashed his grand technique and arrived behind Duan Wuxiang in just a blink of an eye. Then he struck with his palm. Bang! Duan Wuxiang hurriedly leaped up. Pavilion Master is making his move now. The eyes of the four elders brightened as though they had been waiting for this moment all this while. Lu Zhou followed closely behind Duan Wuxiang and struck again. Bang! The palm seal landed on the ground as Duan Wuxiang deflected it with his energy spears. Bang! 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 At this time, Lu Zhou caught the Overlord spear between two fingers and casually struck Duan Wuxiang 3 times on the chest. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong averted their eyes. They suddenly felt much better. Duan Wuxiang continued to suffer a one-sided beating from his master. The sound of palm strikes rang in the air continuously. Pan Lydian would shudder and shrank back from time to time as he watched. It was as though he was suffering the beating instead of Duan Wuxiang. At this moment, Meng Chongdong, who was passing by, heard the commotion near the preservation hall. Curious, he walked to the hall. After he saw what was happening, he could not help but ask the elders, "What's the Pavilion Master doing?" "Teaching his disciple." "Are you sure he's not just beating his disciples?" "I have my suspicions as well, but do we have any evidence?" Pan Lydian replied. The other 3 elders shook their heads repeatedly. "No," Meng Chongdong replied. After some time had passed, clank, the Overlord's spear fell to the ground. Duan Wuxiang was bent over the ground. His face was swollen, and he was panting heavily. Lu Zhou stood across from Duan Wuxiang and watched him with a calm expression before he said, "Your spear technique has reached perfection. In the future, focus more on your cultivation method. Leave the Overlord spear here, and come back for it tomorrow morning." He still had a shining stone left. There was no need to save it. Moreover, the effect of the Great Void Seed on Duan Wuxiang was not very good. This problem had to be solved. Duan Wuxiang gasped for breath before he said, "Understood." Ding! Educated Duan Wuxiang. Reward: 500 merit points. Lu Zhou nodded and turned around to enter the preservation hall. All of a sudden, he halted his footstep and turned around to say, "Summon Old Fourth here tomorrow." As soon as Lu Zhou finished speaking, he received a notification. Ding! Educated Mingshi Yin. Reward: 200 points. "How cunning," Lu Zhou said in a deep voice. "If he doesn't come, break his legs." Ding! Educated Mingshi Yin. Reward: 200 points. After saying that, Lu Zhou entered the preservation hall in a flash. Following that, the Overlord spear that was lying on the ground thrummed and buzzed before it shot inside the hall. Bang! The door to the hall closed with a bang. At this moment, Duan Wuxiang sat limply on the ground. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong gave Duan Wuxiang a thumbs up at the same time. "You're amazing." This was one of the rare occasions where the duo saw eye to eye. Meanwhile, the 4 elders sighed. Pan Lydian asked, "Guardian Meng? Elders?" Luo Shirin aside, "Who do you think will sprout the 10th leaf first?" Everyone thought about the question seriously. However, after a long time, they only shook their heads. This was a very difficult question to answer. The first and the second disciple had been improving swiftly. No one knew the true strength of the 4th disciple. The 9th disciple had always been very talented and did not need to be beaten up to improve. It was hard to say who would be able to sprout the 10th leaf first. Over the next 6 months, Lu Zhou only did 3 things: educate his disciples, keep an eye on Zhao Yu, and stabilize the foundation of his 4th birth chart. In fact, rather than saying he was educating his disciples, it was more like he was beating his disciples. In the last 6 months, apart from little Yuaner and Conk, his other disciples were all beaten black and blue. With the effects of Mentor and Eternal Paragon, his disciples had progressed rapidly. Duanmu Shang and little Yuaner successfully sprouted the 9th leaf. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong could have sprouted the 10th leaf, but due to the master's advice, they suppressed their cultivation base. They needed to investigate the points of the stone formations first and make sure the birth chart beasts that would undoubtedly appear when they sprouted their 10th leaf would not be snatched away by the Black Tower Council. At this time, everyone in the royal court knew about Lu Zhou educating and training his disciples and had gotten used to the brutality of the training. When Li Yunzhang heard of his teacher training with his grandmaster, he went to have a look twice. It was so terrifying that it left a shadow on him. At that time, he was really glad Si Wuya was his teacher. With Si Wuya's help, his cultivation had been going rather well. It took him a month to temper his body before he entered the mystic enlightening realm. However, his first priority was to govern Great Tang, and he only cultivated as a means of support. Therefore, he spent most of his time on political affairs. With the support from the 4 Grand Dukes and the civil and military officials, Great Tang became more stable as well. During this time, Si Wuya was undoubtedly the busiest person. Apart from cultivating and teaching Li Yunzhang, he would hang out with those people from the Sky Research Court and study random things. In the end, even the geniuses from the Sky Research Court were convinced of his ability. On the other hand, Sikong Beichan, the temple master of the 9th temple, and Nye Qingyun, the sect master of the 12 sects of Cloud Mountain, put the past behind them and were friendly with each other. After bidding farewell to Lu Zhou, they returned to their respective sects. Before they left, they promised Lu Zhou to rush over as long as Lu Zhou needed them. Meanwhile, Xianxia, the monastery master of the Thousand Willows Monastery, was very aware of his capabilities. Therefore, he did not return to the Thousand Willows Monastery and stayed in the palace to curry favors. After all, as long as he stayed with Lu Zhou, the Thousand Willows Monastery would be safe. In the evening, after cultivating, Lu Zhou opened the system interface to check his merit points. Merit points, 125,500. Half of the merit points were gained from teaching his disciples in the last 6 months. They were really like trump cards. Although the merit points were not a lot, it was not little either. After a while, he wondered to himself, the black guards didn't appear at all. Are they afraid of me? In the past 6 months, everything seemed normal. Nothing out of the ordinary had happened. Even that mysterious woman, Lian Xing, did not go to Zhao Yu again. How long will this peace last? It should be about time for the first 10-leaf cultivator to appear in the Golden Lotus domain. Should we break the balance by starting with the Red Lotus domain or the Golden Lotus domain? This was an important matter. He had discussed this matter with Si Wuya. The new 10-leaf cultivator in the Golden Lotus domain would be a wild card. They might be easily manipulated by the Black Lotus domain into implementing the captive breeding plan. On the other hand, the Red Lotus domain was in a delicate situation now. Ever since the incidents with Lu Li and Yi Yao, the Black Tower Council did not make any move at all. It seemed like the forces hiding in the dark were waiting for the balance to break. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Zhou called out, "Someone, summon Si Wuya here." Someone outside the hall replied, "Understood." About 15 minutes later, Si Wuya arrived at the preservation hall. He asked, "Master, were you looking for me? How are your injuries?" Lu Zhou asked. "Thank you for your concern, Master. They're not serious." "That's good. I've never been heavy-handed when I attack," Lu Zhou said with a straight face. "Si Wuya, you're aware of the situation with the Black Lotus domain. In the past 6 months, there's been no sign of the Black Guards at all. Currently, your senior brothers are waiting to sprout the 10th leaf. However, if they do that, they'll definitely attract the birth chart beasts. In your opinion, what should we do to get out of this stalemate?" Si Wuya replied, "In this half a year, There's a possibility that there are others in the Red Lotus domain who have sprouted the 10th leaf. If that's the case, the birth chart beasts they attracted have probably been taken by the Black Tower Council. Therefore, there won't be any conflict. To get out of this stalemate, someone from the Evil Sky Pavilion needs to sprout the 10th leaf. After all, we won't give up and let the Black Tower Council easily snatch the life heart. Wuxia paused for a moment as he brought the map of the points of the stone formations before he continued to say, "In fact, it's better if the blackguards don't show up. I've joined the Sky Research Court to study formations to deceive them. We can pick the nearest stone formation and use the deceptive formation over the original formation so that it won't be able to transmit information back to the Black Tower Council. At that time, whichever member from the Evil Sky Pavilion can sprout the 10th leaf while Master takes down the birth chart beasts." Was this the meaning of keeping a low profile, not acting recklessly, and not showing off? Lu Zhou looked at Wuxia in admiration. It was really different when one was intelligent. After a beat, Lu Zhou asked, "Can we avoid the stone formation in the forest completely?" Wuxia smiled. "There's a risk in avoiding it. After all, it'll expose the presence of the birth chart beasts. It's best to stay next to the stone formation." Lu Zhou had to admit that Wuxia's ideas really won over his heart. After a brief moment, he asked again, "Both of your eldest and second senior brothers are capable of sprouting the 10th leaf. Who do you think it's more suitable to be the first one to sprout the 10th leaf?" "Both of them should sprout the 10th leaf together," Wuxia replied. Since we already have a plan, we should carry it out thoroughly. It'd be difficult for us to control the 10-leaf cultivator in the Golden Lotus domain when we're here. Therefore, we should just try our best to take down or control the birth chart beasts in the Red Lotus domain. Whether it's the Golden Lotus domain, the Red Lotus domain, or the Black Lotus domain, ultimately this is just a struggle over the life hearts of birth chart beasts. Wuxia said. "Continue," Lu Zhou said. Wuxia pointed at a point on the map and said, "The Eastern Forest Mountain isn't far from the capital, so we should capture the birth chart beasts there." Lu Zhou briefly mulled over Wuxia's words before he said, "Very good. You can start making preparations for this matter. We'll set off tomorrow." "Yes, Master." After replying to Lu Zhou, Wuxia recalled something and said, "Master, I've discovered some clues regarding Senior Sister Zhao Yu's matter." "Speak." "I suspect that someone approached Senior Sister Zhao Yue and suppressed her cultivation base, causing her cultivation to stagnate," Wuxia said. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. "Did you find out the culprit's identity?" "A woman named Lian Xing," Wuxia said. "I found out about this when I contacted Senior Sister Zhao Yu last month." Lu Zhou could not tell Wuxia that he was aware of these matters, so he just nodded and said expressionlessly, "Continue to keep an eye on her." "Yes." "How's Di Zhang's performance recently?" Lu Zhou asked. Wuxia replied confidently, "I've made it acknowledge me." Lu Zhou brought Di Zhang's life heart out and tossed it to Wuxia as he said, "Return this life heart to him. When there's a need, I might have to use Di Zhang." Zhao Yu was far away in the Golden Lotus domain. If there was a need for Lu Zhou to return, he could only have Di Zhang, whose speed was the fastest, carry him back. "Master Yu?" Wuxia's eyes widened imperceptibly when he caught the life heart. He had read Yan Zhenluo's book, so he knew what the life heart meant. How could he not be surprised that his master gave up 1,000 years of life for Di Zhang? Lu Zhou did not comment on the matter. He only said, "Go." Wuxia held the life heart with both hands and said respectfully, "Yes, Master. You should rest early as well." After leaving the preservation hall, it was already dark when Wuxia returned to his residence. He called out as soon as he arrived, "Di Zhang!" Quack! Di Zhang quacked like a duck as it obediently ran out from a corner. "Master is benevolent. He gave up 1,000 years of life just to spare your life heart. I'll return this to you," Wuxia said as he tossed the life heart to Di Zhang. Squawk! Di Jing opened its mouth and swallowed the life heart. The life heart moved in its abdomen for a moment before it returned to its original position in its body. Quack! 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 Following that, Di Jiang seemed to be prostrating itself on the ground to express its gratitude. At the same time, its energy was changing. With the return of its life heart, it meant he had regained his ability to fly. You're a birth chart beast, so you can't show off like before. This is a pill especially made for you by the Sky Research Court to hide your life heart, Wuxia said before he brought a pill out. Quack. Di Jiang quacked and shook its head from side to side, showing its reluctance to eat the pill. Wuxia said with a smile, either you eat it or you spit out half of your life heart. Otherwise, it'd be just a matter of time before you're taken away and killed. Di Jiang was terrified by Wuxia's words. It hastily ate the pill. Then, it flapped its wings and circled around the residence a few times before it landed on the ground again. Wuxia nodded in satisfaction. Then, he touched the bruises on his face and said, "Sleep early today. Don't disturb me. It's been half a year. It's about time I get a good night's sleep." Master's still as heavy-handed as he was in the past. The next day, the Sky Shuttle left the Royal Palace for the Eastern Forest Mountain. The Sky Shuttle speed was fast, so it took less than an hour before it slowly landed next to the Stone Forest Formation in the Eastern Forest Mountain. The 4 elders and Guardian Meng of the Evil Sky Pavilion leaped out of the Sky Shuttle together. "Master, this is the place," Wuxia said. Lu Zhou looked down at the Stone Forest Formation. It was the same as the one where he first met Yan Jinlua. Yu Shangrong also noticed the resemblance of this Stone Forest Formation to the one he had broken previously. Indeed, it's the same. Following that, the others alighted from the Sky Shuttle. Lu Zhou said, "Wuxia, set up the formation with the Sky Research Courts Hezhong and Huang Yu." Understood. Wuxia led Hezhong and Huang Yu toward the Stone Forest Formation. "As for the rest of you, keep a lookout on things. Report to me immediately if you discover anything out of the ordinary." Lu Zhou calmly instructed the others. Understood. Subsequently, everyone left in different directions, surrounding the Stone Forest Formation. About an hour later, Wuxia returned. He said, "Master, we've already set up the formation." Lu Zhou did not reply immediately. Instead, he stroked his beard and looked around the Eastern Forest Mountain. He wondered where the birth chart beasts came from again. The Eastern Forest Mountain was far from the endless ocean, so where did they come from? Where was the unknown land or the great void? After a moment, he collected his thoughts and nodded. All right. After that, Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong made their way to the Stone Forest Formation before they manifested their avatars. Both avatars were in their miniature size. The difference was one had a lotus while the other did not. After that, the duo began to sprout the 10th leaf. In fact, the 9-leaf stage was just a transition point to the 10-leaf stage. If the Black Lotus domain did not monopolize the birth chart beasts, no one would stay long at the 9-leaf stage. After reaching the 10-leaf stage, one would attract birth chart beasts. If one was strong enough or had the support of a strong sect, one would be able to kill birth chart beasts like how Lu Zhou killed the Yong on Cloud Mountain. Once the 10-leaf stage had stabilized, one would be able to use the life heart to activate one's birth chart. It felt like the heavens were playing with the people, making people from different domains compete over life hearts of birth chart beasts. I want to see where these birth chart beasts come from. With this thought in mind, Lu Zhou flashed to the top of a towering tree and looked around the Eastern Forest Mountain. Where were the fierce beasts hiding? From which hole did they fly out? Lu Zhou flashed again from the west to the east. He stood on a rock and observed Mingshi-yin, who was riding Xianxia. Since he had the purple glazed ceramic with him, it was difficult for others to discover his presence. After confirming there was nothing unusual, he flashed in the northern direction. After that, Lu Zhou flashed to the south before he finally returned to the Stone Forest Formation. Little Yuan Conk, Xianxia, and the others looked around vigilantly. Nothing was out of the ordinary. Lu Zhou's gaze fell on Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong, who were in the process of sprouting their 10th leaf. At this moment, they were at the critical part of the leaf sprouting process. Since there were quite a few people on the lookout, there was no problem so far. In order to avoid disturbance and distraction, Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong sat with their backs facing each other. The two miniature avatars continued to flash and spin. Lu Zhou had long taught his disciples the method of sprouting leaves. Their understanding was profound, so sprouting leaves should not pose a problem to them at all. All he needed to do was keep an eye out on the blackguards who might appear and deal with the birth chart beasts. Just to be safe, he silently recited the incantations for the power of hearing from the heavenly writing. In just a moment, the range of hearing spread far and wide. In the east, Ming Shirin muttered, "Doggy, to be honest, I intentionally gave way to eldest senior brother and second senior brother. Do you believe me when I say I can already sprout the 10th leaf?" "Woof, woof, woof," Qiong Qi barked. "It seems like you understand me the most. You can consider following me when you grow up. Master has 3,000 mounts in his harem, so he won't dote on you alone. Only I will treat you well." Ming Shirin continued to say, "Woof, woof, woof. All right then, we have a deal. I didn't raise you and clean your poop and pee in vain. I'll catch wild beasts for you to eat every day." Lu Zhou. He continued listening. The four elders of the Evil Sky Pavilion reminiscing and lamenting the past as old people tended to do. "I didn't expect that Evil Sky Pavilion would come to the Red Lotus domain. Moreover, we even became 9-leaf cultivators. In the past, we're like frogs at the bottom of a well, thinking the 8-leaf stage is highest. If it weren't for me wanting to meet Pan Zhong, I would have missed out on such an exciting life. This is truly the work of fate." After that, Lu Zhou listened in another direction. "Ninth senior sister, you'll be able to sprout the 10th leaf soon, right?" Conk asked. "No matter how many leaves I have, I won't be as fast as you. Moreover, you even have the karmic fire." "I'm so envious," little Yuana replied. "There's nothing to be envious of. I only inherited these from my mother. In fact, I envy you. Our senior brothers and the others really dote on you. They seem to be estranged from me. You're thinking too much. They're just not used to your sudden change. All right, 9th senior sister. We must continue to get along. Okay. Let's pinky swear." Subsequently, Lu Zhou cut off the power of hearing and turned to look at Yu Zhenghai's golden avatar. The ring of light was falling at a much greater speed now. Upon seeing this, Lu Zhou believed it would not be long before Yu Zhenghai sprouted the 10th leaf. Lu Zhou then turned his attention to Yu Shangrong. Yu Shangrong's expression was calm as usual. The way he was sprouting his leaf was very different from Yu Zhenghai. 9 dazzling golden leaves revolved around his avatar. Similar to Yu Zhenghai, Lu Zhou knew Yu Shangrong would successfully sprout the 10th leaf after passing this critical period. At this moment, Lu Zhou heard a rustling noise and felt a slight movement on his body. In just a second, he brought a black talisman out from his sleeve. "Yen Zhenluo?" Lu Zhou flashed to a tree near the stone forest. Then he waved his hand. Swoosh! The black talisman began to burn on the ground. It did not take long before Yen Zhenluo's face appeared. He did not beat around the bush and hurriedly said, "Brother Lu, I sense that Lu Li is in danger." "Lu Li is in danger?" Lu Zhou frowned. If Lu Li were in danger, this meant his 8th disciple was in danger as well. Yen Zhenluo said anxiously, "I've been keeping an eye on Lu Li's life stone every day. Today, the light of his life stone is very weak. Brother Lu, please tell Lu Li's whereabouts." Lu Zhou said, "There is no need to worry. Let me find out." With a flick of his sleeve, the projection disappeared. Lu Zhou placed one hand on his dantian, while the other was resting on his back. He closed his eyes and recited the incantations for the heavenly writing power. His eyes shone with a blue light. Soon enough, Lu Zhou saw yellow lotus cultivators surrounding and attacking a giant beast. They advanced and retreated in an orderly manner, looking organized and disciplined. A few injured cultivators lay on the ground, but they were quickly rescued by others. In the air, in front of the giant beast, Zhu Honggong flew back and first as he sent energy fists at the giant beast. Boom! The giant beast screeched in pain when the energy fists landed. Upon seeing this, a few cultivators cheered loudly in unison. "Sect Master is amazing!" Zhu Honggong glared at the giant beast and roared, "Brothers, Don't panic. It's going to die soon. Wear it out. I'll hold up the sky if it falls. Sect Master is mighty. Sect Master is mighty. Su Wanqing and Tao Jing each led hundreds of cultivators and flew side by side as they bombarded the giant beast with attacks. Numerous energy swords and energy blades shot out as the two teams took turns to attack. Whenever the giant beast was about to rise, Zhu Honggong would fly to the top of its head and punch it at the critical moment. At the same time, he avoided the attack of the giant beast. How could this be? There was a team that dealt damage, a team that defended, and a team that specialized in healing injured cultivators. There were tens of thousands of cultivators on the battlefield, working together with Zhu Hong to attack the beast. Lu Zhou looked around, trying to locate Lu Li. He could only see around his eighth disciple, so his field of vision was limited. Behind the crowd, in a huge carriage, Lu Li was supported by two cultivators. There was blood at the corner of his mouth as he looked at the beast with a red face. Mr. Lu, your plan is working. The beast won't be able to hold on for much longer. Lu Li nodded and said, Attack with all your strength. We should not keep fighting for too long. One of them stood in the air and shouted, Mr. Lu has given an order. Attack with all your strength. Everyone, attack with all your strength. Zhu Honggong looked back and said in a clear voice, All brothers above the 5-leaf stage, follow my avatar. Gather. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless cultivators manifested their avatars and stood behind Zhu Honggong after he manifested his avatar. Zhu Honggong's avatar was 200 feet tall. Compared to the avatars that were only 30 feet tall, it stood out like a crane among chickens. Lu Zhou was rather moved when he saw this. He did not expect his eighth disciple to be ahead of his other disciples. However, it was reasonable. After all, apart from the Great Void Seed, his eighth disciple had Lu Li's help in gathering all the resources in the Yellow Lotus domain. After a moment, Lu Zhou cut off the heavenly writing power and the projection disappeared. He opened his eyes. The wind and the swaying trees brought him back to his senses. Following that, he brought out another black talisman and held it between two fingers before it began to rustle and burn. Yan Zhenlua appeared in front of his eyes immediately. Brother Lu, Yan Zhenlua said anxiously. He's fine, Lu Zhou said calmly. He's only injured. It's nothing serious. A delighted and relieved expression appeared on Yan Zhenlua's face immediately. At the same time, he saw Lu Li's lifestone had grown brighter and was no longer flickering. Thank you, Brother Lu. There's another thing that needs your attention. What is it? The Black Tower Council's radical faction is very dissatisfied that the blackguards they sent to the Red Lotus domain were focusing on repairs and inventory. Therefore, they have sent a judge to the Red Lotus domain, Yan Zhenlua said solemnly. A judge? Yan Zhenlua explained. The Black Tower Council is divided into the Upper Council and the Lower Council. The Upper Council makes all the decisions, and the Lower Council executes them. The Black Tower Council maintains rules and order while the judges are responsible for capturing and punishing criminals. There are 4 judges in the Black Tower Council, and all of them have 8 birth charts. They were selected by the Council from various forces thousands of years ago, and their strength is unfathomable. 8 birth charts? Lu Zhou thought about his enhanced Deadly Strike card. According to the book Yan Zhenlua gave him, at the 1,000 realms whirling, every 6 birth charts would see a qualitative leap in strength. Then, how strong were 8 chart experts? There are so many conflicting opinions in the Black Tower Council, but no one objected to this? Lu Zhou asked, puzzled. Some people objected, but it was useless. Not everyone can remain rational after all, let alone the radical judges. The Blackguards doesn't want to stir up trouble, but we still have to be careful of them switching sides at the last minute. Lu Zhou nodded. All right. When the black talisman burned away, Yan Zhenlua's disappeared as well. Before Lu Zhou could gather his thoughts, he felt movements behind him. He shot into the sky immediately, leaving afterimages in his wake. At the same time, Si Wuya, who was observing near the stone forest, raised his head and saw his master. Then he hurriedly said, Master, there's a change. The birth chart beast is heading to the mountain range of the Eastern Forest Mountain. Lu Zhou looked at the mountain range in the Eastern Forest Mountain. Indeed, a huge shadow could be seen landing in the mountain range. Lu Zhou frowned. What's going on? Logically speaking, the birth chart beast should have rushed over here. Why did it fly there? The Donglin mountain range. Indeed, there was a huge shadow that flew over and just happened to sink into the mountain range. What's going on? Lu Zhou asked in puzzlement. Logically speaking, the life-bound beast should have rushed over here. Why would it go over there? It seems like something there has attracted the birth chart beast. Si Wuxia did not think of this possibility at all. As the saying went, even wise men make mistakes. Fortunately, they were not too far away from the birth chart beasts. Lu Zhou looked at Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai and said, "Keep an eye on them. I'll be back soon." Understood. As Lu Zhou flew in the forest, he wondered what could attract a birth chart beast. Soon enough, he arrived in the air above the mountain range and looked down. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions and the ground quaking rang from the other side of the mountain range at this moment. Lu Zhou followed the sounds of the commotion and flew up before he came to the top of one of the peaks that overlooked the west side of the Eastern Forest Mountain. When he looked down, he saw a group of cultivators fighting 3 huge beasts. 2 of the beasts had a similar appearance. They were dozens of meters tall and resembled boars with their huge tusks. On the other hand, the 3rd beast resembled an ox. It stomped the ground with 4 of its hooves, causing the ground and the mountains to shake. 3 birth chart beasts? This greatly exceeded Lu Zhou's expectations. It was likely that even Si Wuxia did not expect this. This meant that there was probably someone here who was trying to sprout the 10th leaf as well. Well, there was nothing strange in the world. All kinds of things could happen. Numerous cultivators circled the 3 birth chart battles as they used their energy swords and energy sabers to attack. Their expressions were rather unsightly at this moment. This is bad. Why did birth chart beasts suddenly appear? An old man standing in the lead looked at the 3 rampaging giant beasts on the ground in disbelief. I don't know either. Should we retreat? No. It wasn't easy to set up a trap. We have to take down at least 1 birth chart beast. It's been 2,000 years. We can't afford to wait any longer, the old man said. Bang! An 8-leaf cultivator could not dodge in time and was sent flying back by the boar-like giant beast. He threw up a mouthful of blood as he slid on the ground. At this moment, someone shouted, "Retreat!" In just a blink of an eye, someone carried the injured cultivators as hundreds of cultivators began to retreat. The old cultivator stared at the 3 birth chart beasts that kept advancing. In the beast's eyes, they were the most delicious food in the world. Team 1, Team 2, keep the 2 Shangaos occupied. The rest of you, follow me to kill the Shichu. The formation is too small. It can only hold 1 giant beast. We can't kill them. Sect Master, we give up? Someone suggested. Shut up! The old cultivator roared. Follow the plan. The 2 teams flew to the 2 flying Shangaos that resembled boars and were dozens of meters. They shot to the left and to the right, trying to distract the beasts. Meanwhile, the Shichu on the ground that was similar to an ox did not pay attention to anything else. It pawed the ground before it charged toward the old cultivator in a frenzy. Bang! 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 An avatar appeared. At the same time, a round 8-trigram seal successfully blocked the Shichu's tusk with a loud clang. Nevertheless, its strength was too great. It continued to charge wildly toward the 10-leaf expert. Boom! 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 The Shichu hooves slammed on the ground thunderously, causing the birds in the forest to take flight. Even rocks began to roll down the mountain due to the violent tremors. The old man roared. Bang! The round 8-trigram seal stopped the Shichu again. The old man flipped in the air before coming to a stop in front of the Shichu. He spread his arms, and energy swords filled the air, shooting toward the Shichu's forehead. Bang! 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 The Shichu cried out in a strangely childlike voice. It stomped its hooves again and leaped up like a fish leaping over the dragon's gate in the sky. The old man was clearly very experienced. He immediately unleashed his grand technique and flashed behind the Shichu. Maintain the rhythm. Don't panic. I'll lure him into the formation. At this point, Lu Zhou already had a basic understanding of what was going on. The two boar-like giant beasts were called Shangao, while the ox-like giant beast attacking the old man was called Shichu. Lu Zhou did not know which sect these people were from, but it should be a coincidence that they were here. He suddenly wondered where the people from the Black Lotus domain were. Based on Si Wuya's plan, they could avoid detection from the formation. However, if this sect's people were unaware, would it not be a disaster? Bang! At this moment, one of the Shangaos pierced an 8-leaf cultivator's chest with its tusks. Its face was ferocious as it crushed and devoured the man. Upon seeing this, Lu Zhou shook his head, but there was no pity in his heart. The cultivation world had always operated by the law of the jungle. The strong preyed on the weak, and the fittest survived. In that Shangao's eyes, the 8-leaf cultivator was probably like a slightly more powerful ant. If an ant tried to bite a human, the human would quash it. Boom! 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 The earth continued to quake. Lu Zhou did not choose to attack but waited for the Black Lotus cultivators to appear. In reality, it should be easy for a few 10-leaf cultivators and 9-leaf cultivators to deal with a birth chart beast even with a basic foundation. For example, even if Lu Zhou did not make a move on the Yong on Cloud Mountain, Nie Qingyun, Yu Shangrong, and Yu Zhenghai could still kill the Yong with their combined strength. The tactic adopted by his 8th disciple, who was far away in the Yellow Lotus domain, was even more exaggerated. He used a sea of people to kill the giant beast. Although the casualties were slightly higher, it was still a way to take down the birth chart beast. However, there were 3 birth chart beasts now. How were this group of people going to deal with them? Lu Zhou was also worried about these people's outcomes. The world had always turned for the sake of profits. How could the fight for a birth chart beast be so easy? Lu Zhou was calmly watching the battle when a huge flying chariot flew over from the west. The flying carriage was surrounded by thousands of cultivators. The true Kunlun sect and the Void sect? Lu Zhou saw the 2 flags on the left and the right bearing the name of the sections. Did the 2 sects merge? The flying chariot finally came to a stop in the western sky of the mountain range in the eastern forest mountain. Many cultivators flocked out and formed a square formation surrounding the area. Xianxia, the Taoist cultivator from the Void sect, flew out of the flying chariot and looked down from the sky. He laughed and said, "Old man Zeng, your Seeking Heaven sect is really unlucky. 3 birth chart beasts? Do you need help?" The old man fighting the Shichu was the sect master of the Seeking Heaven sect, Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan said, "Xianxia, if you have good intentions, join hands with my Seeking Heaven sect and take down these 3 birth chart beasts. Don't try to profit off this situation." Bang! 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 Several energy swords landed on the body of the Shichu. Xianxia replied with a smile on his face, "I agree. In this regard, the Seeking Heaven sect is lucky. There are 3 birth chart beasts, 1 for each of us. What do you think?" At this moment, Mo Xinglu from the True Kunlun sect flew out of the flying chariot and landed next to Shua Chengzi. She said, "Don't be hasty. Don't you feel like something's amiss?" "How so?" "Think about it. How's it possible for the Seeking Heaven sect to attract 3 birth chart beasts?" Mo Xinglu asked. Zhang Yan dodged the attack of the Shichu and flashed up into the sky. He appeared in front of the duo and said, "To tell you the truth, I don't know why there are 3 birth chart beasts here. In any case, this is a good opportunity for us to work together. If we don't take them down, once the Sky Martial Court finds out about them, none of us will stand a chance." Mo Xinglu sneered before she said, "How long has it been since you left your cave? Yu Qinshu had died long ago. The person in control of Great Tang now is a 1,000 realms whirling expert. That expert has already activated his birth charts and probably has no interest in these low-level beasts." Zhang Yan shook his head and said, "If the 1,000 realms whirling expert wants to cultivate his own force, will he really have no interest in these birth chart beasts?" Mo Xinglu and Xian Qingzi were taken back by these words and exchanged a glance. Following that, Xianxia said decisively. Members of the Void Sect, listen up. Deal with that Shan Gao on the left. Understood. Mo Xinglu also did not hesitate before she said, members of the true Kunlun sect, deal with the Shan Gao on the right. Understood. Numerous cultivators swarmed toward the birth chart beasts like locusts. With this, the Seeking Heaven sect's Zhang Yan felt the pressure on him decrease greatly. Then, he hurriedly ordered his sect members to gather near the Shichu. In just a moment, the entire eastern side of the mountain range in the eastern forest mountain turned into a battlefield between humans and birth chart beasts. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou's expression remained the same as he continued to watch. The mountains and rivers within a radius of a few miles were razed to the ground by the three sects and the birth chart beasts. The sky was filled with energy swords, energy sabers, talisman seals, and palm seals. As time passed, the birth chart beasts began to sustain injuries as well. However, many cultivators from the three sects had also fallen. Some of their avatars were torn apart and some of them were directly crushed by the beasts. However, fierce beasts were still beasts after all. They could not withstand the relentless attacks from the sea of people and the restriction from the formation. After an hour passed, the three birth chart beasts' strengths were slowly being exhausted by the sea of cultivators. Everyone, put in more effort. The birth chart beasts are about to die. Xianxia and Mo Xinglu suddenly flew up. There's someone over there. Zhang Yan from the Seeking Heaven sect followed suit. Who's it? Xianxia and Mo Xinglu looked at the old man perched on one of the mountain peaks in the distance. Lu Zhou knew that he had been discovered. He was not surprised at all. After all, he was standing in such an obvious place. The purple glazed ceramic could only hide his aura, not turn him invisible. He flew off the peak and came to a stop in front of three people. Xianxia asked, "May I ask who you are?" "It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that I want the life hearts of the two Shan Gaos," Lu Zhou bluntly said. Zhang Yan was taken aback by Lu Zhou's bluntness. "Old sir, I'm afraid that's inappropriate." Xianxia was about to speak when Mo Xinglu interjected with a smile. "Old senior, you must be joking." During the battle at the Skywell mountain range, Lu Zhou had used the disguise card. Therefore, it was expected that they did not recognize him. Moreover, he had also grown younger. Joking? Lu Zhou stroked his beard and looked down at the ground. Mo Xinglu and Xianxia had been coveting birth chart beasts for a long time now. Previously, researches on birth chart beasts were all controlled by the Sky Martial Court and Yu Qinshu. Now that Yu Qinshu had died, every sect had a chance of obtaining a birth chart beast. Needless to say, they were unaware that the birth chart beasts in the Red Lotus domain had long been monopolized by the Black Lotus domain. The Void Sect's Xianxia said, "Old sir, I'm sure you've seen the thousands of cultivators from our three sects battling these three birth chart beasts for a long time. As soon as you appeared, you demanded 2 life hearts. Isn't this a joke?" They were old and cunning people who had lived for a long time and could hold their own for so long in the battle against the birth chart beasts in the eastern forest mountain. How could they not have an opinion at all in regards to Lu Zhou's demand? The Seeking Heaven sect's Zhang Yan had expended a lot of energy in the battle, and he looked rather miserable at this moment. If it was possible, he did not want to make another enemy. My disciple risked his life to attract the Shichu and the 2 Shan Gaos. Our Seeking Heaven sect lost more than 10 cultivators. After sacrificing so much, how can we give up on the birth chart beasts? Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. I'm not an unreasonable person. However, the birth chart beasts weren't attracted by your disciple. They were attracted to my disciples. Mo Xinglu, Xianxia, and Zhang Yan looked at each other in dismay and confusion. After a moment, Mo Xinglu smiled faintly and said, "Old sir, you can't prove that it was your disciples who attracted them, right? It's impossible for one person to attract 3 birth chart beasts." Xianxia agreed. Birth chart beasts are territorial. Under normal circumstances, if one birth chart beast appears, another birth chart beast won't appear in the vicinity. Naturally, there are exceptions. In history, there were birth chart beasts that appeared in groups. In the case of Shan Gaos, they usually appear in a pair. I think my words are reasonable as well, right? Lu Zhou looked at Xianxia and said, "You're right. However, it doesn't disprove the fact that these 3 birth chart beasts are attracted to my disciples." This, Xianxia was rendered speechless. Zhang Yan had paid a huge price to come to this stage. How could he be willing to give the birth chart beasts up? Therefore, he said, "Then let's invite the old senior's disciple here. We can just speak without showing evidence, right?" "Are you implying that I'm lying?" Lu Zhou said as he glanced at the 3 birth chart beasts that were on the verge of collapse. Under the constant onslaught of attack from the nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivators, the birth chart beast's strength had greatly decreased compared to earlier. The ground was in a mess. Many trees had fallen to the ground. The smell of blood permeated the air above the western sky of the mountain range in the eastern forest mountain. Mo Xinglu heard the anger in Lu Zhou's voice, so she said, "Old senior doesn't look like someone who lies. However, what we said is reasonable as well. In your opinion, how do we determine whose disciple attracted the birth chart beasts?" Bang! 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 As a tide of energy swords swept out, the 3 birth chart beasts finally fell. The members from the 3 sects surrounded them and dug out their life hearts. 1 for the true Kunlun sect, 1 for the Void sect, 1 for the Seeking Heaven sect. With this, the distribution of the spoils of war was completed. The injured disciples rested and healed their injuries. The ones who were uninjured rose into the sky and formed a large formation. When Mo Xinglu saw that she had obtained the life heart, she said, "Old senior, do you know about the Sky Will Mountain Range?" "The Sky Will Mountain Range?" Lu Zhou was puzzled, not knowing why she brought up the Sky Will Mountain Range. Mo Xinglu said, "During the battle in the Sky Will Mountain Range, Yu Qinshu was killed by a 10-leaf expert. After that, a 1,000 realms whirling expert appeared in the capital. Xianxia and I were lucky enough to meet that expert." Mo Xinglu's words clearly meant that she would not give up the life heart. Second, she implied that she knew the 1,000 realms whirling expert. Therefore, it was up to Lu Zhou if he wanted to offend the 1,000 realms whirling expert. Since Mo Xinglu said these words, then Lu Zhou could only reveal his identity. As a 1,000 realms whirling expert, there was no need for him to lie. He could easily make them see reason. "Forget it." Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. "Actually, I am the buzz." A buzzing noise rang in the air as a figure streaked across the sky from afar. The thousands of cultivators were shocked and looked in the direction of the sound. A 350-foot black 1,000 realms whirling avatar towered over the northernmost area of the mountain range in the eastern forest mountain. Then it flew over at a low altitude. The astrolabe unique to a 1,000 realms whirling avatar shot out a beam of light at lightning speed, causing all the cultivators present to freeze in fear. 1,000 realms whirling avatar. Mo Xinglu, Zhang Yan, and Xianxia cried out in surprise. "Let's go." "It's too late." When a 5-chart 1,000 realms whirling avatar appeared out of thin air in the Sky Will Mountain Range, the Red Lotus domain was in a state of panic. It was only after a long time had passed that they gradually forgot about the Black Lotus domain. How could they not be shocked when they saw another Black Lotus cultivator? The 1,000 realms whirling avatar was so fast that the trio did not even think of escaping. To their dismay, after the appearance of the Black 1,000 realms whirling avatar, not 1, but 6 cultivators in black armor-wielding halberds appeared as well. Perhaps it was an illusion or it was their fear of the strong, but they felt these 6 people could destroy the earth if they wanted to. In just a blink of an eye, the Black Lotus cultivators had already covered a huge distance. Lu Zhou looked at the height of the 1,000 realms whirling avatar and the 6 people. It was likely the 6 people were from the Black Guards. After all, blackguards operated in groups of 3s. Therefore, these people must be 2 groups of blackguards. The manifestation of the 1,000 realms whirling avatar and the power of the birth chart were just to flex their muscles, warning everyone present to not act rashly. Lu Zhou had to admit the effects were not bad. None of the 1,000 cultivators dared to breathe loudly, afraid they would anger the Black Lotus cultivators. In fact, cultivators with 9 leaves and 10 leaves, had always had a feeling that there was a greater force controlling things in the Red Lotus domain in the dark, causing them to be unable to move forward in their cultivation. Over the years, there were those with curious minds and adventurous spirits who were unafraid of death trying to unearth secrets. The Sky Martial Court's Luo Xian was one of them. There were also people like Yu Qinshu who were obsessed with finding birth chart beasts. Finally, there were people like Xiahou Shang who were willing to be lackeys of the Black Lotus domain. The 6 blackguards had varying body sizes. They were tall, fat, short, thin. However, their armor was the same. Lu Zhou felt confident fighting a 1 versus 3 battle, but 1 versus 6 was a bit difficult. He wondered if he should retreat. There were also the 3 sections. Unless he used the peak trial card. An indescribable pressure descended on the mountain range in the eastern forest mountain immediately. Mo Xinglu and Xian Qingzi instinctively retreated a few meters. The 6 blackguards hovered in front of the thousands of people, their backs facing the setting sun. After some time had passed, the blackguard standing in the center of the group of 3 to the left said solemnly, "Hand over the life hearts." The members of the Seeking Heaven sect, naturally, did not dare to refuse, but they were incredibly unwilling to give up the life heart. After all, they had paid a huge price to obtain it. However, what other choice did they have? "I'll say it another time. Hand over the life hearts." The blackguard's voice lowered by an octave, causing people to shudder. Zhang Yan felt unresigned, but so what? He could only say through gritted teeth, "Give it to him." A cultivator from the Seeking Heaven sect picked the life heart up and flew up. Very good. The blackguard was clearly satisfied with the Seeking Heaven sect's performance. Mo Xinglu and Xian Qingzi could only wave their hands as well. The cultivators from the True Kunlun sect and the Void sect flew up, each holding a life heart. Very good. The blackguard nodded slightly and repeated these 2 words. As the saying went, plans can never keep up with changes. Lu Zhou did not expect matters to take such a turn. However, as a 4-chart expert, how could he let others snatch the life hearts away from him? Wait! Lu Zhou flew a few meters forward. "The 2 Shan Gao's life hearts belong to me. I'm afraid I can't let you have it." Xian Chengzi, Mo Xinglu, Zhang Yan. The trio thought the old man must have gone crazy because of his obsession with life hearts. It was one thing to demand the life hearts from them, but to demand the life hearts from the Thousand Realms whirling experts from the Black Lotus domain. It seemed like this old man did not want to live a long life. The eastern side of the mountain range in the eastern forest mountain was as silent as a graveyard. As a result, Lu Zhou's words were extremely loud and clear. Mo Xinglu hurriedly tried to hush Lu Zhou. "Old senior." The others were on the verge of tears. "You crazy life heart-obsessed old man. Even if you want to die, can you not drag us into the water with you?" The blackguard in the center of the trio on the left looked at Lu Zhou. "Your life hearts." Lu Zhou's expression remained unchanged. He stroked his beard with one hand while the other rested on his back. "That's right." The blackguard nodded before he said in a low voice, "Well, from now, these life hearts belong to us. We, the Black Guards, will take them away. Can you hear my words clearly?" Lu Zhou said, "I can hear your words clearly, but I don't understand them." "You don't understand?" Buzz. A 450-foot Black Lotus avatar appeared in front of everyone again. It was even more majestic and eye-catching up close. The black energy around its body was like moonlight shining in ink. The lotus and the 10 leaves were black as well. The black astrolabe at the back gave it a mysterious air. The lights on the astrolabe glinted like the stars in the galaxy. This was the Thousand Realms whirling, the dream of all 10-leaf cultivators. If a pin dropped now, the sound would probably resound in the mountain range. The blackguard withdrew his avatar before he asked, "Do you understand now?" Mo Xinglu, Xian Chengzi, and Zhang Yan quickly nodded. I understand. Lu Zhou. To think that I was trying so hard to reason with these 3 people earlier. I should have just shown them my avatar." The blackguard looked at Lu Zhou and repeated his question. "Do you understand?" Lu Zhou shook his head. With this shake of head from Lu Zhou, The 3 10-leaf cultivators felt as though their hearts had dropped to the ground. If the old man angered the Thousand Realms whirling expert, they would be buried together with him. How could this old man be so unreasonable? Mo Xinglu and Xianxia hastily spoke up one after another to prevent Lu Zhou from speaking. I'm sure the old senior understood your meaning. Seniors, please take the life hearts away. That's right, just take them away. Unfortunately, the blackguard did not seem to be appeased by their words. He stubbornly waited for Lu Zhou's reply. Lu Zhou said, "Isn't this daylight robbery?" The blackguard flew forward dozens of meters and landed in the center of the group. He gripped his long halberd and said airily, "Humans are not born equal." At this moment, the blackguard standing in the center of the trio on the right finally said, "There's no need to waste words with him. We just need to complete our mission." "All right." The blackguard nodded slightly. Then he waved his hand casually. The ink-like energy surged and collected the 3 life hearts. The blackguard's movement was not fast. He deliberately let everyone have a good look as he took the life hearts away. The life hearts were halfway across from the blackguard when Lu Zhou flicked his sleeve. Just like that, the 3 life hearts shot into his sleeve one after another. The black guards, Xianxia, Mo Xinglu, and Zhang Yan. After obtaining the 3 life hearts, Lu Zhou said indifferently, "You're right. Humans are not born equal." Lu Zhou put away his fate core and said indifferently, "Under the heavy armor and masks, no one knew what the expressions of the black guards were like at this moment. However, one could see the blackguard, who was standing in front, tightening his grip on his halberd. Goodbye." The blackguard raised his hand, and a black palm seal sailed toward Lu Zhou as it grew from small to large. The 6 blackguards waited patiently for the old man to be smashed into pieces. The thousands of cultivators held their breaths as they looked at the black palm fearfully. They shook their heads and sighed inwardly. Swoosh! Lu Zhou's figure turned blurry, and he arrived in front of the blackguard who launched the palm seal before he struck with his palm. Bang! Lu Zhou's palm strike landed straight on the blackguard's chest, returning the favor. The blackguard widened his eyes in shock, caught off guard. As he was sent flying back a few hundred meters like a cannonball, a dent on his armor could be seen. He grunted before he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Captain!" One of the blackguards caught his injured captain. Even then, the force was so strong that he was also pushed back a few meters before he managed to come to a halt. The scenery of the eastern forest mountain was pleasing to the eyes. If it were not for the thousands of cultivators crowding here for the 3 life hearts, it would be perfect for one to enjoy the scenery. Alas, at this moment, the blood permeated the air, speaking of the many lives that were lost here, stirring up fear in people's hearts. It had always been like this in the cultivation world. Death could come upon a person in just a blink of an eye, and sometimes one would not even know how one died. Mo Xinglu, Xianxia, and Zhang Yan were shocked. However, the trio's shock was nothing compared to the blackguard's shock. The armor hid his expression, but his exposed eyes revealed enough shock. At the same time, 10,000 questions arose in his heart. Who was this old man? Why was he so powerful? Why was such a powerful person so modest and reasonable? This palm strike was just like an appetizer. Lu Zhou knew that it would be a little difficult to fight 6 of them alone. Moreover, it would be a huge loss to waste a deadly strike card on these people. He recalled some information from the book he read. The essence of the birth charts resided in the birth palace. If the birth palace was destroyed, the birth charts would be destroyed as well. At this moment, the 6 black guards regrouped and formed a line. The armor on their bodies seemed to have an inexplicable connection. Apart from them being identical, there seemed to be energy that linked them. The blackguard whom Lu Zhou sent flying was the captain of the group on the left. He endured the excruciating pain in his chest and asked, "Senior, who are you?" "It doesn't matter who I am. The life hearts belong to me. We, the black guards, are just following orders." "Why must you make things difficult for us?" the captain asked. "Making things difficult? I didn't see you acting this way earlier." Lu Zhou shook his head disapprovingly. It was fine if the blackguard did not speak, but he could not help feeling angry after listening to these words. Since when did following orders become an excuse to bully others? The blackguard decided to compromise. There are 3 life hearts. Why don't you take one, and we'll take the remaining 2? Lu Zhou shook his head. One of the captains said again, your strength should be around that of a 5-chart expert. These low-level life hearts are useless to you. Upon hearing these words, the thousands of cultivators were shocked. The blackguard who appeared domineering and mysterious earlier was actually speaking so politely. Meanwhile, Xianxia, Mo Xinglu, and Zheng Yan wanted to slap themselves. Even the blackguard had to compromise with the old man. To think they wanted to take advantage of the old man earlier. Lu Zhou said, I've already said I want all 3 life hearts. The captain of the team on the right brandished his halberd. The sound of energy resonance rang in the air. In front of everyone's eyes, 1, 2, 3,000 realms whirling avatars appeared like 3 twinkling black stars. Upon seeing this, the team on the left tacitly manifested their avatars. 4, 5, 6,000 realms whirling avatars. The 6 avatars, for short and too tall, formed a line. The tallest were 450 feet tall, while the shortest was 400 feet tall. Among the 6 of them, there were 2 4-chart experts and 4 3-chart experts. The average strength of a blackguard was just as Yan Zhenlua had described. The blackguard said, we don't want to start a war. Why do you have to gamble with their lives? Ah! The thousands of cultivators retreated one after another. Xianxia, Mo Xinglu, and Zheng Yan's expressions were extremely unsightly at this moment. Lu Zhou shook his head and asked, what does it have to do with me if they die or not? Xianxia, Mo Xinglu, and Zheng Yan. The trio felt as though they had fallen into a sea of despair. No matter who won or lost today, the 3 sects would not have a good ending. What was going on? What sin did they commit that before they could even warm up the life hearts they obtained, the life hearts were snatched away and they were ruthlessly sent to hell? 6 blackguards. 6,000 realms whirling avatars. These were enough to sweep through the Golden Lotus domain and the Red Lotus domain. Fortunately, the internal strife in the Black Tower Council was serious. Otherwise, there would be a huge disaster. The cultivators retreated more than 100 meters, but it was of no use. In a battle between 1,000 realms whirling experts, they were like ants walking among elephants. They felt like fish on a chopping board. You insist on making an enemy out of the Black Tower Council? The blackguard continued to ask. Lu Zhou said, why are you talking so much? You don't dare to recklessly kill because you're afraid of being punished, right? The black guards were shocked. The 3 life hearts are already in my possession. Do you think 6 of you can snatch them from me? Lu Zhou asked. Inwardly, he calculated his strength and 6 opponents' strengths. His opponents had 26 birth charts collectively. If he used the deadly strike cards, he would be able to destroy 5 birth charts. With the supreme mystic power, he should be able to destroy 2 birth palaces. However, there would still be 3 people left behind. Although he had some decent weapons, they did seem sufficient. The gap was rather big. Lu Zhou decided to intimidate them first. The blackguard said again, the Black Tower Council is doing this to protect the Red Lotus domain. Life and death are determined by fate. Wealth and honor are determined by heaven. Did you ask them if they want to be protected? Lu Zhou pointed at the thousands of cultivators who had retreated to the sides. The blackguard tried to explain again. The Red Lotus domain isn't strong enough. Just a low-level birth chart beast is enough to make all of them miserable. If they encounter a beast king. Enough? Lu Zhou raised his hand and interjected. I'm tired of hearing such words. The blackguards looked at each other. It's their first time meeting. How could the old man be tired of listening to such words? Then don't blame us for being rude. Get into formation. For blackguards suddenly flashed and surrounded Lu Zhou. The black guards did not give up. In their opinion, there were 6 of them, so their chances of winning were very high. In just a blink of an eye, they began to fight. Everyone exclaimed in shock. The speed was too fast. Was this the might of thousand realms whirling experts? One of the blackguards raised the long halberd in his hand and brandished it around. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. I'll grant you your wish. Lu Zhou seemed to have vanished into thin air before he appeared behind the blackguard standing in the east direction and struck with his palm. As though he could sense the danger, the blackguard flashed away. Alas, Lu Zhou seemed to have predicted his movement and moved to his back again at an even faster speed before striking with his palm again. Little 5. Lu Zhou's expression remained unchanged as 5 fingers shone with blue light. Everyone born into the world had a name and race. They would eat, drink, experience happiness and sadness. Originating from nothing, from it comes everything. Living in samsara and learning from it. This was the power of past lives. Bang! Following that, abandoned wisdom shot out and landed on the blackguard's back. As expected, he was sent flying back and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, surrounded by energy, the blood looked black. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward: 6,000 merit points. Lu Zhou felt like the technique was not very suitable for destroying too many birth charts at once. The supreme mystic power was rather limited. Nevertheless, the palm seal perfectly displayed his might. When Mo Xinglu saw the familiar blue light, she exclaimed in surprise, "It's him!" "Who?" "The old senior who killed Yu Qinshu." "It's him?" Xianxia was shocked as well. The person who killed Yu Qinshu only had 10 leaves at that time. However, in less than a year, he now possessed the power to fight against 6 blackguards. Meanwhile, the blackguard's expression was one of shock and disbelief after his birth chart was destroyed. Upon seeing this, the 2 captains brandished their long halberds that were shrouded with black energy. The atmosphere seemed to turn gloomy in just an instant, and their aura seemed to have grown stronger. At this time, the blackguard in the western direction manifested his avatar. The 3 birth charts on the black astrolabe shot out beams of light immediately. Lu Zhou flashed and dodged the attacks. With the ability from the 4th birth chart, his speed was so fast that it seemed like he had disappeared into thin air. Where is he? Be careful! In just a blink of an eye, Lu Zhou flashed to the back of the Black Thousand Realms whirling avatar and grabbed it with one hand. His other hand shone with a blue light as he brought it down on the birth palace in the lotus seat. Lu Zhou's speed was so fast that the blackguard trembled in fear. No! Lu Zhou's hand ruthlessly destroyed the birth palace. The avatar was damaged in just an instant, and the 3 birth charts on the astrolabe went at the same time. Although Lu Zhou did not obtain merit points by destroying the birth palace, it was convenient that he could destroy a few birth charts at once. Without the avatar and the birth charts, the blackguard in front of Lu Zhou was a weak sheep. The blackguards in the surroundings rushed to their comrades. Retreat! A blue lotus appeared and bloomed under Lu Zhou's feet at this moment. The surging energy from the blue lotus swept toward the 5 blackguards. Bang! 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 The energy from the blue lotus cut through the mountain range in eastern forest mountain like a hot knife through butter. Now that the 5 blackguards had disappeared, Lu Zhou pressed his hand down on the chest of the blackguard whose birth palace he destroyed. The blackguard fell from the sky and crashed heavily on the ground. Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 8,000 merit points. Domain bonus: 2,000 merit points. Lu Zhou did not let down his guard. He looked around for the remaining blackguards, but they were nowhere to be seen. Did they use some secret technique to escape? Could it be an invisibility technique? From this battle, it could be seen that his combat techniques for the Thousand Realms whirling were still insufficient. Yan Jinluo's book only covered the basic common knowledge after all. There were no secret techniques. He had used the supreme mystic power thrice now and depleted half of it. If he used all his trump cards, it was not impossible to kill all of them. However, he did not think it was worth it. The power of hearing. Blue energy lingered around Lu Zhou's ears. The range of his hearing spanned 1,000 meters in just an instant. Every sound of the movement, breath, and heartbeat of those from the Seeking Heaven sect, the True Kunlun sect, and the Void sect entered his ears. Lu Zhou turned around and glanced at Xianxia and the others. With just a glance, the trio immediately fell to their knees in the air. "Old sir, please forgive us." Upon seeing this, thousands of people fell to the ground at the same time. "Old sir, please forgive us." At this moment, thump, 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 the sound of heartbeats? Lu Zhou's attention was not on them but on the north of the mountain range in the eastern forest mountain. He recalled the blackguards seemed to have come from the north earlier. He flashed and traveled thousands of meters north in just a blink of an eye. He hovered in the air and continued to listen. Thump, thump, thump. All of a sudden, the extremely faint sound of heartbeats stopped. The surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. Lu Zhou placed one hand on his back as he said in a low voice, "Playing cat and mouse with me?" Lu Zhou struck with his palm. Boom! A golden palm seal flew in the direction where he last heard the heartbeat and landed on a rock. Four blackguards appeared immediately. They rushed toward the fifth blackguard who was hit by the palm seal before they escaped in a flash. "Go! Where are we going?" Lu Zhou chased after them at an even more exaggerated speed. Lu Zhou, who had obtained Di Zhang's ability, felt that the blackguard's speed was a little slow. He wondered if they were intentionally slowing down. It was similar to how human movements were slow in the eyes of cats, just not as exaggerated. They were all Thousand Realms whirling experts after all. In a blink of an eye, Lu Zhou had already chased them to the northern jungle. Meanwhile, Xianxia, Mo Xinglu, and Zhang Yan looked at each other. "Should we chase after them?" Mo Xinglu asked. "No, we should just stay here," Xianxia said. "If we chase after them, we might get hurt." The disciples below nodded. The battle of the 10-leaf experts in the Skywell mountain range had already leveled the mountains and the valley. In comparison to the battle between so many Thousand Realms whirling experts, that was likely just like an appetizer. Zhang Yan sighed as he said with a troubled expression, "Then, the life heart. At this point in time, you can still think about the life heart? It's better to think about how to save your life." The three of them lowered their heads and sighed in unison. They decided not to leave and wait instead. They knew they could run now, but they wouldn't be able to run forever. If the Thousand Realms whirling experts were angered, who knew what they would do? It was better to just wait. At least there was a chance of survival. Now that they thought about it, after meeting the blackguards, the old Thousand Realms whirling expert seemed rather reasonable. While chasing after the blackguards, Lu Zhou hesitated slightly. Based on what he knew, the blackguards should not be so weak. Moreover, their fighting style was too timid. After losing only one blackguard, they turned tail and ran. Lu Zhou was puzzled. Were they really from the powerful blackguards in the Black Tower Council? In the forest east of the Eastern Forest Mountain. Buzz, buzz. Two golden avatars towered in the sky. One of the avatars had a spinning golden lotus with 10 leaves. The tips of the leaves were burning with wisps of golden flames. The other avatar had no lotus, which made it look rather cool and mysterious. 10 leaves revolved around the avatar in an orderly manner like 10 moons revolving around Earth. 10 leaves. Lu Zhou, naturally, knew what happened as soon as he saw the avatars. With so many people looking out for Yu Zhanghai and Yu Shangrong, it was only a matter of course that they successfully sprouted the 10th leaf. At this moment, the 5 blackguards hesitated for a moment before they flew toward the two 10-leaf avatars. Upon seeing this, Lu Zhou frowned slightly. "You dare to target my disciples?" Lu Zhou mobilized the power of the 4th birth chart. A golden light seemed to shine from his body. Soon after, the space seemed to ripple and distort when he moved due to the extreme speed. Lu Zhou arrived at the back of the 5 blackguards at the speed of light and struck with his palm. The 5 blackguards turned around and stood shoulder to shoulder with their halberds next to them. Then they flashed and disappeared again. Lu Zhou's palm strike missed its targets. What kind of move was that? Lu Zhou turned around and confirmed his disciples were safe and sound. At the same time, he saw Si Wuya flying over on Di Zhang's back. He hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Si Wuya. "Don't come over. The blackguards must be still in the vicinity." Based on that earlier move, their speed increased for a moment. It was faster than the speed of flashing. If his disciples came over and were taken hostages, it would be quite troublesome. See, Wuya and Di Jiang hovered in the sky thousands of meters away, unmoving. Master, what's wrong? The Black Guards. They're all Thousand Realms whirling experts, Lu Zhou said as he looked around. See, Wuya, worthy of being Lu Zhou's smartest disciple, rose higher into the sky and looked at the setting sun, the clouds, and the ground. He looked in all directions before he finally said through voice transmission, Master, continue to go north. They'll definitely go north. See, Wuya was right. However, Lu Zhou said, No, if they turn back, all of you will be in danger. Lu Zhou flew slightly north to a large valley. It was humid here, the terrain was rougher, and there were beasts. Lu Zhou chanted the mantra for the power of hearing. For a few thousand meters, there were no sounds of movement at all. This time, there was no heartbeat. Lu Zhou moved forward slowly. Every few meters, he would stop and look around. I gave you a chance. Not only did you not cherish it, but you provoked me instead, Lu Zhou said as he continued moving forward. He cut off the power of hearing. He decided to save his supreme mystic power and rely on his cultivation base instead to sense the movement around him. Although he had just killed a blackguard, he could not be complacent. Creak. A sound rang from the left. Why are you so aggressive, old sir? Lu Zhou raised his hand. Swoosh. Boom. A palm seal landed on the towering tree, shattering it immediately. Nevertheless, no one could be seen. When you provoked me earlier, did you think about the consequences? What makes you think you can twist right and wrong as you wish? Let me show you the vastness of the universe today. A reply came from the front right. We've given up the 3 life hearts. Why don't we forget about this matter? Moreover, we've lost one of our comrades. Why don't we consider that as compensation for our previous offenses? This blackguard was rather smart and flexible. Lu Zhou looked around his surroundings as he fell deep into his thoughts. He did not strike the spot where the voice came from. He thought it was not a bad idea to end the matter like that. However, a cold voice rang from the depths of the northern jungle at this moment. Kill him or all of you will die. Lord Wu. Lord Wu? Even the blackguards sound so respectful when addressing this person. Is he the judge? I acted too ostentatiously this time. Is it too late to escape now? Yes. The voice seemed to come from the depths of hell. It sounded like it came from very far away. This Lord Wu was clearly quite far away and was not bothered with personally making a move. Lu Zhou raised his head. A fierce wind began to blow. The sky darkened and the sun dimmed as thunder rang and lightning flashed in the air. Lu Zhou leaped up the sky and arrived above a towering tree. When he looked down at the basin in front of him, he saw a shocking scene. A flag was erected in 5 directions around the basin. The flags were the color of ink, and the black patterns on the flags flashed faintly. The flags that were 1,000 feet tall covered a vast area. Formation flags? Lu Zhou was surprised to see them. The 1,000-foot black formation flags were rather strange. Even at the height he was hovering at, he still had to crane his neck up to look at them. At this moment, the 5 formation flags began to shoot out black energy swords. As thunder and lightning rang and flashed in the sky, the energy swords swept out, cutting down all the trees in an instant. The energy swords seemed indestructible. They continued flying out even after hitting targets after targets. Lu Zhou looked at the 5 blackguards standing under the 5 formation flags respectively as they held their halberds. Buzz, 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 buzz. 5,000 realms whirling avatar appeared for a moment before they disappeared again. In just an instant, 5 heaven-defying black energy swords shot toward Lu Zhou. Unnamed. Lu Zhou raised a hand, turning unnamed into a shield with the scripts from the Taiji Yin and Yang. Boom! The 5 terrifying energy swords slammed against unnamed, pushing Lu Zhou back hundreds of meters away from the basin. Buzz! The energy swords did not dissipate and kept pushing against unnamed. Lu Zhou was in disbelief when he felt his blood qi roiled in his body. I have underestimated you. Boom! The supreme mystic power. Unnamed shattered the 5 energy swords in just an instant. Meanwhile, the 5 formation flags fluttered in the wind. With each movement, a sonorous and powerful noise would ring in the air. Soon after, they shot out energy swords again. Was this the might of the Black Guards? Lu Zhou turned around to take a look, but his line of sight was blocked. Everything around him was like hell on earth, completely covered by the ink-colored gang cheese. The sword gang cheese occupied the space within a radius of several thousand meters. The Black Wu Guards finally made their move. Lu Zhou did not retreat, but instead advanced, flashing forward, dodging the ink-colored sword gang cheese that blotted out the sky. However, under the control of the formation flag that was 1,000 feet tall, the sword aura became even more fierce and powerful. Nameless shield. He raised his hand to block in front of him. The shield was no longer a small shield. Suddenly, it hummed, like an umbrella that could block the shining golden light in the sky. The shield that looked like the sky flew back. Bang, bang, bang. The sword shield was forced back by the unknown shield seal. Lu Zhou took the opportunity to flash forward and activate his life core. The golden astrolabe appeared in his palm. He only made an arc motion and 5 flaming light beams shot out. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang. The 5 black guardians placed their palms in front of them. The whirling of 1,000 worlds was activated, and the power of the light beams forced them back. At the same time, the 5 black astrolabes shot out dense light pillars with gang imprints, striking back at Lu Zhou. This old man is really going too far? Lu Zhou was now completely covered in danger. Once the power of supreme mystery was used up, he would really be finished. In this environment, there was no room for carelessness. The Black Guardians came from the Black Tower and were top-notch experts. How could they not have any means? Formation flag. Lu Zhou looked at the formation flag that was 1,000 feet tall. It kept swaying with the wild wind and shot out ink-colored sword energy. He had to find a way to get close to them. The power of life force and the power of supreme mystery were both limited. He could not waste them like this. While he was thinking, the sword energy shot out from the formation flag that was 1,000 feet tall neutralized the unknown shield. The entire world returned to the state of the purgatory of sword energy. Seal formation. Bang, bang, bang. The sword energy was thrown out by the seal formation. 6 directions Dao seal. 8 trigrams appeared under his feet, and 10 golden words appeared on his body. The sword energy was all pushed back. Lu Zhou continued to flash forward. The Black Guardian took out his Dharma body at the same time and threw out the long halberd in his hand. Lu Zhou glanced at it. Was he going to use a fatal blow? It was not worth it. Even if he took one person away, there would still be 4 people left. Wait a little longer. If it really did not work, the fatal strike and all the power of supreme mystery could take away 2 people. It was not too late to retreat. The long halberds revolved around the formation flag. The 5 long halberds shone with black light. Gang cheese revolved around the long halberds. Under the support of the formation flag, the 5 long halberds seemed to pierce through the void and stabbed towards Lu Zhou. At the same time, the dark sword gang that blotted out the sky covered the 5 long halberds. At the critical moment, Si Wuya's voice sounded. Master, Si Soul Bead. He received a reminder. Lu Zhou immediately took out the Si Soul Bead. Merge. Yuan Qi activated the Si Soul Bead. With the Si Soul Bead as the center, the temperature within a few kilometers suddenly dropped. G. Absolute 0. Under this effect, all the energy within the ice seal was frozen. Everything was frozen. Creaking sounds of freezing covered the sky and earth. The ink-colored sword aura in the sky also became a part of the ice. Then, the 5 formation flags turned into ice sculptures and stopped moving. The 5 Black Wu guards did not think and said in unison, Retreat! Retreat! You want to leave? It's too late. Without the sword aura blocking him, Lu Zhou was like a fish in water. He activated his life matrix heart and his entire body flashed with golden light. He appeared beside one of the Black Wu guards and struck out with his palm. Block! The armor of the Black Wu guard lit up with Dao patterns. The black astrolabe appeared in front of his chest. You can't block it. Boom! This palm contained the power of the grand mystery. The astrolabe shrank into his body. Ding, you have killed a life force. You have received 6,000 merit points. Seeing this, the others attacked from all directions. For ink-colored gang seals swept over. In order to destroy all wisdom and wisdom, they were able to stay in Samadhi Zhengding. As for their appearances, such as light and shadow, they were able to display everything. As for you Samadhi, he did not move at all. The blue lotus bloomed. The power of Taishan once again forced the four of them to retreat without reason. Bang 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 bang. The four of them were sent flying. This scene was extremely similar to the scene of the Donglin mountain range killing the Black Wu guard. Lu Zhou grabbed the Black Wu guard in his hand and instantly unleashed 5 consecutive palm strikes. This time, he did not have the power of the grand mystery. Absolute Saint Qiji landed on the heart of the Black Wu guard one by one. Bang bang bang. No! Lu Zhou struck out with his sword in his palm. The nameless sword wrapped around the sword energy and a golden light surrounded it. It was aimed at the body of the Black Wu guard who was unable to retaliate after being struck by the 5 consecutive palm strikes. The sky was filled with Lu Zhou's shadow. Xiao xiao xiao. Every strike of the nameless sword sliced through the black guard's body. After a series of dazzling attacks, Lu Zhou appeared near the black guard with his back facing the person and looked at the four of them. In his palm, the nameless sword flickered with a firefly-like golden light. Another combination. The battle stopped. The black guard behind Lu Zhou seemed to be immobilized and didn't move at all. He didn't even look at the black guard. Instead, he stared at the remaining 4 people without blinking. Kacha. The armor of the black guard behind him broke into pieces one by one. Then, blood spurted out from his body. He had been cut into pieces by Lu Zhou's nameless sword a long time ago. Blood spurted out like a tap that had gone out of control. Ding, 1 life matrix killed. 6,000 merit points obtained. Ding, 1 target killed. 8,000 merit points obtained. 2,000 points gained from land boundary. That Black Wu guard was reduced to pieces and fell into the basin, disappearing. It would not be long before he became food for the fierce beasts in the wilderness. The remaining 4 black guards gulped, their Adam's apple bobbing up and down. Are we really going to lose? The black guard's voice became hoarse. Hearing this, Lu Zhou's expression was calm. From these words, he could tell that the black guard still had a trump card. But things had already come to this point. How could they not pay the price after acting tough? Lose. Lu Zhou shook his head. To be honest, we don't want to fight. The black guards are only the enforcement layer. The judge is right behind us. The captain of the black guards pulled out a barrier and transmitted his voice. The judge. Lord Wu likes to watch the tiger fight on the mountain. I admit that you are very powerful, but if this continues, it will be disadvantageous for both of us. You are the expert who killed Yao, aren't you? The captain of the black guards said. I did kill Yao, Lu Zhou said calmly. Half a year ago, I was ordered to investigate this matter. If I wanted to do it, I would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? I thought that you wouldn't care about these low-level life forms after entering the 1,000 realms. I didn't expect that we would meet again. The captain of the black guards shook his head. Why are you telling me this? The nameless sword in Lu Zhou's hand was still there. Let's take a step back and call it a day, said the leader of the black guards. What if I don't agree? The leader of the black guards said helplessly, Ever since I became the black guards, I knew that I would die. I really want to live longer. The greater world is full of dangers. As long as I have a choice, I won't be the black guards anymore. Since you can see clearly, you still dare to threaten me? Lu Zhou said. A person in his position has no choice, the black guard said. If I knew it was you, I definitely would not have appeared in the Donglin mountain range. Living was the most important thing for survival. This was the rule that he had always followed since he became the black guards. Later, the black guards reminded him, There's not enough time. Lord Wu, Wait for us to report back. There was also Lord Wu. As expected. From the northernmost point of the mountain range, a low voice sounded. Is this your disciple? The smell on his body is interesting. He's very smart. Reaching here. Lu Zhou suddenly raised his head and looked towards the north. When he looked towards the back, Si Wuya's shadow was nowhere to be seen. 7th. Lu Zhou's face turned stiff as he looked at the 4 black guards. Where is he? Sir. Take me to him. Lu Zhou's body was full of killing intent. The black guard looked left and right, waved his arm, and said with a conflicted expression, Lord Wu is one of the 4 great judges of the Black Tower. To be honest, I don't want to see you die. He suddenly felt that the balance within the Black Tower was really going to be broken. Don't force me to kill. Lu Zhou's tone was cold. The black guards pointed at the northern mountain range. Lu Zhou's body once again emitted golden lines as he chased after them like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. The remaining 4 black guards let out a sigh of relief. What do we do now? The mission failed. Report truthfully. But before that, the captain of the black guards raised his hand and slapped his chest. With a grunt, blood spurted out. Leader, do it. The remaining black guards sighed and heavily injured themselves. Don't mention the 2 brothers who died. There are many people from the Black Tower who will look for him. The leader gestured towards the sky and earth and bowed. His originally bright eyes turned cold. Don't blame me. Go well. It was not easy for anyone to survive in this world. The 4 black guards flew toward the northern mountain range. What should we do if he kills us? The other captain said. Then, we will die together. They flew toward the north. Lu Zhou had used up all of his speed and life force. Finally, he saw Di Jiang floating above the forest. Di Jiang. Ga. Di Jiang saw its real owner and flew over as fast as lightning. Lu Zhou landed on its body. Where's 7th? Jiega. Di Jiang suddenly dived down, almost causing Lu Zhou to fall. Fortunately, his cultivation was profound, so he adjusted at an extremely fast speed. He roughly understood the situation. Si Wuya must have known something and took advantage of Di Jiang to come here, wanting to find out what was going on. However, he did not expect to meet the judge of the 8-life matrix. He was captured. Lu Zhou closed his eyes slightly. The divine ability of the heavenly book had a blue light attached to his eyes. Si Wuya's vision appeared. He saw that Si Wuya was caught by a huge black hand in the clouds, unable to break free. The Great Void Aura, it's actually the Great Void Aura. The heavens are helping me. The heavens are helping me. Lu Zhou suddenly opened his eyes and raised his head to look at the sky. In the clouds, a black lotus disk at the bottom of the lotus seat appeared in his field of vision. The black lotus was charging toward the heavens, breaking through the clouds. The black lotus shone brightly in the sky. P.S. Recommendation ticket and monthly ticket. Today is 2:5K. Monday I want a ticket. Thank you. The black lotus was rather big, giving off an oppressive aura, just like black clouds looming over a city. If it were not for the distinct lotus shape and the dazzling black light, one might actually mistake it for black clouds. As the black lotus moved up, the 10 leaves spun, parting the clouds in its path. Meanwhile, the 4 blackguards did not rush to return. Although they still had tricks up their sleeves, they rather not run into Lu Zhou again. As they flew, they thought about how the judge would punish them if they could survive this disaster, and if they did, how they were going to report this failed mission. The 4 of them were anxious and ill at ease. Moreover, 2 of their ranks had died. How could the atmosphere be pleasant? At this moment, all 4 of them felt the shift in the energy and looked up in unison in the direction of the entrance. When they saw the 750-foot avatar, all of them were shocked. 750 feet far surpassed all of the heights of their avatars after all. After forming the 1,000 Realms whirling avatar, every birth chart would increase the height of one's avatar by 50 feet. Upon reaching the 6th birth chart, one had to pass the birth chart test. If one passed the test, one's avatar would grow another 30 feet taller. Apart from that, after passing the test, one would gain abilities like the birth chart fusion ability. Needless to say, if one failed, one would not be able to activate the 7th birth chart. On the other hand, those whose birth palaces were small, naturally, did not even have a chance to take the test. The blackguards were very strong in the Red Lotus domain. However, they were only average or slightly above average in the Black Tower Council. Someone like Lord Wu was a genius whom they all looked up to. When the 4 blackguards regained their senses, they were confused. Why is Lord Wu going back now? Why is he in such a hurry? The captain frowned and said, "The entrance just opened. Lord Wu must have something urgent to attend to. This is a good thing for us. We should find a place to recuperate." Didn't we get injured in vain then? First, report to the Black Tower Council. Understood. The blackguard standing at the left brought a black talisman out. Just as he was about to light it, the Black Lotus suddenly stopped spinning. "What's that?" One of the blackguards exclaimed. "It's him. Life and death are determined by fate. I've already tried to persuade him. If he doesn't listen, there's no one to blame for his death." The blackguards saw Lu Zhou riding on Dizhang's back, flying up. That seemingly weak body rode on the lightning-fast mount as a conical energy appeared 5 feet in front of him. At this moment, Wu Guangping, one of the 4 judges in the Black Tower Council and an 8-chart expert, stood above the Black Lotus avatar with an excited expression on his face. All of a sudden, he frowned when he sensed movements underneath his avatar. 1,000 realms whirling? Interesting. At the same time, Lu Zhou continued climbing up the sky as he had yet to see the 8-chart expert. When he reached a certain altitude, he said Dijiang before he flew off its back. "Wait for me to return." Squawk! A thunderous cry rang in the sky. Dijiang was very obedient. It flew away at lightning speed. Now that it was not carrying anyone, its speed was even faster than before. In just a blink of an eye, it had already flown a distance away. Lu Zhou continued to fly up. When he was dozens of feet away from the bottom of the Black Lotus avatar, a thunderous voice rang from above. "Weak!" Following that, tens of thousands of shadows appeared around Lu Zhou and began to attack. His instincts told him the shadows were incredibly dangerous. He hurriedly clenched his left hand, and the Golden Buddha body appeared around him. The Golden Buddha body looked different from before. It sat cross-legged on the lotus, and the lotus shone with a much dazzling golden light. Clang! 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 The attacks from the shadows that surrounded the Golden Buddha body rained down like a storm on the Golden Buddha body. Countless black palm seals hit the Golden Buddha body, causing it to ring like the tolling morning bell. The ringing spread in all directions, alarming the beasts on the ground and in the sky. On the other side, the 4 blackguards watched in confusion. Their eyes widened as they stared at the Golden Buddha body that withstood the attacks from the shadows. Similarly, Wu Guangping, who had used a powerful technique, thought he would be able to easily kill the frail old man, was slightly surprised as well. He did not expect his countless palm seals were like cotton candy when they hit the Golden Buddha body. His body stiffened for a moment before he quickly descended and appeared in front of Lu Zhou. He asked skeptically, "You're capable of blocking my palm seals?" Lu Zhou did not even wait as he pushed his right hand out. The enhanced Deadly Strike card disappeared into spots of starlight immediately. "Take this palm strike." A vortex spinning counterclockwise appeared before it transformed into a terrifyingly huge palm seal. Apart from its size, it was no different from a palm seal by an ordinary cultivator. It looked deceptively simple. Upon seeing this, Wu Guangping's eyes flashed in disdain. Then, he advanced and launched a black palm seal several times larger than Lu Zhou's palm seal. Swoosh! Wu Guangping frowned. The golden palm seal was unaffected by the black palm seal and passed through it easily. Then, Wu Guangping moved his 750-foot thousand realms whirling avatar in front of him to block the simple-looking golden palm seal. Alas, the golden palm seal was unstoppable. Bam! The golden palm seal landed on the black thousand realms whirling avatar. The avatar flashed brightly before cracks began to appear on its body. Wu Guangping's expression changed drastically. He retreated hastily, spitting out a mouthful of blood. All of a sudden, the sound of glass breaking rang from the towering 750-foot avatar. The golden palm seal continued to fly unimpeded toward Wu Guangping. Meanwhile, the four blackguards stared at the scene before them unblinkingly. When the golden palm seal flew into the clouds, obscuring their sight, they could not help but sigh regretfully. Alas, they could not witness an exciting battle. Perhaps they were not paying attention. They had assumed Wu Guangping's palm seals had hit the old man's vital points and destroyed his birth charts. With the golden palm seal disappearing into the clouds, they were even more convinced the old man had died. After all, how could the old man's golden Buddha body withstand the attack from an 8-chart expert? Look, the old man did not even have a chance to manifest his avatar before it died. It was just a futile struggle to go against an 8-chart expert. However, soon after, they were shocked to discover the old man was not dead. Instead, he was standing proudly and looking at the sky. At this moment, they realized something was amiss. With Wu Guangping's temper, how could he tolerate a weak cultivator acting so presumptuously for such a long time? By right, Wu Guangping should have already killed the old man. Boom! Wu Guangping looked at the golden palm seal that was closing in on him in disbelief. He focused all his energy in his hands before he pushed them out. Crack! As soon as Wu Guangping's hand met the golden palm seal, a cracking noise rang in the air. Both his arms were broken. The golden palm seal continued to push forward and stuck itself to Wu Guangping's body. In the distance, lightning flashed a few times within the clouds. Following that, there was a clap of thunder and the sounds of screaming. When silence returned, "What's wrong with Lord Wu? Did the entrance close?" The four blackguards looked at the sky in confusion. Ding! Killed one target. Reward: 10,000 merit points. Domain bonus: 5,000 merit points. Si Wuya naturally witnessed everything. He felt as though his soul was shattered when the palm seal landed on Wu Guangping. At this moment, he was once again in awe of his master's profound strength. Just a single palm strike was able to kill an 8-chart expert. How invincible! From Lu Zhou's point of view, he saw the golden palm seal shoot up. After it landed on its target, a miserable cry rang out before everything disappeared into nothingness. Although it was a loss using the enhanced deadly strike card, it was a necessary move. If he did not use it, he would have suffered a greater loss. All in all, Lu Zhou was rather satisfied with the card's effect. "Master!" Si Wuya's voice rang from above. Lu Zhou flew over. Si Wuya had already escaped and was hovering in the air. Upon seeing his master rushing over, he kneeled in the air and said with a contrite expression on his face, "I was wrong and almost harmed master. Please punish me, master." Si Wuya gulped after he finished speaking. He had witnessed the entire one-sided battle. His master's palm strike was truly shocking. Although he had always known his master was strong, this was the first time he really understood how profound and mysterious his master's strength was. As the saying went, confidence comes from strength. No wonder his master always remained confident and unflustered no matter what situation he faced. Be it Yi Zhen, Yu Qinshu, Xia Hosheng, the Grand Dukes, or the blackguards, they were nothing in front of his master. Lu Zhou did not blame Si Wuya. Instead, he looked at the stormy sky and asked, "What did you discover?" Si Wuya replied, "Master, when you were fighting the blackguards, I noticed some movements over here. To prevent reinforcement from reaching the blackguards, Di Jiang and I flew here. That's when I saw this runic passage. I know it's dangerous, but—" Lu Zhou raised his hand. The sky gradually calmed down and turned blue again. There was nothing but huge fluffy white clouds in the blue sky now. Lu Zhou asked, puzzled, "What's a runic passage?" Si Wuya explained. "During the last 6 months, apart from cultivating and teaching Li Yunjing, I have been spending time in the Sky Research Court. During my time there, I read about runic passages from the research Luo Xian left behind. According to the people from the Sky Research Court, Luo Xian first came across a runic passage when she was excavating an ancient tomb. After that, she devoted herself to researching the runic passage and confirmed the existence of the world beyond the heavens. How did the runic passage prove the existence of the world beyond the heavens? The runic passage allows one to fly at an extremely fast speed. Fly? Is it faster than Dijiang? It's far faster than Dijiang. We can't use logic to view it. It's like this. Wuxia tried to explain it in the simplest way possible. He struggled for a moment before he fisted both his hands and lifted them. From the left to the right, the distance is greater than that of the endless ocean that lies between the Golden Lotus domain and Red Lotus domain. However, with the runic passage, you can just... So it's like teleportation? Lu Zhou found the words Wuxia was looking for. Wuxia's eyes lit up immediately. He looked at his master and said excitedly, "Yes, it's like teleportation. The runic passage has high requirements for it to work. The energy consumption is really high and the location has to be suitable as well. If it were not for the world beyond the heavens, Luo Xian probably would have studied the runic passage. In any case, later on, the royal family put a stop to the research. Following that, Luo Xian used the runes from the runic passage she found to create a runic passage in the Blackwater Mystic Cave. That was how she managed to get to the Golden Lotus domain. This also proved the existence of the world beyond the heavens." Wuxia paused to catch his breath before he continued to say, "Master, as you've seen earlier, the runic passage not only has a high consumption of energy and strict requirements regarding its location, but it has high requirements of the user as well. Perhaps the Red Lotus domain did not want to alarm the cultivators, so they suppressed the research. When Master confirmed that the Black Lotus domain has been monopolizing the birth chart beasts in the Red Lotus domain for a long time now and has plans to monopolize the Golden Lotus domain, I couldn't help but wonder how they pulled it off when they had to travel such a long distance. Even if it was an 8-chart thousand realms whirling expert, it would still take 5 days to cross the endless ocean. 5 days are enough for the birth chart beast to be captured by someone else before the Black Lotus cultivators arrived. Moreover, after listening to Master's encounter with the Black Thousand Realms whirling cultivator in the Sky-Will Rift Valley, I realized the valley was somewhat similar to the Golden Lotus domain's Heaven's Moat. In any case, it'd be much easier for the Black Lotus cultivators to travel the endless ocean than to enter through the lava. Didn't make sense to me. That's why I took the risk and came here to see if I can learn anything." After Wuxia finished speaking, he looked up at the tranquil sky. Lu Zhou asked, "Are you certain?" "Yes, it's the runic passage." "Weren't you afraid he'd kill you?" Lu Zhou asked. Wuxia replied honestly, "I was betting on him not killing me." Lu Zhou. Wuxia explained, "First, based on Lu Li and Dijiang's reaction, I confirmed that I have the Great Void energy. Although I don't know what it is, I'm sure it's some special energy. Second, I've contacted Senior Sister Zhao Yu many times and learned that the cultivator Lian Xing was trying to obtain her Great Void energy, apart from suppressing her cultivation base. Whether it's Lu Li, Lian Xing, or Dijiang, their reaction to the Great Void energy is one of awe. It's like some treasure that surpasses all treasures. Therefore, I was certain this person wouldn't kill me. At most, he would capture and imprison me before he tried to extract the Great Void energy from me. In fact, it's a good thing if I were captured. I'd be able to infiltrate the Black Tower Council and work with Master from the inside. Alas! Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou looked at Wuxia with a complicated expression as he said, "Based on your words, it seems like I ruined your plans?" Wuxia fell to his knees again. "That's not what I mean, Master." "All right, rise before you speak," Lu Zhou said. "You're right, but it's a little risky. If this Black Lotus cultivator doesn't know what's good for him, wouldn't you die in vain? What if he's a psycho who likes to inflict torture? How are you going to deal with him at that time?" He stopped himself from saying, "What if Wu Guangping liked men?" "I understand. Thank you, Master, for enlightening me. I know my mistake," Wuxia said. Lu Zhou looked at the calm sky again and asked, "Can you create a runic passage?" An embarrassed expression appeared on Wuxia's face as he said, "I'm afraid I can't do it alone. The difficulty of creating a runic passage is 1,000 times more difficult than building the Sky Shuttle. What if we include the members of the Sky Research Court? Lu Zhou frowned. If we count them in, there's some hope, but it'll take time. If we can obtain some blueprints, methods to gain energy supply, and other information, it will be much easier, Si Wuya replied. Lu Zhou was silent. Why can't you say you have a ready-made one for me? In the end, Lu Zhou decided to ask Yanjinluo about this matter. I'll leave the runic passage to you. As for the other things, I'll think of a way, Lu Zhou said. Si Wuya was overjoyed. Understood. Apart from that, don't make a big deal out of today's matter. I don't want to be too high profile, Lu Zhou said. Understood. When Lu Zhou turned around, he saw the 4 blackguards standing still like statues in the distance. He frowned slightly. He had used up his deadly strike card. How was he supposed to fight now? By another deadly strike card? No, that's not right. They seem afraid, and it looks like they want to run away. Upon seeing this, Lu Zhou said loudly, Your Lord Wu, the judge with 8 birth charts, has been killed by me. How dare you act so impudent in front of me? Si Wuya. Master, what happened to keeping a low profile? The 4 blackguards trembled, and they almost lost their grips on their long halberds. The 4 blackguards. The clouds in the sky had blocked the blackguards' visions earlier. They only saw lightning flashing within the cloud before the sky calmed down again. In their opinions, the judge, the 8-chart expert, must have already returned to the Black Lotus domain through the runic passage. Stay calm. It can't be true. How can he kill Lord Wu? Impossible. The blackguards had fought Lu Zhou earlier. If they had given it their all, they might stand a chance of defeating him. His strength was a far cry from an 8-chart expert. They could not believe the person in front of them had killed Wu Guangping. At this moment, the captain of the blackguards standing on the left suddenly heard the rustling of the talisman from his body. He hurriedly brought it out and lit it up. Soon enough, a piece of paper appeared. There were 2 sentences written on it. Lord Wu's lifestone has shattered. Investigate this matter. The captain's eyes widened and his hand that was holding the paper trembled. The other captain of the blackguards sensed the abnormality of his action and with a wave of his hand, brought the paper over to have a look. Upon seeing the message, he exclaimed in shock. Following that, the 2 remaining took a look at the paper as well. Needless to say, they were not any less shocked than the 2 captains. The Black Tower Council's 8-chart judge, Wu Guangping, had died, and the person who killed him was standing nearby and staring at them with a burning gaze. They felt incredibly uneasy and uncomfortable. It felt as though they had been drinking fine wine for a long time and were suddenly told that they had been drinking horse urine all along. Lu Zhou and Si Wuya looked at the 4 blackguards. After a moment, Lu Zhou said through voice transmission, Follow me closely. Don't make any unnecessary moves. Understood. Si Wuya's expression remained calm as he followed his master and flew toward the 4 blackguards. Similarly, Lu Zhou showed no changes in his expression as well. Although he knew danger lay up ahead, he still had to advance. He had to intimidate them. Finally, Lu Zhou came to a stop a few dozen meters away from the 4 blackguards. His expression when he looked at them seemed to say, What? Do you need me to invite you over? The 4 blackguards were not fools. They understood Lu Zhou's meaning. They hurriedly flew out and stopped 10 meters away from Lu Zhou. All of them wore varying expressions of embarrassment on their faces. A moment ago, they were sworn enemies who fought each other, and now it was as though they were reunited with an old friend. Lu Zhou calmly asked, Do you want to live? Si Wuya watched silently. If we don't want to live, why would we heavily injure ourselves? The 4 blackguards pressed their hands against their chests, looking uncomfortable. If you want to live, you'll answer my questions. The 4 blackguards exchanged a quick look before they nodded. Lu Zhou asked one of them, What's your name? He had noticed that this person had been leading the 6 blackguards since before. I'm Xianxia, a captain of the blackguards, Xianxia answered honestly. Lu Zhou continued to ask, That person earlier, he was a judge in the Black Tower Council. Xianxia replied, "Yes, he's Lord Wu Guangping." Lu Zhou fell silent. After Xianxia finished speaking, he felt that it was inappropriate to address Wu Guangping as Lord in front of an expert. He said, Wu Guangping was very active in the Black Tower Council, and he was also one of the outspoken representatives from the radical faction. More than 1,000 years ago, he supported the plan to annihilate the Red Lotus domain but was opposed by the conservative faction. More than 300 years ago, he participated in the Great Void Expedition and was one of the few who survived it. After that, he became even more zealous. He kept requesting the Upper Council to send him to the Red Lotus domain. Today is his first day on his mission to the Red Lotus domain. He died on the first day of his mission. Well, there's nothing I can do. If I didn't kill him, he would have killed me. The strong prey on the weak. No one can be blamed for this. Outwardly, Lu Zhou asked, "The Great Void Expedition?" Xianxia hesitated for a moment, looking to the left and the right before he finally said, "In the past, the Black Tower Council, the Imperial Family, the Dark and Light Alliance, and few other forces selected a few elites to go to the unknown place to search for the Great Void Seed. It was a top-secret expedition. I wasted a lot of treasures back then and still could not find out much." Wuxia was puzzled. "You know about the Great Void Seeds? It's said to be some kind of precious treasure that's beneficial to cultivation. It grows in the unknown place, and it's said that if you have it, you can activate 8 birth charts, at least. However, I've always suspected it to be a lie. The heavens set rules for humans. Why would it give us a shortcut?" Xianxia opined. Wuxia smiled. "What do you think of me?" What he meant to say was, "I have the Great Void energy. Are all of you blind?" Xianxia looked at Wuxia for a moment and nodded before he said, "You're talented and have an imposing bearing. If I'm not mistaken, you cultivated some Confucian cultivation method." Wuxia. "Forget it. At least I can confirm they can't sense the Great Void energy on me. Since Luli, Dijiang, and Wu Guangping could sense the Great Void energy on him, Wuxia wondered if only special mounts and cultivators with profound cultivation bases could sense the energy. After a moment, Wuxia replied, "I have cultivated a few techniques from the Confucian school, but I've also cultivated techniques from the Taoism and Buddhism schools." Following that, he asked, "Do you know how to go to the unknown place?" "No. All I heard is that there are many fierce beasts there. They're extremely fierce and travel in groups. The ancient books have said that there are many fierce beasts in the world. No one knew the exact number. They walk on land, swim in the sea, and soar in the sky. Not only are they much more powerful than humans, but their numbers are greater as well." Lu Zhou asked, "How many life hearts does the Black Tower Council obtain each year?" Xianxia replied, "Not many. 2 or 3 are considered a lot. Some years, there's none." Wuxia found this strange. He asked, "If we calculate according to this number after 2,000 years, there should be more 10-leaf experts in the Red Lotus domain. Why are there so few now? 10-leaf experts should have 3,000 years of life at least." Wuxia was reminded of the Golden Lotus domain. Back then, there was no 9-leaf cultivator because attempting the 9-leaf stage would drain one's lifespan. Even if there were in the past, most of them died quickly. As time went on, the 9-leaf stage became just a legend, with many people not believing it to be real. Xianxia said with a sigh, "Some of them were killed and some were imprisoned in the Black Tower Council's prison. It's no longer easy to monopolize the birth chart beasts here. Take today, for example. There were so many 10-leaf cultivators around. If this were in the past, the blackguards would have been waiting at the stone forest formation in advance with no one the wiser." Wuxia asked confidently, "Let me guess. Is that why you appointed a contact person in the Red Lotus domain to tighten your control here?" Xianxia and the other blackguards looked at each other awkwardly. They could not deny this. Lu Zhou asked, "Did you use the runic passage to come here?" "To this?" Xianxia stammered. Lu Zhou said indifferently, "If I wanted to kill you, I would have done so earlier. Wu Guangping is dead, and the internal strife in the Black Tower Council will only intensify. The secrets you're guarding will be made known sooner or later. Even if you don't tell me, do you think no one else will tell me? Xianxia was taken aback. Indeed, if no one from the Black Lotus domain had spoken to the old man in front of him, where did the old man learn how to activate his birth chart? How did he know how to control the birth chart powers? How did he kill Li Yao? Little blackguard, don't think too highly of yourself. I've given you a chance, so you must cherish it, Lu Zhou said as he stood with his hands on his back. Quack! Di Jiang cried out at this moment as it circled the place where Wu Guangping had disappeared from. Even one of the 4 judges, Wu Guangping, had died. What qualifications did the blackguards have to negotiate with the person in front of them? In the end, Xianxia nodded. Indeed, we came through the runic passage. Lu Zhou waved his hand and said, I've always been one to keep my words. Hand over the information related to the runic passage, and I'll let all of you leave. Although some might consider what Lu Zhou was doing as a deception, he did not think so. After all, he did kill 2 blackguards and Wu Guangping. Based on these 3 deaths alone, he was certain the blackguards did not doubt his strength. Moreover, he was not entirely without means to fight now. He still had some supreme mystic power left, and he had more than 100,000 merit points. With these, it was not difficult to intimidate these 4 people. Even Si Wuya was convinced of his master's strength. In the past, in order to deceive his enemies, he needed to consider many factors to ensure his success. He needed to know his enemies inside out to make good use of them. It was one of the reasons he had founded the Darknet in the Golden Lotus domain. Nevertheless, all his schemes and deceptions were nothing in front of his master's absolute power. Due to his master's peerless strength, his master's method was much more straightforward compared to his. After all, what need is there for his master to be deceptive when his master was so strong? Xianxia thought about it for a moment before he said, We only know how to use the runic passage. We don't know how to build or create it. How do you use it? In order to use the runic passage, one has to have 3 birth charts, at least. To gather primal chi to use the runic passage, one can use talismans to gather primal chi. One could use energy stones as well, but that would be too wasteful. Since the blackguards are always in groups of 3, it's easy for us to use the runic passage. The higher the cultivation base, the smoother the journey will be. We don't get to choose the runic passage we use. It's all up to the rune masters to decide. As for the exact locations of the runic passages, no one knows for sure. This is all I know, Xianxia said. Lu Zhou turned and glanced at Si Wuya before he asked, Do you have any questions for them? Si Wuya looked at Xianxia and asked, Is there a woman named Lian Xing in the Black Tower Council? Xianxia shook her head and said, No, not that I know of. Are you sure? The Black Tower Council keeps a record of its members. After joining the Black Tower Council, one's name will be recorded. I've seen the record before, and I don't remember seeing this name. Could it be an alias? The Black Tower Council doesn't have the habit of using aliases. Si Wuya frowned. No one knew what he was thinking about. Lu Zhou nodded. Last question. What kind of formation flags did you use earlier in the Eastern Forest Mountains Basin? The 8 Desolate and 6 Harmony flags, Xianxia said as his eyes brightened. To tell you the truth, the 8 Desolate and 6 Harmony flags should have 8 flags occupying 8 specific positions. However, since we had only 5 flags earlier, the strength was much weaker. Lu Zhou's expression remained unchanged as he said, All right, that's all. Lu Zhou, naturally, knew the implications behind Xianxia's words. Xianxia meant to say that no matter how weak the blackguards seemed, they were not completely useless. However, how could he be impressed? He had more than one universe grade or fusion weapon in his hand. Just the Sea Spirit Pearl alone was enough to break their thousands upon thousands of energy swords earlier. Xianxia asked, May I ask how I should address you, Senior? My surname is Lu. Senior Lu will take our leave now. We've already told everything I know. There's a time limit given to use by the Black Tower Council, so we have to return now to report to the council, Xianxia said. Wait. Lu Zhou stopped them. Xianxia was taken aback. Senior Lu, are you going back on your words? The 3 blackguards were instantly on guard. They looked at Lu Zhou and Si Wuya warily. Lu Zhou shook his head and said, I always keep my word. When you return, pretend you don't know anything about Wu Guangping's matter. Xianxia said, Of course. They were not stupid. If they revealed what they had seen, how could they live? How could Wu Guangping, one of the 4 judges of the Black Tower Council, die when the blackguards survived? Even if they reported, they would have to provide concrete evidence. Otherwise, they would only be charged with dereliction of duty or something worse. Lu Zhou waved his sleeves. The 4 blackguards exchanged a look before they left. An hour later, the blackguards appeared in a forest. The other captain asked, Xianxia, aren't you afraid the Black Tower Council will pursue this matter? Things have already escalated to this extent. Do we have a choice? Don't always think about your duty to the council. Remember that the Black Tower Council only treats us as chess pieces. But there are no buts. If you want to live, just do as I say, Xianxia said. Aren't you afraid that I'll tell on you? If you want to die, you can report me to the council. In any case, do you think the council will believe you? Wu Guangping is dead. He's an 8-chart expert. Do you really have the guts to say you were there to witness his death? Xianxia said gravely. Remember what should and shouldn't be said. Then what about this Lu person? I don't know, Xianxia said. Just treat him as a birth chart beast that we lost to some other forces. Then what about our injuries? Bear with it. Times have changed. Previously, I wanted to lead the conflict in the council to him. However, he's too terrifying. Black Guardian. Doesn't this mean we injure ourselves in vain? Meanwhile, Lu Zhou and Si Wuya made their way back to the Easter Forest Mountain. Di Jiang quickly caught up from behind. Before long, they saw thousands of cultivators standing near the stone forest in an orderly fashion. Si Wuya looked over and said, Master, there's movement over there. When the thousands of cultivators saw Lu Zhou and Si Wuya flying back, they bowed almost at the same time. Greetings, Senior. Xianxia, Mo Xinglu, and Zhang Yan stood respectfully at the lead. Earlier, when Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong sprouted the 10th leaf, they had sensed the shift in energy and rushed over here. Lu Zhou's figure flashed and appeared in front of the 3 sects with his hands on his back. It's you. Xianxia, Mo Xinglu, and Zhang Yan wore sheepish expressions on their faces. Mo Xinglu said, It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. We came here to ask for forgiveness from Senior. Ask for forgiveness? Lu Zhou glanced at the trio. We were blind. If we knew it was Senior Lu, even if we had the courage of a lion, we wouldn't have dared to fight for the life hearts. Zhang Yan said nervously. Lu Zhou said, I've always been a reasonable person. Of the 3 birth chart beasts, 2 were attracted by my disciples, and 1 was attracted by your disciple. Do you want the life heart? He lifted his hand, and she chose life heart appeared in his hand. The crystal clear life heart attracted everyone's attention immediately. At this moment, woof, 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 Xianxia began to bark when it sensed the life heart. The people from the Evil Sky Pavilion looked over, inwardly amazed. Lu Zhou extended his hand in front of Zhang Yan. Upon seeing this, Zhang Yan kneeled on one knee and hastily said, No, 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 this doesn't belong to me. The beast should have been attracted by your disciples as well. Really? Can 2 of them attract 3 birth chart beasts? Lu Zhou asked, puzzled. Zhang Yan said, There's nothing absolute in this world. Although birth chart beasts are said to have territorial awareness, the 2 Shan Gaos and Shi Chu appeared in the same place. If it's your disciples, let alone 3, it's even possible for them to attract 5 birth chart beasts. My disciple hasn't even stabilized the 10-leaf stage. He can't possibly attract so many birth chart beasts. I'm relieved to hear that. Then, I'll take the 3 life hearts. Lu Zhou nodded and longer dwelled on this matter. He tossed the life hearts to his disciples. Yu Zhenghai caught the 3 life hearts immediately. Zhang Yan hurriedly nodded and said, It's a matter of course for you to keep the 3 life hearts. Our Seeking Heaven sect is also very reasonable. Well said. However, it's a pity your disciple died in vain. You've sacrificed too much just to take down the birth chart beasts, Lu Zhou said with a sigh. Taking down fierce beasts is the responsibility of all humans. How can we talk about dying in vain or sacrificing too much when we're doing our duty? Thank you for your concern, Senior, Zhang Yan said with a red face. Following that, Lu Zhou shifted his gaze to Mo Xinglu and Xianxia. Both of you. Senior Lu, we've met before at the Skywell mountain range. Mo Xinglu took the initiative to say. Lu Zhou nodded and asked, both of you are also looking for birth chart beasts? Xianxia and Mo Xinglu nodded awkwardly. How could they dare to say no? Old Senior, is there anyone who doesn't want to be a birth chart expert? I'd be lying if I said no. All these years, both our sects have been searching for birth chart beasts. I don't know why birth chart beasts are so rare, Xianxia said. Honesty is a virtue. I wouldn't have liked it if you lied. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. He looked at the mountain range in the eastern forest mountain before he continued to say, since you're already at the 10-leaf stage, there's no need to rush. There are many birth chart beasts. Sooner or later, you'll be able to capture one. Xianxia nodded. With Senior's words, I can rest assured. We want to apologize for our earlier transgression. Lu Zhou said, there's no need to apologize. Not only am I reasonable, but I've always been merciful as well. Xianxia, Mo Xinglu, and Zhang Yan were delighted and bowed to Lu Zhou, as expected of an awe-inspiring Thousand Realms whirling expert. Such majestic bearing and magnanimity. At this moment, Lu Zhou suddenly sighed. It would be great if we can find fire spirit stones. Everyone knew how rare fire spirit stones were. Even the entire Sky Martial Court only had a few of them. The trio was stunned as they instinctively looked at the old man in front of them. An air of melancholy and worry, as though he had seen the vicissitudes of life, lingered around him. Mo Xinglu hesitated for a moment before she gritted her teeth and said, Senior Lu, if you don't mind, the true Kunlun sect is willing to offer you a fire spirit stone. Upon seeing this, Zhang Yan and Xianxia hurriedly said, we're also willing to offer you a fire spirit stone. Lu Zhou looked at Mo Xinglu in surprise. You have a fire spirit stone? Mo Xinglu said, over the last 1,000 years, the disciples of the true Kunlun sect have been searching for birth chart beasts everywhere. They didn't find birth chart beasts, but they found a fire spirit stone. It's extremely rare, and one needs 3 stones for it to be of any use. It's useless for me to keep this one fire spirit stone, so I might as well give it to Senior Lu. Zhang Yan and Xianxia chimed in again. Sect Master Mo is right. It's better to give it to Senior Lu. Lu Zhou's expression was extremely kind as he said, how can that be? How can I just receive without giving? How about this? I'll give you a life heart in exchange for the fire spirit stone. Mo Xinglu shook her head and said with a smile, No, I can't possibly accept the life heart. This is a sincere gift from the true Kunlun sect to Senior Lu. It wouldn't feel sincere if I accept something in exchange for it. Moreover, it's better to leave the life hearts to your disciples. They need it more than I do. There's still plenty of time in the future for me to look for one. There's no rush. I'm already grateful that I was fortunate enough to meet Senior Lu. Before Mo Xinglu came here, she had already learned that the people from the Evil Sky Pavilion were all Lu Zhou's people. Apart from a group of experts with profound cultivation bases, they had just gained 2 new 10-leaf cultivators. Therefore, she knew Lu Zhou needed the life hearts. Lu Zhou hesitated. Senior Lu, please accept it. Mo Xinglu bowed. Xianxia and Zhang Yan bowed as well. Please accept it, Senior. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. In that case, I'll accept it. Just send the fire spirit stones to the Sky Martial Court. Thank you, Senior Lu. Mo Xinglu straightened her back and said, Then, we won't disturb you any further. I'll make sure you receive the fire spirit stone within 3 days. Thank you. See you in the future. The trio looked delighted as they led the thousands of cultivators toward the mountain range in the eastern forest mountain. Ming Shirin, who was standing in the forest, had witnessed the entire thing. He muttered to himself, "As expected, the older the wiser." Clank! The overlord's spear fell to the ground, attracting everyone's attention. Duanmu Shang hurriedly picked up before he scratched his head sheepishly. "Master, I'd be embarrassed to stab people with my spear if you handle matters in this manner. The best tactic is to defeat the enemy without force," Wuxia said. Lu Zhou said, slightly annoyed, "You talk too much. I know I'm wrong." Wuxia bowed. Lu Zhou turned around to look at Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong, who were standing next to the stone forest formation. He asked, "How's the sprouting of the 10th leaf?" Yu Zhenghai smiled and manifested his avatar without saying a word. Buzz! A 200-foot golden avatar appeared before everyone's eyes as golden flames surged. Apart from the color not being as vivid, it was rather similar to Lu Zhou's 10-leaf avatar. Everyone from the Evil Sky Pavilion looked at the golden avatar enviously. Not only did Yu Zhenghai successfully sprouted the 10th leaf, but he had also gained the karmic fire. The color of the karmic fire was light. It looked as though a little yellow was mixed into the gold. At this moment, Yu Zhenghai looked at Yu Shangrong, who was standing next to him, and said, "Second junior brother, I hope you don't mind this since Master wanted to see my avatar." Yu Shangrong did not pay attention to Yu Zhenghai. He only cupped his fists together at his master and said, "Master, I was lucky enough to successfully sprout the 10th leaf." He seemed much more relaxed compared to Yu Zhenghai. Buzz! Another golden avatar appeared. Everyone looked at Yu Shangrong. The 4 elders of the Evil Sky Pavilion walked closer, curious. "Mr. First." Sorry, excuse me." Pan Litian, Lung Luo, Zhuiyushu, and Hua Wudao walked past Yu Zhenghai one after another. Yu Zhenghai. Only Ming Shirin rode Xianxia to Yu Zhenghai's side and said ingratiatingly, "Eldest senior brother, I'm here to look at your avatar." "Get out of my way," Yu Zhenghai said. "Okay, eldest senior brother. How would you like me to get out of your way? Should I roll away? Do you want me to somersault away? Do you prefer a front somersault or a back somersault? I can even do a horizontal somersault," Ming Shirin said as he stood on Xianxia's back. Woof, 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 woof. Yu Zhenghai clearly had a 10-leaf avatar with karmic fire. Why did it feel so worthless at this moment? He shook his head and moved closer to have a look as well. Was an avatar with a lotus so interesting? After the 4 elders of the Evil Sky Pavilion carefully observed the changes in the avatar, Pan Lydian exclaimed, "So it looks like this at the 10-leaf stage. It looks much more human without the golden lotus," Zhuiyushu said with bright eyes. 10 golden leaves revolved around the golden avatar. It was much more comfortable to look at compared to an avatar with a lotus. Perhaps the 4 elders were also in the same boat as Yu Shangrong. They kept looking at his avatar and did not pay attention to Yu Zhenghai's karmic fire avatar at all. Under normal circumstances, Yu Shangrong would not put his avatar on display for everyone to see. However, his master had ordered him to stand aside. Therefore, he only stood at the side with his arms crossed as he looked into the distance with an indifferent expression on his face. After a moment, Lung Luo asked, "Without the lotus, there'll be no birth palace. How can he activate his birth chart then?" Everyone looked at Lung Luo. Why did this old man suddenly put his foot in his mouth? Alas, Lung Luo could not take back what he said. Little Yuaner skipped to Yu Shangrong's side and said with a smile, "Second senior brother, it's okay. Even without activating your birth chart, I believe you can kill all those 1,000 realms whirling experts." Yu Shangrong raised his hand and patted little Yuaner's head before he said, "Little junior sister, it seems like you know me best." At this moment, Conk walked over and said, "Second senior brother, I'm the little junior sister now. I heard you were the first to sever the lotus back then. For this reason alone, you're the strongest." Yu Shangrong smiled indifferently. "I'll remember what little junior sister said. With your words, it doesn't matter even if I can't enter the 1,000 realms whirling. Nevertheless, the road of cultivation is long, so I won't give up easily." Yu Zhenghai. Forget it. I'm the eldest, so I should give in sometimes. After that, Yu Zhenghai obediently withdrew his avatar. At this moment, Wuxia said, "Since we have 3 life hearts, why don't we let second senior brother try activating his birth chart?" Everyone, including Yu Shangrong, turned to look at Wuxia. After a moment, Yu Shangrong turned to look at his master. Lu Zhou stroked his beard as he studied the lotusless golden avatar. Then, he extended his hand and said, "Life hearts." Yu Zhenghai handed the 2 Shan Gao and Shi Chu's life hearts to Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou selected Shi Chu's life heart and said, "Let's try this first." Understood. Everyone could not wait to see the development of a cultivator without a golden lotus and looked at Yu Shangrong unblinkingly. Without the lotus and birth palace, would it be possible to activate a birth chart and gain the awe-inspiring astrolabe at the back of the avatar? Yu Shangrong did not pay attention to the eyes watching and concentrated on activating his birth chart. No matter what, it should be easier than when he severed his lotus back then. At that time, he was the first to sever his lotus when the chances of survival were uncertain. The Great Yan's imperial family even sacrificed many lives just to make life-saving pills as insurance before severing their lotuses. However, he did not have any failsafe when he severed his lotus. Later on, the method of severing one's lotus became popular and much safer in the Golden Lotus domain. Whenever people think or spoke about severing the lotus, they would inevitably associate it with Lu Zhou and his second disciple, Yu Shangrong, the Sword Devil. It was as though the pair of master and disciple was synonymous with severing the lotus. Yu Shangrong could not help but briefly think that his cultivation and sword path were destined to be lonely and filled with hardships. After a brief moment, Yu Shangrong gathered his thoughts and focused all his attention on activating his birth chart. He looked at Shi Chu's life heart that his master gave him after he shrank his avatar. At this moment, Lu Zhou said, "You've just sprouted the 10-leaf stage. You can stabilize your foundation first before activating your birth chart. The more stable your foundation is, the easier it'd be for you to activate your birth chart. It'd be less painful as well." Yu Shangrong said, "I'm sure it can't compare to the pain of severing my lotus." Lu Zhou nodded before he said again, "Shi Chu's life heart boosts one's defenses and strength. These 2 attributes are compatible. In the birth palace, the civil and military zone is the most suitable." Lu Zhou looked at the bottom of Yu Shangrong's avatar. Without the lotus, how was he supposed to look for the civil and military zone in the birth palace? After a few seconds, he casually waved his hand, manifesting his lotus. Everyone's eyes lit up immediately. Lu Zhou's lotus was fully bloomed. Every leaf was succulent and straight. His birth palace was rather vast, and its distinct edges shone with a faint light. This is the civil and military zone. It's suitable for all elementary life hearts, Lu Zhou said. Wuxia chimed in, "Elementary life hearts contain 1,500 to 1,800 years of life. Intermediate life hearts contain 1,800-1, 2,000 years of life. Advanced life hearts contain 2,000 to 2,500 years of life. Advanced life hearts mostly come from beast kings. Beast kings have the ability to control beasts with elementary life hearts. More than 2,000 years ago, a beast king controlled many fierce beasts and attacked the Red Lotus domain, bringing with a beast tide." Everyone nodded as they listened to see Wuxia's explanation. After a while, Duanmu Sheng bluntly asked, "We have the life heart now, but second senior brother doesn't have a birth palace. Where are we going to place the life heart then?" Everyone from the Evil Sky Pavilion looked at Yu Shangrong blankly. They had no idea as well. Even if they had any ideas, they did not dare to casually speak up. At this moment, Yu Shangrong lowered his hand that was holding onto the life heart before he tried placing it on his avatar's feet. Thud! The life heart fell to the ground immediately. Everyone shook their heads helplessly. Where could they place the life heart if there were no lotus and birth palace? Yu Shangrong lifted his hand, and the life heart flew back into his hand. Following that, he raised his other hand before 10 golden leaves flew into his hand one after another. One after another, he tried to place the life heart on the lotus leaves. Alas, there were no movements at all. Meanwhile, the people from the Evil Sky Pavilion watched with worried expressions on their faces. If Yu Shangrong could not activate his birth chart, did it mean that the formidable Sword Devil's cultivation would stagnate at the 10-leaf stage? Lu Zhou stroked his beard and continued to observe the situation. All 10 of his disciples had the Great Void Seed in them. It would be a pity if they could not advance further in their cultivation. At this moment, Si Wuya said, "Try placing it in your Dantian Sea of Qi." Yu Shangrong placed the life heart in his Dantian Sea of Qi. Similar to before, there were no changes. In the beginning, he was still able to remain unmoved. However, after failing 3 times, his spirit of competitiveness rose immediately. He raised his hand and used energy to control the life heart to fly around the avatar. The life heart flew up, down, left, right close to the avatar. The life heart flew around the avatar so swiftly that it left a streak of light in its wake. After a moment, Yu Shangrong brought the life heart back into his hand. Another failed attempt to activate the birth chart. Yu Shangrong raised his head and brought his avatar closer to him so he could study it. His eyes and expression were as calm as a still lake. Nary a ripple could be seen. Little Yuaner said reassuringly with a smile on her face, "Second senior brother, it doesn't matter. Perhaps your foundation at the 10-leaf stage isn't stable enough yet. You probably need to wait for it to stabilize before you can activate your birth chart." Si Wuya nodded. Ninth junior sister has a point. The process of cultivation has always been gradual and orderly. It's not something one can rush or improve overnight. Second senior brother, you should wait until your cultivation base has stabilized. Following that, Yu Zhenghai stepped forward and said, "If second junior brother can't activate his birth chart, I won't activate my birth chart as well. It's not a big deal." Everyone was trying to comfort Yu Shangrong and ease the heavy atmosphere at the same time. How could Yu Shangrong be unaware of everyone's intention? He smiled faintly before he said, "I appreciate everyone's good intentions. To me, activating the birth chart after sprouting the 10th leaf isn't any different from those 8-leaf cultivators in the Golden Lotus domain who tried to sprout the 9th leaf back then. At that time, the road to the 9-leaf stage was dark and uncertain, but everyone soldiered on and worked diligently just to sprout the 9th leaf. This is the essence of cultivation. To march forward despite the uncertainties that lie ahead. Cultivation itself is going against the heavens. The road of cultivation is destined to be fraught with danger and hardships. If there are no hardships to temper cultivators, how could there be experts? The 4 elders of the Evil Sky Pavilion nodded and responded one after another. Listening to Mr. Second's words is better than studying for 10 years. After all, the 4 elders were in the same boat as Yu Shangrong after they stepped on the path of severing their lotuses. It was only natural that they would be slightly upset seeing that they might not be able to activate their birth charts. However, with Yu Shangrong forging the path ahead of them, they felt more at ease. Yu Shangrong cupped his hands at everyone. "Let's work hard together." At this moment, Lu Zhou raised his hand. The life heart suddenly flew out of Yu Shangrong's hand to his back. The birth palace was connected to the birth disk on the astrolabe. The birth chart would appear on the astrolabe's birth disk after it was activated. Therefore, once the birth chart was successfully activated in the birth palace, the astrolabe, the most eye-catching thing of 1,000 realms whirling avatar, would appear as well. Everyone instinctively looked up. Their eyes were bright as they watched. Since Lu Zhou did not give up, did it mean there was still hope? Meanwhile, the life heart flew around the position where the astrolabe should be. Unfortunately, there was still no movement. Lu Zhou shook his head slightly before he moved the life heart close to Yu Shangrong's avatar. Buzz. Lu Zhou felt a slight change in the life heart and quickly said, "Don't move." At this moment, everyone stared at the life heart intently. Despite not holding much hope, Yu Shangrong obeyed his master and moved to the side after he saw the solemn expression on his master's face. After that, he continued to look at the life heart indifferently. After taking a closer look, Lu Zhou thought he saw faint wisps of energy flowing out like smoke into the seemingly breathing avatar. He immediately recited the mantra for the power of sight from the heavenly writing powers. With the supreme mystic power lingering around his eyes, What he saw was naturally different from what the others saw. When the life heart was in front of the avatar, Lu Zhou could clearly see faint energy entering the avatar. Indeed, he was not mistaken. The avatar seemed to be breathing. Lu Zhou's eyes darted between Yu Shangrong and the avatar, and he discovered that the avatar was breathing in rhythm with Yu Shangrong. The fusion of human and avatar? Lu Zhou cut off the heavenly writing power and fell deep into his thoughts. Before severing one's lotus, one's avatar was just like a statue. Even the Wolf King avatar and the Tiger King avatar could only make slight biting movements. However, after severing one's lotus, one's avatar would gain mobility. One could freely control it to move in many different ways. It was just like one's second body. However, apart from gaining mobility, there did not seem to be other benefits that came from severing one's lotus. However, if one's avatar could directly absorb the energy from a life heart, it would make up for all shortcomings that came from lacking a lotus. Lu Zhou could not help but wonder what would happen once the avatar completely absorbed the energy from the life heart. Although nothing was confirmed at the moment, at least he had made a new discovery. Lu Zhou nodded as he stroked his beard and said, "The avatar is absorbing the energy from the life heart. See if you can sense it and expedite the process." The avatar is absorbing the life heart's energy? Yu Shangrong was slightly surprised. He felt as though his understanding of cultivation had been overturned. In the past, one had to work on oneself to cultivate or increase the strength of one's avatar. There was no such thing as an avatar being able to cultivate on its own by absorbing energy. Although Yu Shangrong was slightly skeptical, due to his trust in his master, he did as his master said. He recited the mantra for the return and enter three souls. With this, the movement of the avatar that could only be seen by Lu Zhou previously grew distinct. Everyone was shocked when they saw the gentle rise and fall of the avatar's chest and wisps of green energy wafting out of the life heart into the avatar. It can be done in this manner as well. Yu Shangrong continued to breathe as green energy from the life heart entered the breathing avatar. However, the changes in the avatar were almost unnoticeable. After 2 hours, the energy from the life heart was almost completely absorbed by Yu Shangrong's avatar. The light from the life heart had grown dim as well. The avatar really absorbed the life heart's energy. Didn't I say there's always a solution to every problem? This avatar will definitely grow stronger and stronger. Everyone waited patiently for the avatar to completely absorb the energy from the life heart despite being eager to see the results. After all, most of them had advanced to the 9-leaf stage by severing their lotuses. This determined if they could become 1,000 realms whirling expert in the future. When evening fell, the avatar buzzed. In just an instant, golden light illuminated the entire eastern forest mountain. At the same time, the light from the life heart went out before it fell to the ground. It looked just like an empty shell now that the energy was depleted. Yu Shangrong pressed his hand against his Dantian's sea of qi as he let out a long breath. Si Wuya walked over and asked, "Do you feel any changes?" Yu Shangrong said, "My lifespan has increased a little, about 500 years. Apart from that, there doesn't seem to be any changes." Si Wuya said, "Only your lifespan increased? If that was the case, then it was slightly wasteful. After all, one could increase one's lifespan with an ordinary life heart. Using the birth chart heart to increase one's lifespan was truly a bit wasteful." The others were naturally dissatisfied with this result. Si Wuya said as he furrowed his brows, "This is rather strange. Life hearts contain vitality energy and special energy. How can there be no effects at all when they've been absorbed by the avatar?" Pan Lydian said, "If it's not enough, should we let Mr. Second use the remaining 2 life hearts to try?" Yu Shangrong shook his head immediately and said, "Elder Pan, thank you for your good intentions, but we've already wasted 1 life heart. There's no need to waste the other 2. The others sighed. At this moment, Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "It's a good thing that the avatar is able to absorb the life heart's energy. We'll still have to figure out how to use this to help you activate your birth chart. Yes. It's getting late now, let's return." Everyone bowed before they entered the sky shuttle and returned to the capital. Night. In the preservation hall, Lu Zhou opened the system interface and looked at the merit points he obtained in the Eastern Forest Mountain. Merit points, 178,500. Remaining lifespan, 642,420 days. 236 years in 1,760 days are from the reversal cards. Items. Critical block card X158. Passive. Golden Taishu Mirror. Appearance alteration card X2. Synthesis card X2. Mounts. Wizard, Bayan, Jiliang, Xianxia, Dangkong, Dijiang. Weapon. Unnamed Unknown. Jade Horsetail Whisk, Heaven Grade. Magistrate Brush, Super Heaven Grade. Purple Glazed Ceramic, Intermediate Desolate Grade. Cold Wind Trident, Basic Desolate Grade. Confinement Seal, Intermediate Flood Grade. Dragon Eagle's Fury, Intermediate Desolate Grade. Flash Hook, Intermediate Desolate Grade. Sea Soul Pearl, Fusion Grade. Overall, he had made a small profit. Following that, he decided to stock up on item cards. Lu Zhou looked at the price of the Deadly Strike card. 30,000 merit points. The price had risen again. After mulling over, he did not immediately buy the Deadly Strike card. Instead, he decided to try his luck with the Lucky Draw. Lucky Draw. Ding. Spent 50 merit points. Obtained. Reversal card X5. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. He had previously used up all his reversal cards. It was time for him to replenish the card. With the cards, after activating a birth chart, he could leave the life heart for his disciples to use. Shi Chu and the Tushan Gao's life hearts were elementary life hearts. The civil and military zone in his birth palace had been occupied, so he had no use for the 3 life hearts. For him to activate his 5th birth chart, he would need to capture some special birth chart beast that had an intermediate life heart. Draw. Ding. Spent 50 merit points. Obtained. Reversal card X5. Draw. Ding. Spent 50 merit points. Thank you for your participation. Luck point +1. Despite his gut feeling, Lu Zhou continued to draw until midnight. As expected, he was continuously thanked for his participation. Lu Zhou rubbed his temples as he muttered, I thought I'd be able to draw a Deadly Strike card. Based on how things are going, it seems like I won't be able to get one until dawn, at least. Lu Zhou sighed and shook his head. It was getting harder and harder to draw useful items. I guess I'll have to buy the Deadly Strike card. Currently, only cultivators with more than 8 birth charts were able to put pressure on him. He did not need to use the Deadly Strike card to deal with the others. In the end, he bought 3 Deadly Strike cards. After checking his merit points, he found he had spent 93,000 merit points on the 3 Deadly Strike cards and the lucky draws. Every time he bought a card, the price would increase. After a moment, he decided to buy an impeccable card as well. When he was done, he looked at his remaining merit points and muttered to himself, After a night, the fruits of my hard work today are gone. I can only continue to work hard to earn merit points. Lu Zhou imagined the merit points he would receive if he could destroy Wu Guangping's birth charts one by one instead of killing him in one blow. However, based on the situation at that time, it was impossible to do so. Lu Zhou sighed before he dismissed these thoughts. Then, he activated the purple glazed ceramic and began to meditate on the heavenly writing. 2 days later, in the preservation hall, Lu Zhou finally replenished his supreme mystic power. Coincidentally, Wuxia walked in at this moment with a map in his hand. Master, I have something to report. What is it? Lu Zhou's gaze fell on the ancient map. With just a glance, he saw there were many new changes to the ancient map. In the Red Lotus domain, a special area had appeared. Wuxia pointed to the southwestern corner of the Red Lotus domain and said, When I was looking at the map this morning, I noticed the changes. I didn't dare to delay and brought it over for Master to have a look. This ancient map is both miraculous and mysterious. It should be some kind of ancient treasure. Many areas on the map seem to be shrouded by some special power, but they'll gradually reveal themselves as time passes. Lu Zhou only nodded. He could not say the map was given to him by the system after all. Wuxia continued to say, This place used to be called the Southern Kingdom. Later on, due to natural and man-made disasters, the place was abandoned. At some point in time, it became a part of Great Tang. It's nothing but a barren land, so there's no need to pay attention to it. I have a feeling that if we can uncover the entire map, we should be able to learn the secrets behind the heaven and earth shackles. Based on Lu Zhou's past experience, he knew a new area would not appear on the map for no reason. He opened the system interface to look at the mission panel. Just as he had expected, there was a new mission. Search for a new scroll from the heavenly writing. It had been a long time since he was given a new mission. Based on the mission and the appearance of a new place on the map, it seemed like he had to travel south in the Red Lotus domain to search for the scroll from the heavenly writing. Master! Wuxia called out tentatively when he saw his master lost in his thoughts. Lu Zhou replied, "There's no need to worry about the secret of the heaven and earth shackles for now. Where's your eldest senior brother and second senior brother?" Eldest senior brother said that to play it safe, he plans to wait a month before activating his birth chart, since he had just sprouted the 10th leaf. Second senior brother seems to be in a bad mood since he failed to activate his birth chart. He has been practicing with his swords non-stop for 2 days straight now. Summon them here. Understood. As soon as Wuxia left, Lu Zhou felt movement from the black talisman. He lit up as soon as he brought it out. In just a moment, Yan Zhenluo's figure appeared before his eyes. Yan Zhenluo did not beat around the bush and immediately asked, "Brother Lu, did you kill Wu Guangping?" Lu Zhou did not bother hiding this and nodded. "Wu Guangping wanted to kill my disciple. How could I allow him to do that?" Yan Zhenluo said, "He wants to kill your disciple? Do I look like a liar to you?" Lu Zhou asked. Yan Zhenluo regained his senses and hurriedly said, "Then, he deserves death." Lu Zhou said, "You're a member of the Black Tower Council after all, but you're speaking up for your fellow member and are siding with an outsider instead. Why did you contact me?" 2 days ago, the Black Tower Council was in an uproar over Wu Guangping's death. I was worried the radical faction would send people to the Red Lotus domain again. They still dare to come after Wu Guangping's death? In all honesty, I don't think they'll dare to come in the near future. Currently, there's a conflict between the Black Tower Council and the Dark and Light Alliance now. They won't have the time to deal with the matters in the Red Lotus domain when they can't even take care of themselves now. On top of that, there's the internal strife to deal with, Yan Zhenluo said. After a pause, he said gravely, "However, there's one thing I have to remind you. Recently, we've lost too many birth chart beasts. I'm afraid once the Black Tower Council's situation stabilizes, they will carry out the Annihilation Plan." The Annihilation Plane? Annihilate all the cultivators at or above the 10-leaf stage, Yan Zhenluo said as his expression turned grimmer. Lu Zhou nodded. If hunters want to continue eating lamb, they should first kill the sheep that might turn into wolves. It's not a bad plan. Brother Lu, you're not afraid? We'll deal with whatever comes our way. I've never been afraid in my life, Lu Zhou replied indifferently. After a moment, as though he had just recalled something, Yan Zhenluo said, "I just remember that Brother Lu is from the Golden Lotus domain. I found out that the Black Tower Council has sent blackguards to the Golden Lotus domain." "I know about that." Lu Zhou thought about Lian Xing, who was with Zhao Yu in the Golden Lotus domain. "I'm relieved Brother Lu is already aware of that. By the way, how's Lu Li?" Yan Zhenluo asked. "He is fine." Lu Zhou did not say Lu Li's life was more comfortable than that of an emperor at this moment. Yan Zhenluo was delighted upon hearing these words. "Thank you, Brother Lu. I'll send you more talismans so we can keep in contact. Along with that, I'll send you the method to create the talismans." Lu Zhou nodded. "It's best if you're able to send information regarding runic passages as well. I'll try my best, but I can't make any promises. After all, information about runic passages is highly confidential. I'll contact you at a later date." "All right." The talisman burned to ashes, and Yan Zhenluo's image disappeared. Not long after that, Wuxia led Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong into the preservation hall. "Disciple greets master. There's no need for formalities. Lu Zhou slowly rose to his feet and placed his hands on his back. I summoned both of you here because I have a mission for both of you. Yu Zhenghai smiled and said, I can handle the mission alone. Second junior brother absorbed the energy from the life heart and has yet to completely stabilize it. Following that, Yu Shangrong said, Eldest senior brother, you worry too much. The effect from the life heart's energy isn't big, so it doesn't affect me. However, eldest senior brother needs to stabilize his foundation in preparation to activate his birth chart. Therefore, it's best if I carry out this mission alone. In the past, after Yu Zhenghai left the Evil Sky Pavilion, he founded the Nether Sect and became its sect master. He was not someone who could stay idle in the palace. Similarly, Yu Shangrong, who was used to being alone, was not suitable for a long stay in the palace. Lu Zhou was aware of this. He knew that if he kept the duo here to cultivate in peace, it would only hinder their growth. Moreover, with a towering tree present, how could the other trees grow tall? It was not just the palace that would restrict the duo's growth. Now that both of them had sprouted the 10th leaf, apart from Thousand Realms whirling experts who had activated their birth charts, most of the people in Great Tang were no match for the duo. Lu Zhou did not reveal his intention yet. Instead, he asked, Old Seventh, how much do you know about the Southern Kingdom? When the Southern Kingdom appeared on the map, I looked it up in the ancient books. The Southern Kingdom was originally occupied by barbarians. Their cultivation was rather backward, and they worshipped strange wild beasts. There were many tribes there with totems of their own. It was inevitable that their chaotic and unorthodox beliefs led to conflicts and wars. For that reason, people there found it hard to survive. Later on, the royal family in the Southern Kingdom requested Great Tang to send troops to stabilize the station. From then on, the Southern Kingdom became part of Great Tang's territory. Si Wuya replied. After the Southern Kingdom submitted to Great Tang, the people there began to learn the cultivation methods from Great Tang about 1,000 years ago, unifying their thoughts and philosophies. Gradually, they learned about the schools of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, and their cultivation progressed swiftly. After a brief pause, he continued to say, 1,300 years ago, the Sky Martial Court studied the constitution, talent, and cultivation of the Southern Kingdom's people. At that time, they discovered the kingdom was rich with vitality energy, and the environment was conducive to cultivation. In order to control the situation in the kingdom, Great Tang planned to establish a Confucian sect there. Unfortunately, before the plan could be implemented, a disaster that humans were helpless against happened. The records in the history book said that the disaster was a beast tide. There were 10 birth chart beasts and a beast king at that time. It almost flattened the entire kingdom. The casualties were incredibly high. In the end, the cultivators in the kingdom had no choice but to move north. This disaster lasted for 2 years, and during that time, all of the 10-leaf cultivators from the kingdom died, while Great Tang suffered heavy casualties as well. The others were shocked by Si Wuya's words. They had heard about the beast tide once or twice. From the time they met Jiang Wenshu in Great Yen, they had heard about the fierce beasts and the disaster they would bring. Compared to the Golden Lotus domain, the beasts were much fiercer in the Red Lotus domain. Yu Zhenghai asked, how were the birth chart beasts dealt with in the end? There are no detailed records in the history books. However, we can be sure that it has nothing to do with the Southern Kingdom or Great Tang. Otherwise, the history books would have mentioned them. After all, they would naturally hide or gloss over the ugly things and highlight the good things. Si Wuya replied. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, 1,300 years ago, the Black Lotus Council had already implemented the captivity plan in the Red Lotus domain. That's to say, it's likely that the Black Tower Council dealt with the birth chart beasts and carried out the annihilation plan at that time. The annihilation plan? Si Wuya asked in confusion. It's one of the Black Tower Council's plans. When a situation goes beyond their control, they will annihilate those who caused the problem. The birth chart beasts and the Beast King were probably motivating factors for them to carry out the annihilation plan. Lu Zhou looked at the mission on the system interface again. After confirming there were no other hints and explanations, he said, both of you will go on this mission. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong exchanged a quick look, before they replied in unison. Understood. The Southern Kingdom is fraught with danger. If you encounter Black Lotus cultivators, avoid them. Let Old Seventh draw a map for you, Lu Zhou said. I need you to find something for me in the Southern Kingdom. This item is similar to the item in the Melilot graveyard. Old Second has seen it before, so I won't bother describing it. Be careful when you're in the Southern Kingdom. The Red Lotus domain is different from the Golden Lotus domain. If you're in danger, use the talisman to send a message. Understood. This disciple will obey Master's orders. Old Seventh, make the necessary arrangement. Understood. Following that, Lu Zhou's 3 disciples left the hall. In the afternoon, after Si Wuya completed the necessary arrangement, Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong left the capital and made their way to Jianan Circuit. They would need to through Jianan Circuit in order to go to the Southern Kingdom. Since the duo was passing through Jianan Circuit, Si Wuya arranged for them to rest in Sikong Beichun's 9th temple. When he informed Sikong Beichun of the duo's arrival, Sikong Beichun was delighted to receive the duo as guests. Lu Zhou continued to cultivate in the Preservation Hall. At this time, he had already replenished his supreme mystic power, and his cultivation base had recovered as well. Yan Jinlua had sent talismans and a little information regarding runic passages over as promised. Lu Zhou did not intend to study the information and sent it over to Si Wuya instead. It was afternoon when Lu Zhou manifested his lotus. He fell deep into his thoughts as he studied his lotus seat. I've already activated 4 birth charts. They occupied 4 zones in the birth palace. The star aligns with the pen and sword, the 7 killing techniques, riding the wind and breaking the waves, and the twin palace. The 5th birth chart should still be located in the human grade region. Where can I find a suitable birth chart beast to activate my 5th birth chart? Lu Zhou muttered to himself. However, the current situation made it difficult for him to find a suitable birth chart beast. There were not many 10-leaf cultivators in the Red Lotus domain to begin with. It would be difficult to lure out birth chart beasts with intermediate or advanced life hearts. Lu Zhou continued thinking about ways to obtain the 5th life heart in the fastest time possible. After a while, he withdrew his lotus before he ordered someone to bring him the 4 treasures of the study. Then, he came up with several plans. First, he would keep the Red Lotus domain in the captivity plan. He would occupy the Black Tower Council's stone forest formations and monopolize the birth chart beasts in the Red Lotus domain. Naturally, he knew this might lead to a war between the Black Tower Council and the Red Lotus domain. 2. He would find time to go the depths of the forest to look for suitable birth chart beasts. The Golden Lotus domain's 4 great forests and the hidden places in the Red Lotus domain all had birth chart beasts. Third, he would follow in Lu Li's footsteps and head to the endless ocean to search for a beast king. Naturally, he knew this plan carried with it a high risk. It was as Mo Xinglu said. Lu Zhou received the Fire Spirit Stones from the True Kunlun sect, the Void sect, and the Seeking Heaven sect respectively within 3 days. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the Fire Spirit Stones and muttered to himself, I have 3 Fire Spirit Stones now. Which weapon should I upgrade? While he was considering which weapon to upgrade, he received 2 system notifications. Ding! Worshipped by 15,230 people. Reward, 15, 320 merit points. Ding! Worshipped by 135 people. Reward, 0 merit points. The notifications successfully caught his attention. Old 8th. Lu Zhou recalled the last time he had checked in on his 8th disciple. His 8th disciple was still fighting the fierce beast. However, he did not know what the outcome was. Lu Zhou decided to have a look. He chanted the incantation for the heavenly writing power. Soon enough, the supreme mystic power converged around his eyes. At this moment, Zhu Honggong was sitting on what looked like a throne as he looked down at the cultivators below the platform. All the cultivators were kneeling. At the same time, an intimidating 200-foot avatar looked down from up high as well. It seemed like Zhu Honggong formed his Thousand Realms whirling avatar before he activated his birth chart. Zhu Honggong rose to his feet and withdrew his avatar. He said in a clear voice, I'll reward you according to your contributions during our fight against the fierce beasts. If there's nothing else, you're all dismissed for now. Thank you, mighty sect master. The disciples from the flood sect replied in unison before they left. After the cultivators left, Lu Li, who was sitting next to Lu Zhou, said, although you managed to obtain the life heart, the difficult road lies ahead. You don't have a lotus. This means you don't have a birth palace. Without a birth palace, you won't be able to activate your birth chart. We'll need a long time to solve this problem, so you need to be mentally prepared. Is it really so difficult? It's much more difficult than ascending to the heavens, Lu Li replied. There's no need to be upset. We'll definitely find a way. The Yellow Lotus domain is safe enough and is filled with resources. In any case, you can't break through, you can just stay here forever. Isn't that what you've always wanted? I was just kidding. Why are you taking it so seriously? At this moment, Lu Zhou cut off the heavenly writing power before he opened his eyes. I had no idea Old Eighth is facing the same problem as Old Second. It seemed like the problem of severing one's lotus had become even urgent and needed to be solved as soon as possible. He was not worried about Zhu Honggong, since he knew Zhu Honggong was relatively safe in the Yellow Lotus domain. Following that, he activated the heavenly writing power again to check in on his fight disciple, Zhao Yu. In the back garden of the Imperial Palace in Great Yen, Zhao Yu slowly walked to the side of a pond. Her eyes were trained at the opposite of the pond. After a while, a figure appeared on the rock. It was none other than that mysterious woman, Lian Xing. As soon as Lian Xing appeared, she asked without beating around the bush, "Did you think about things we spoke of previously?" Zhao Yu smiled politely before she replied, "I'm sorry, but I can't make this decision alone. I've already reported this matter to my 7th junior brother." Lian Xing shook her head and said, "I'm only trying to protect you. If you join the Black Tower Council, your future will be incomparably bright. Why do you want to stay in the weak Golden Lotus domain? Everyone has their own aspirations. I prefer to stay here," Zhao Yu replied. Lian Xing sighed before she said, "Zhao Yu, things aren't as simple as you think they are. To be honest with you, someone has taken interest in you. I've tried my best to buy you time. If you provoke that person, in any case, just listen to me. I won't harm you." "No. Didn't you say you'll respect my decision?" Zhao Yu said. Lian Xing shook her head. "It depends on the situation. The current situation doesn't allow me to respect your decision now, Sister Zhao Yu. If you don't come with me now, I'm afraid you'll die." "You're going to kill me if I refuse?" Zhao Yu took 2 steps back warily. "If it weren't for me, you'd already die. As it is, it's almost too late for me to protect you. They said that they'd give me 7 days. If you refuse, they'll come for you in 7 days. Even if I know you'd refuse, I still want to persuade you. I already risk breaking the council's rules as it is," Lian Xing said. Zhao Yu remained silent. She knew the force behind Lian Xing was very strong. It was so strong even the entire Golden Lotus domain was not a match for it. Apart from that, Lian Xing continued to say, "Other forces are already here in Great Yen. It's highly possible that they'll make a move against the Evil Sky Pavilion. Currently, the Evil Sky Pavilion only has Yi Tianxin holding down the fort. The size of her mount, Cheng Huang, is very conspicuous. I don't know how it concealed its aura, but a birth chart beast like Cheng Huang will be a target for others sooner or later." "Cheng Huang is so powerful, but it'll be a target for others?" Zhao Yu said in surprise. "You know too little about the outside world. Cheng Huang is indeed powerful, but it has already left its territory and lost a lot of its cultivation. I have observed secretly. It's not as powerful as it was before. Moreover, I suspect Yi Tianxin also has the Great Void Energy." The Great Void Energy again. If I knew this was going to happen, I'd give it to all of you a long time ago. Zhao Yu had grown sick of hearing about the Great Void Energy. "Don't speak words of anger. You'll understand sooner or later. Anyway, I've said everything I wanted to say. I'll look for you again in 7 days." After Lian Xing finished speaking, she leaped up into the air and flew away as light as a swallow. Lu Zhou opened his eyes, cutting off the heavenly writing power. Although his extraordinary power had evolved into the supreme mystic power, it did not mean he could squander it recklessly. Among all the powers from the heavenly writing, the power of sight was the most energy-consuming. He had only observed his 2 disciples for a few minutes, but he had already used up half of the supreme mystic power. Fortunately, with the flood-grade purple glazed ceramic, his speed of replenishing the supreme mystic power was a lot faster. 7 days. Lu Zhou muttered to himself. It was impossible for the runic passage to be completed in 7 days. The Golden Lotus domain was much weaker compared to the Red Lotus domain. However, if the Red Lotus domain and Golden Lotus domain were compared to the Black Lotus domain, there was not much difference at all. The difference was probably between 1 or 2 punches. It was, indeed, difficult for him to deal with matters alone. The Red Lotus domain needed him, and the Golden Lotus domain needed him. He did not know how to split himself in 2. It seems like I need to further increase the Evil Sky Pavilion's strength by recruiting experts, Lu Zhou muttered under his breath. Soon enough, he thought about the Black Tower Council. The internal strife in the Black Tower Council was very serious. Just like Wuxia had said, "The enemy of my enemy is a friend." Perhaps he could recruit experts from the Black Tower Council in the future? Lu Zhou shook his head. The most pressing problem was the Golden Lotus domain was so far away. How was he going to solve that problem? Lu Zhou began to organize his thoughts. First, his priority was to solve the problem in the Golden Lotus domain. After they managed to successfully replicate the runic passage, he would increase the strength of the Evil Sky Pavilion. At that time, he would no longer be stretched thin. In fact, Lu Zhou had always subconsciously felt he had to protect the people in the Golden Lotus domain and the Red Lotus domain. However, there was actually no need for that. The Black Tower Council needed the people alive to implement their captivity plan. Therefore, they would not lay their hands on the sheep. He did not need to be the people's savior. It was not his responsibility to save the world. All he needed to do was increase the strength of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Di Jiang can reach the Golden Lotus domain in 5 days. With this, a plan began to form in his mind. Early the next morning, Lu Zhou summoned Wuxia and Mingshi to the preservation hall. When the 2 disciples entered the hall, they looked a little nervous. Upon seeing their master, they bowed and greeted him. "Master!" Lu Zhou looked at his 2 disciples and said, "There's something I'm worried about." Mingshi smiled and asked, "What's there for you to worry about, Master?" "I need to return to the Golden Lotus domain for half a month," Lu Zhou said. Mingshi's eyes lit up immediately, and he said ingratiatingly, "Master, you want to return to the Golden Lotus domain? Don't worry, everything has been arranged here. Moreover, 7th junior brother will be here." Wuxia chimed in. "4th senior brother is right," Lu Zhou said. "Up until now, apart from me, there's no one in the Evil Sky Pavilion who's a match for the Black Lotus cultivators. What if they come while I'm away? How are you going to deal with it?" Mingshi replied without any hesitation. "Why do we need to deal with it? We can just run away." 7th junior brother, why are you looking at me like that? Wuxia. Lu Zhou looked at Mingshi and cocked an eyebrow as he said, "Run away." Mingshi smiled sheepishly. "What I mean is we don't have to engage in a direct fight. The Red Lotus domain is so big. There's bound to be a place we can temporarily hide. I mean stay." Wuxia forced himself to laugh before he said, "Actually, 4th senior brother is right. The Black Tower Council's annihilation plan only targets those at the 10-leaf stage or above. Moreover, Master had killed the judge and soundly defeated the blackguards. If the council were to send people over, they would definitely send more people or stronger people here. However, those experts with 8 or more birth charts hold high positions in the council. The internal strife in the council is so great that those experts won't easily leave the council if it's not absolutely necessary. In the unlikely event that they send those experts here, 4th senior brother and I will lead everyone out of the capital and take the opportunity to investigate the birth chart beasts in the inner pass. After he finished saying this, he said with a sigh, "This will be so much easier if we have a spy in the Black Tower Council." Lu Zhou. "I won't tell you that I already have one." After a beat, Lu Zhou asked, "Old Seventh, what's your current cultivation base?" A familiar ominous feeling rose in the two disciples' hearts immediately when they heard these words. Was it about to start again? A troubled expression appeared on Si Wuya's face. Well, it's barely at the 9-leaf stage. Lu Zhou nodded and did not blame Si Wuya. After all, Si Wuya was really too busy. If it were not for the great void seed, with the way Si Wuya cultivated, he would barely make any progress. Then he turned to look at Ming Shirin. "Old Fourth, what about you?" "Me? I'm at the 9-leaf stage," Ming Shirin answered confidently. Lu Zhou raised his hand immediately, and a golden palm seal flew toward Ming Shirin. "All right, let me test and verify your strength. All the techniques you've learned over the years, use all of them. I'll suppress my cultivation until it's below the 10-leaf stage." Ming Shirin felt like crying. He hurriedly raised his hand and flew out of the preservation hall with the golden palm seal hot on his trails. Si Wuya sighed in relief inwardly. "It's finally your turn." Lu Zhou's figure vanished from the hall and arrived outside at lightning speed. He raised his palm again, and another golden palm seal shot toward Ming Shirin again. Ming Shirin was shocked. Boom! He turned around and stomped his feet. The marble floor within a radius of 100 meters cracked immediately. The palm seal entered the marble floor. At this moment, not even Ming Shirin's shadow could be seen. Lu Zhou knew that his fourth disciple had cultivated the underground escape technique, so he looked at the ground. He was not in a hurry. He leisurely looked at the ground after he rested his hands on his back. "I have to test Old Fourth's strength. Let's see how long he can hold on. If he can hold on for a long time, I'll feel more at ease leaving for the Golden Lotus domain." Lu Zhou did not use the supreme mystic power as he stomped on the ground. Boom! The ground cracked. No one's here. This was out of Lu Zhou's expectations. However, there were not many places one could hide outside of the preservation hall. His eyes immediately moved to the corridor. Swoosh! Lu Zhou flew toward the corridor. Bang! 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 At this time, numerous energy seals shot toward Lu Zhou from the top of the corridor. There were both energy swords and energy sabers. Swoosh! Lu Zhou unleashed the great dark heaven palm. Bang! 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 A palm seal flew out and deflected all the energy seals. Following that, Lu Zhou unleashed his grand technique. From the left side of the corridor, he flashed to the right and struck upward. Bang! The great seal of fearlessness left a palm-shaped hole behind as it shot up into the sky. At this time, the experts in the palace were alerted to the commotion. When they saw the palm seal, they could not help but feel amazed. "An assassin? I'm impressed. There's actually someone who's unafraid of death and dares to assassinate Senior Lu." Lu Zhou raised his head. His palm strike missed again. Where did he run off to? Lu Zhou felt like he had overestimated himself. He should not have said that he would suppress his cultivation base. Lu Zhou studied his surroundings carefully when he felt a gust of wind at his back. He turned around immediately and struck with his palm. Ming Shirin dove as he struck with both his hands. Lu Zhou immediately pushed his hand out to defend himself. Bang! 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 It did not take long for Ming Shirin to realize he was completely unable to breach his master's defenses. In just a flash, he disappeared again. Swoosh! Lu Zhou nodded. He flashed and appeared in front of Ming Shirin in just a blink of an eye. With his left hand resting on his back, he grabbed Ming Shirin with his right hand before throwing him out. Bang! Ouch! Ming Shirin cried out in pain as he was sent flying back. Although Ming Shirin was cunning, it was difficult for him to last long when faced with Lu Zhou. As he was sent flying by Lu Zhou's palm strike, he flipped in the air before he landed on the ground. At the same time, blue wood began to grow rapidly on the ground. Lu Zhou was not in a rush. He had the advantage in terms of cultivation base. Apart from that, the simple environment in the royal palace was not advantageous to Ming Shirin. It would be better if he gave Mingshi a chance and let the blue wood grow. Moreover, a battle between a pair of masters and disciples was more of an educational battle than a life-or-death battle. Lu Zhou was looking forward to seeing how long the nine-leaf Mingshi would be able to last against him. Under the Bluewood Heart technique, it did not take long before the entire place was densely packed with vines and branches like a newly built bird's nest. Lu Zhou slowly raised his hand and launched a human-sized palm seal. The palm seal shot through the vines and branches, leaving a palm-shaped path in its wake. Lu Zhou stepped forward and sensed the wind and plants in his surroundings. Meanwhile, Wuxia had flown up to the top of the preservation hall to watch the battle. In his opinion, his master had many ways to deal with this, but his master did not use them. For example, his master could have used the karmic fire. The karmic fire would easily reduce the blue wood into ashes, leaving his fourth senior brother with no place to hide. He shook his head and sighed. Master's a little biased. He can easily deal with this with just a strike. What's the point of playing cat and mouse? Lu Zhou walked into the passage the palm seal created. When he was about to reach the end, he changed direction and launched another palm strike, effectively creating another passage. When he reached the middle of the second passage, he came to a halt and sensed the subtle changes in the bluewood. If he did not use the supreme mystic power, he would need some time to catch his fourth disciple. Although I promised to suppress my 10-leaf cultivation base, it'd be too embarrassing if I take too long to capture him. I have to hurry. Lu Zhou suddenly turned around and raised his right hand. An energy sword appeared in his hand. 1 gives birth to 2. 2 gives birth to 3. 3 gives birth to all things. The energy sword split into hundreds of thousands of energy swords in just an instant before shooting out in all directions. In just a blink of an eye, the bluewood in Lu Zhou's surroundings was destroyed. Following that, Lu Zhou looked at the ground before he slammed his palm against the ground. Boom! Master! Spare my life! Mingshi appeared before he disappeared again. Lu Zhou shook his head and said, You've only been running away. Have you thought about attacking? Mingshi did not reply to his master. In his opinion, attacking his master was no different from courting death. It was still best to run for his life. After Lu Zhou obtained Dezhong's power from its life heart, his speed had increased even more. In just an instant, he appeared in front of Mingshi. Subsequently, he waved his hand and formed an energy barrier that covered the sky above. He had expected Mingshi to crash into the barrier, but bang! Dirt flew in the air as Mingshi suddenly disappeared into the ground again. Underground tunneling technique? Lu Zhou furrowed his brows slightly. Previously, he had told Mingshi to concentrate on his bluewood heart technique instead of focusing on other trivial techniques. Lu Zhou sensed the movement underground. There was nothing. The surroundings were silent. Old Fourth is quite interesting. Lu Zhou decided to get slightly serious. Otherwise, what would happen to his dignity? With that, he no longer attacked with one hand. Instead, he joined his palms together. The sword of creation. The vines, the branches, and the bluewood from Mingshi Yin's bluewood heart technique suddenly turned into sharp swords that danced in the air. At this moment, Mingshi Yin suddenly emerged from the ground and flew toward the top of the preservation hall. Lu Zhou looked up and struck with his palm. The Diana Madra flew out. Just as the palm seal was about to land, Mingshi Yin spun and blocked it with his separation hook. At the moment of collision, the separation hook erupted with a dazzling light. Mingshi Yin used the force of the collision to help him fly further. Upon seeing this, Wuxia, who was standing quite close, could not help but applaud Mingshi Yin. Fourth senior brother, your escape technique is really good. I don't have the time to talk to you, Mingshi Yin said as he brushed past Wuxia. Lu Zhou's voice rang from the back at this moment. You dare to show off with your petty tricks? Lu Zhou rushed over at a speed that was obviously faster than before. Wuxia cried out in surprise. It seemed like his master was finally getting serious. A palm seal flew toward Mingshi. Mingshi wanted to use the same trick again. Just as he turned around, the palm seal suddenly moved to his back and fell on her. It's over. Bang! 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 Mingshi Yin's face was swollen and bruises could already be seen on his face as he dropped from the sky. As Mingshi Yin lay on the ground, Lu Zhou appeared next to him, stroking his beard as he looked at him. He said, "Your cultivation base is close to the 10-leaf stage." Mingshi Yin crawled up and endured the pain as he said with a mischievous smile, "Master, you can tell? Why didn't you use all your strength earlier?" Lu Zhou could tell that Mingshi Yin still had tricks up his sleeve. "It's useless anyway. Master, please spare me. This kind of one-sided beating isn't fair," Mingshi Yin said. In fact, Mingshi Yin was not entirely wrong. After all, Lu Zhou not only suppressed his cultivation base, but he did not use his weapons or karmic fire at all. "A real fight is never fair," Lu Zhou said as he suddenly struck with his palm. The palm seal was blue and contained the supreme mystic power. This sudden palm strike was meant to test a person's reaction speed. Meanwhile, Wuxia was shocked and worried when he saw this. Fourth senior brother. Mingshi Yin, who had let his guard down, was naturally caught off guard. He did not expect his master to suddenly attack. Ordinary people would have been hit, but he instinctively moved forward, advancing instead of retreating. He unleashed his grand technique, trying to dodge the palm seal. Alas, the palm seal contained the supreme mystic power. It enlarged suddenly before it hit Mingshi Yin's chest. Boom! Mingshi Yin grunted as he bore the full brunt of the attack instead of turning to the side. When he landed in front of Lu Zhou, he did not move. He could continue with this attack, but he did not as a show of respect to his master. Wuxia gave Mingshi Yin a thumbs up and jumped down. Lu Zhou, who had seen Mingshi Yin's reaction during the critical moment, nodded in satisfaction. He said, "Don't force yourself into a desperate situation unless you have no other choice. Old fourth, old seventh. I'm very pleased with both of your performances. Thank you for your guidance, master," Wuxia and Mingshi Yin said in unison. Lu Zhou continued to say, "I'll leave for the Evil Sky Pavilion tomorrow morning. I'll leave this place to you." The two disciples bowed and watched their master walk into the preservation hall with his hands on his back. After Lu Zhou entered the hall, Mingshi Yin fell to the ground and cried out in pain. Wuxia furrowed his brows. "Is it so painful? Seventh junior brother. How quickly you've forgotten about the beatings you'd received. It really hurts. Hurry up. Give me a massage." Mingshi Yin looked as though he was on the brink of tears. Wuxia ignored Mingshi Yin and turned to leave. At this moment, Zhang Aijin appeared and said with a smile, "Mr. Fourth, why don't you find two beauties to give you a massage?" "Get lost," Mingshi Yin said as he patted the dust off his body. Zhang Aijin said, "Oh, my apologies. Mr. Fourth isn't that kind of person." Mingshi Yin said with a straight face, "There should be at least 4 beauties." Zhang Aijin. Early the next morning, Lu Zhou summoned Di Jiang and left the capital, flying toward the endless ocean. Wuxia and Mingshi Yin had also informed the others from the Evil Sky Pavilion of Lu Zhou's departure. After Di Jiang regained its life heart, its strength had mostly recovered. It had recovered very well. As Di Jiang streaked across the sky at lightning speed, the cultivators on the ground could only catch a glimpse of its shadow. Fortunately, Lu Zhou had entered the Thousand Realms whirling and activated 4 birth charts. If it was anyone with a cultivation base lower than the 10-leaf stage, they would not have been able to stand the wind and would quickly deplete their energy to maintain their balance and a barrier to keep the stinging wind at bay. However, with his cultivation base and the purple glazed ceramic, the ride was not difficult at all, even if it was a little bumpy. Lu Zhou looked at the system interface. Mounts Wizard, Baiyan Jiliang, Xianxia, Dangkong, Di Jiang. Only Baiyan was still in the Golden Lotus domain. Among his mounts, Wizard was the most useful. It was unfortunate that he could not bring Wizard with him back to the Golden Lotus domain. Traveling with Wizard would have to wait until they successfully replicated the runic passage. After an hour, Lu Zhou finally arrived at the shore of the Endless Ocean. He did not stop and decided to cross the Endless Ocean immediately. When the cultivators guarding the shore raised their heads, they only saw a flash of shadow. They rubbed their eyes in confusion, Am I seeing things? Am I hallucinating? 2 days later, Lu Zhou had already passed through the area with harsh weather where it stormed nonstop and entered the dense fog above the endless ocean. At this moment, an idea appeared in his mind. With Dijiang's speed, it should be easy for him to avoid the sea beast's attacks. Therefore, it would be fine for him to fly lower so his vision would be better. Lower the altitude. Squawk. Dijiang obeyed Lu Zhou's order and began to dive. Finally, the fog was above Lu Zhou and the sea was below him. When he looked down, he saw dark shadows darting back and forth underneath the surging waves. It was a small glimpse of the danger that lay under the endless ocean. The first time Lu Zhou crossed the endless ocean, it was on an old and rickety sky shuttle. Since they traveled through the fog above, he did not have a good look at the endless ocean. This time, he would not let go of such a good chance to have a good look. If it was possible, he wanted to see that 30,000-foot colossal beast. Lu Li's 5 birth charts and 1,000 realms whirling avatar were enough for him to carry out missions at the endless ocean. I should be safe with my 4 birth charts and item cards. Who knows, I might find my 5th life heart here. Dijiang glided above the sea at lightning speed. One after another, sea beasts jumped up along with the surging waves. There were even flying sea beasts that glided above the surface of the sea for a long time before diving back into the sea. At this moment, a low groan rang from the depths of the sea. Dijiang instinctively shrank in fear and slowed its speed. It's fine. Slow down. Dijiang maintained the speed of an ordinary mount above the shadows that darted under the sea's surface. Some of the shadows were over 1,000 feet long. Faster. Squawk. Dijiang flapped its wings and picked up speed as it rushed forward. At the same time, sea beasts leaped up one after another around Lu Zhou and Dijiang. Woo! The low groan rang from the sea again. At this moment, Lu Zhou saw the surface of the sea suddenly swell up. Up! As Dijiang flew up at lightning speed, Lu Zhou looked down at the sea. As the sea's surface swelled, huge waves surged up like a tsunami. Soon enough, an unforgettable sight appeared in front of Lu Zhou's eyes. The tsunami-like waves were nothing in comparison to the sight of the colossal sea beast that seemed hundreds of thousands of feet long breaking the surface of the sea. The low groan grew louder and louder when suddenly the sea, as far as Lu Zhou's eyes could see, disappeared under the colossal sea beast. All he could see when he looked down was the back of the colossal sea beast. Dijiang continued to fly at lightning speed. Its speed was pushed to the limit. At the same time, many sea beasts appeared in the sky before dropping down. These sea beasts were pushed out of the sea by the tsunami-like waves stirred up by the colossal sea beast. The sea beasts that could not fly ended up dropping and flopping on the back of the colossal sea beast, and those that could fly flew in all directions. Flying in the midst of the sea beasts that were hundreds of feet tall, Lu Zhou suddenly felt insignificantly small. At this moment, he and Dijiang were like flies flying among giants. Beast tide. Lu Zhou muttered to himself. If these sea beasts were to come on land, how could humans hope to defend against them? Was it really some truth that the Black Lotus domain was protecting the Red Lotus domain? Lu Li had once said his mission to the Endless Ocean was to kill a sea beast king. Was it to stop the sea beast king from bringing a beast tide to land? Cultivation was an act of defiance against the heavens. After all, in the boundless universe, humans were no different from a speck of dust. Lu Zhou waved his hand. An enhanced deadly strike card appeared in his hand. Woo! Lu Zhou shook his head. What kind of sea beast was the colossal sea beast? When Dijiang was about to fly out of the range of the colossal sea beast, Lu Zhou silently recited the incantation for the power of sight and looked back. He saw the colossal sea beast open its mouth and swallow countless sea beasts before it sank back into the depths of the sea. It was said that there was a fish in the north named Kuan. The exact size of the Kuan was unknown. All that was known was that it was gargantuan. When the Kuan transformed into a bird, it was known as Peng. The Peng's back spanned thousands of miles, and its wingspan could cover the sky. In the imperial palace in Great Yan's divine capital, Zhao Yu was dealing with the country's affair when the eunuch, Li Yunzhao, walked in. He bowed and said, "Princess, the Empress Dowagers wish to see you." "All right, I'll be there in a moment." "Understood." Zhao Yu put the documents down and made her way to the Evergreen Palace. When she arrived, she saw that the entire place was heavily guarded. "Greetings, Your Highness." Zhao Yue waved her hand and solemnly asked, "What happened?" The Empress Dowager felt unwell today, so she summoned the imperial physicians over. "They're treating the Empress Dowager now." Zhao Yu knitted her eyebrows together. Although the Empress Dowager's cultivation base was not high, generally, cultivators would not be afflicted with ordinary fevers, colds, or other illnesses. Why did the Empress Dowager suddenly feel unwell? When Zhao Yu walked in, she saw Princess Yongning, Lu Wenjun, pacing back and forth in front of the door. "Yongning." Zhao Yu walked over. "What's wrong with Grandma?" "I don't know. She said she has a headache." "Let's go in and have a look." "All right." However, when both of them were about to enter the room, two guards in black armor crossed their long halberds, blocking their path. "This is—" Zhao Yu was taken back. She raised a palm and launched a palm strike. The armored guards did not bother to dodge Zhao Yu's attack at all. "Experts." Zhao Yu raised her head to look into the room. On the chair that the Empress Dowager usually sat on was a man with a slightly feminine appearance. He was also dressed in black armor, but unlike the guards, he did not wear a mask. His appearance was that of a scholar, but his clothes, body, and hands seemed to belong to someone who walked at the edge of a sword all year long. At this moment, the man said, "Hello. Let me introduce myself. My surname is Wu and my name is Chao. I'm a captain of the Black Guards from the Black Tower Council." Zhao Yu and Yongning's expressions changed slightly. "This is Great Yan's Imperial Palace. Why are you here?" Zhao Yu recalled Lian Xing's words. It had not been 7 days. Why were these people here? Despite the amiable smile on his face, Wu Chao said, "When has a hunter entering a sheep pen requires the permission of the sheep? Miss, don't you think you're overstepping your bounds?" "Who are you?" Yongning asked with a frown. "I have already told you," Wu Chao said. "What did you do to the Empress Dowager?" Yongning asked with a hint of panic. "Don't worry. We've always acted according to the rules. We never attack the weak. Naturally, if the weak becomes a hindrance, it's another matter entirely," Wu Chao said airily. Zhao Yue asked warily, "Are you here to capture me?" "No. I'm here to discuss cooperation with you," Wu Chao said. "What cooperation?" Wu Chao smiled and said indifferently, "In the coming days, I'll stay in the palace and explain the principle of the Black Tower Council to you." At this moment, dozens of palace experts rushed in from outside. As soon as they appeared, Wu Chao waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "Clean this up." The blackguards with long halberds bowed and said, "Understood." In just a blink of an eye, the palace experts were sent flying out, and the blackguards returned to their positions. Wu Chao nodded and said, "As a meeting fight, the blackguards won't kill them. We'll just teach them a small lesson." "The blackguards?" Zhao Yu frowned and asked, "You want to control Great Yan as well?" Wu Chao was astute and Zhao Yu's strange phrasing of her words did not escape him. "As well. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. With my ability, I can't do what you want," Zhao Yu said. "That's true. Your cultivation is too weak. Logically speaking, I should choose someone close to the 10-leaf stage. However, your identity is very special. Don't worry, you can take your time to cultivate," Wu Chao said. "It's best if you're obedient. You know nothing about the Black Tower Council. The best way to widen the horizons of the frogs at the bottom of the well is to destroy the well." Wu Chao flicked his sleeves. A blackguard bowed. Buzz! A 400-foot thousand realms whirling avatar appeared, destroying the Evergreen Palace. A black astrolabe shining with a mysterious light hung at the back of the avatar. At the bottom of the avatar, a black lotus with 10 leaves spun. Yongning stumbled 2 steps back in shock when she saw this and fell limply into a chair. Meanwhile, Zhao Yu was much calmer in comparison. She muttered under her breath. Lian Xing was telling the truth. Despite being outwardly calm, Even Zhao Yu, who was privy to a lot of information because of Si Wuya, was shocked when she saw the Black Thousand Realms whirling avatar, let alone Princess Yongning, who had never left the Golden Lotus domain and was unaware of the world outside of the Golden Lotus domain. At this moment, many thoughts sped through Zhao Yu's mind as she calculated her next move. Wu Chao was very satisfied with Yongning's performance but was slightly surprised by Zhao Yu's calmness. He asked, "Aren't you afraid?" Zhao Yu did not show any signs of fear. Instead, she stepped forward and looked at Wu Chao as she said, "You didn't kill anyone. Why should I be afraid?" "Interesting." Wu Chao nodded. "I like to deal with smart people." With that, he waved his arm. A chair flew over from the side and landed in front of Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu did not stand on ceremony and sat down. "I want to know how the Empress Dowager is doing." "She's fine. She's just a little old," Wu Chao said with a smile. "You're only in the nascent divinity tribulation and have 6 leaves. Logically, it's impossible for someone like you to control the imperial family without strong support. Tell me, who's behind you?" Zhao Yu asked in confusion. "Since you came all the way here, didn't you investigate everything beforehand?" "Well, I'm investigating it now," Wu Chao replied amiably. Zhao Yu answered honestly, "The one supporting me is naturally my master." Wu Chao opened his hand and clenched it. He repeated this action over and over again as he said, "Since your master is able to support you, he has to be someone important. I like to do things the simple way. If I can speak to the strongest person here, it'll make things a lot easier." "Where's he?" Zhao Yu replied with a straight face. "My master likes peace and quiet. I'm afraid he won't meet you." Wu Chao raised an eyebrow. "There are people who won't meet me?" He pointed around the Evergreen Palace, indicating he could even meet the Empress Dowager. "Let me say something that might sound unpleasant to your ears," Zhao Yu said. "Speak freely. You're very interesting. You're much more interesting than the people I've dealt with in the past," Wu Chao said with a smile. "I'm afraid you're not qualified to meet my master." Clank. The 2 blackguards behind Wu Chao moved their long halberds immediately. Zhao Yu's words were a great insult to the blackguards after all. Wu Chao raised his hand to stop them. He said without the slightest bit of anger, "Why do you say that?" "My master happens to hate all of you," Zhao Yu said. "Oh." Wu Chao's interest was further piqued. "A mere Golden Lotus cultivator dares to act so arrogantly in front of the Black Tower Council's black guards? My master has killed many blackguards." These shocking words left Zhao Yu's mouth. Wu Chao stopped clenching his hands and stared at Zhao Yu intently. The Evergreen Palace was frighteningly silent. The 2 armored blackguards' auras made the atmosphere even more oppressive. "Who's your master?" Wu Chao's expression darkened slightly. Zhao Yu shrugged. "I'm just a mere 6-leaf cultivator. It's pointless for you to kill me. Great Yen can easily find multiple replacements even if I die. Indeed, what could a 6-leaf cultivator do?" Wu Qin needed someone strong. By making the strong submit, Wu Chao and the blackguards would complete the mission the Black Tower Council had given them. However, that was not the question he asked. He repeated his words. "I asked you who's your master? Even if I tell you, you wouldn't have heard of him. You're just a blackguard, captain or not," Zhao Yu replied. Wu Chun rose to his feet and placed his hands on his back. He looked at Zhao Yu coldly and said, "Girl, you're still too inexperienced to play tricks in front of me." Zhao Yu said, "Whether I'm playing tricks or lying, you're free to investigate the matter, or you can wait a few days. My master will naturally come." Wu Chao, who had the Black Tower Council behind him, was naturally unafraid of those in the Golden Lotus domain. Therefore, he said with a smile, "As you wish, little girl." Then, he turned to the blackguards and said, "Go out and find out about the forces that need our attention and this little girl's master." "Understood." One of the blackguards, whose name was Little Zhang, flashed and disappeared from the Evergreen Hall in just a blink of an eye. In the afternoon, in a relay station in Great Yan's divine capital, a cultivator chuckled and said, "Brother, it's such a hot day, but you're wearing such heavy armor. Mind your own business. How can cultivators be afraid of the heat?" Someone said. An armored and masked man in the relay station said in a low voice, "I'm not from around here. Sorry for making a fool of myself. It's okay. The relay station is for people to rest and chat. If you have interesting stories, you can share them. Come, come, let's have a drink." A swordsman sitting across from him said. "Brother, who's the ruler here?" the armored man asked. The swordsman looked at the armored man strangely before he chuckled and said, "Do you even have to ask? Of course, it's the great Yan's imperial family. Currently, Zhao Yu, the princess, is handling the nation's affairs. However, she seems unwilling to ascend the throne. I heard that the princess cultivation base is only at the 6-leaf stage, right? With her strength, how can she rule the country?" The swordsman put down his cup and laughed. "Brother, you're really not from around here. Who told you she only has 6 leaves? It's possible that she already has 10 leaves." The armored man noticed the other party had used the words, "it's possible." The person sitting across from him was just an ordinary cultivator in the divine capital, after all. It was not surprising that the other party was not privy to a lot of things. He continued to ask, "In any case, it's impossible for her to rule the country alone, right? Who told you she's alone? She has a group of people behind her. All of them are experts, especially her master. Her master is peerless. He can kill a 10-leaf cultivator with just a slap," the swordsman said enthusiastically. "To be honest, her master is my idol." The armored man asked, "Where's her master now?" "I don't know. I heard that he went on a trip and has yet to return. Moreover, her fellow disciples are all very fierce. It's best not to provoke them. Otherwise, you won't even know how you die." "How strong is he?" The swordsman looked to the left and the right before he said in a lowered voice, "To be honest, no one knows. Sometimes I feel that her master is a visitor from outer space." The armored man's eyes were full of disbelief. "No one knows anything about his cultivation base?" "That's right. In any case, he's at the very least in the 1,000 realms whirling." Upon hearing these words, the armored man grabbed his long halberd and rose to his feet, leaving immediately. The swordsman called out, Brother, you're leaving without having a drink." "How can I drink with my mask on?" The armored man left the relay station and made his way to the imperial palace. After the armored man left, the swordsman looked to the left and the right before he whistled. In just an instant, the expressions of everyone in the relay station changed completely. The swordsman said in a low voice, "Inform all the brothers in the divine capital and the relay stations that the target has appeared. Tell them to act according to the plan if they meet anyone dressed in that manner." "Yes. Inform the sect master that the target has appeared as well." The armored man walked very quickly. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. However, he could not pinpoint what it was. At this moment, he suddenly reached out and stopped a swordsman who was passing by. He asked, "Is Princess Zhao Yu's master very powerful?" The swordsman glared at him. "Let go of me. Why are you randomly grabbing me? What are you trying to do in broad daylight? It goes without saying that the princess master is invincible under the heavens." The armored man loosened his grip. However, he was still not satisfied. He could not shake the feeling that something was not right. Hence, he stopped a few ordinary people to question them. The answers he obtained from these people were even more ridiculous. They waxed lyrical about Zhao Yu's achievements and her master's divine might. It was only normal that the rumors circulating among the common folks were even more exaggerated. The evil Sky Pavilion had long turned into the Sage Sky Pavilion in these people's mouths. Their achievements had long reached the status of legends. Following that, the armored man flashed and disappeared in the direction of the imperial palace. In a corner, someone heaved a sigh of relief before muttering under his breath, "I almost exposed myself. Fortunately, I didn't mention the evil Sky Pavilion. The sect master is right. To be safe, we should replace the common folks in the divine capital with cultivators instead." He stroked his chin and continued muttering to himself, "Why is the sect master doing this? Who's the armored man? Forget it. It's useless to try and guess the sect master's thoughts. The evergreen place. When the blackguard returned, Wuxia paced back and forth with his hands on his back and asked, "How did the investigation go?" The blackguard honestly reported everything he had heard to Wuxia. After listening to the report, Wuxia frowned. His expression turned grim when he heard his subordinate mention that Zhao Yu's master was at least in the Thousand Realms whirling. He turned to look at Zhao Yu. When he saw her calm expression, he sat down and said, "I've underestimated you." Zhao Yu said, "I'm a mere six-leaf cultivator. I don't dare to play tricks or lie to the Black Tower Council." Wuxia remained expressionless. Inwardly, he could not help but think that the girl in front of him had known about the existence of the Black Tower Council for a long time now. In the end, he only said, "Unfortunately, I have to complete my mission. Since your master is coming, I'll wait for him." Zhao Yu smiled. "If you're willing to wait, then so be it. However, this matter has nothing to do with the Empress Dowager and Princess Yongning. Let them go. I won't implicate them in the matter. The Black Tower Council has its own rules and will not kill the innocent," Wuxia replied. In fact, he really wanted to use the word sheep when referring to the people here, but when he thought about her master who was a Thousand Realms whirling expert, he did not use that word. Meanwhile, in the Evil Sky Pavilion, Yi Tianxin was sitting cross-legged and cultivating when Hua Yexing's voice rang from outside the door. "Miss Sixth, Mr. Seventh has something to talk to you about." "All right, I'm coming." Yi Tianxin opened her eyes before she rose to her feet and made her way to the meeting hall in the southern pavilion. When she arrived, the formation and the talisman had already been set up. Si Wuya could already be seen in the projection. When Si Wuya saw Yi Tianxin, he asked with a smile, "Sixth senior sister, how are you?" "I'm in charge of Golden Court Mountain now, so, of course, I'm doing well." "Tell me, what's the matter?" Yi Tianxin replied with a smile. "Master is on the way back to the Golden Lotus domain. He should be arriving in 3 days," Si Wuya said. "Master is coming back?" An expression of delight appeared on Yi Tianxin's face immediately. However, just as quickly, her expression turned grave when she realized the problem. Why did he suddenly come back? The cultivators in the Golden Lotus domain are progressing too fast. It won't be long before we have 10-leaf cultivators who will attract birth chart beasts. Master is worried that all of you will be in danger, Si Wuya explained. Moreover, I suspect that the foreign force has already placed someone by senior sister Zhao Yu's side. Before Master arrives, you and Cheng Huang should try and avoid the storm that's coming. Upon hearing these words, an expression of concern appeared on Yi Tianxin's face. Is senior sister Zhao Yu in danger? You don't have to worry about her safety. I've already sent the members of the Darknet to occupy the Divine Capital. Yi Zhixing is the most capable member of the Darknet. I've entrusted him to overlook the matters in the capital, so senior sister Zhao Yu is safe for now. Ha! Yi Tianxin asked in confusion. The members from the Darknet are protecting senior sister Zhao Yu? Are you joking? Si Wuya smiled. Senior sister, sometimes force isn't the only way to solve a problem. I'm still worried. I mean, with all your brilliant schemes, didn't you still fall into Master's hands? Yi Tianxin said without mincing her words. An embarrassed expression appeared on Si Wuya's face immediately. Master is different from others. In any case, trust me, senior sister. Senior sister Zhao, you will be fine. If you rush to the capital now, and let them see Cheng Huang, you'll only attract trouble. People would go crazy for birth chart beasts, let alone a special birth chart beast like Cheng Huang. When Si Wuya saw that Yi Tianxin was still worried, he added, Leave Master aside. Have I ever suffered a loss all these years? Indeed, whether it was the conflict with foreign tribes, the great fire in Blackwood Forest, the swift growth of the Nether Sect, or the gradual occupying of the Divine Capital, Si Wuya's schemes had always proven successful. All right, I'll listen to you. Yi Tianxin nodded. We'll go to the Divine Capital in 3 days then. Woof, 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 woof. Yi Tianxin frowned at the sudden interruption and asked, What are you doing? Hello, Miss Six. Do you remember me? I'm Jiang Aijian. How's my sister doing? Is she okay? Ouch! Let go. Let go of me. Woof, woof, woof. Following that, the projection was cut off. 2 days later, in the Evergreen Palace in Great Yan's divine capital. At this moment, Wuxia was studying the decorations in the Evergreen Palace with great interest. A blackguard bowed before he said, "Over the past 2 days, I've been wandering the divine capital and made a new discovery." "What is it?" Wuxia asked curiously. "Every time I ask about Xiaoyu's master, their answers are all strangely the same. Moreover, their answers are too exaggerated. Their answers are always along the lines of him being invincible, a divine being who descended to the mortal world, and such. Even the judges from the Black Tower Council aren't revered to this extent." Wuxia said, "Such a backward place is a breeding ground for ignorance. So what if it's true, and so what if it's not? No matter what, the cultivators in the Golden Lotus domain are not a match for the Black Tower Council. Captain is wise. However, I've heard that 2 teams from the Blackguards suffered a huge loss in the Red Lotus domain. Most importantly, something happened to Lord Wu as well." Wuxia nodded. "I've heard about that incident in the Red Lotus domain. That matter isn't as simple as we'd thought." As soon as Wuxia finished speaking, another blackguard suddenly appeared. "Captain, there's movement." Wuxia flashed before he walked out of the Evergreen Palace with his hands on his back. As he walked, he said, "If it's an expert from the Golden Lotus domain, inform the Black Tower Council so they carry out the annihilation plan in the Red Lotus domain. If it's not, we'll proceed with the captive plan." The eyes of the 2 blackguards lit up immediately. Understood. Realization dawned on the 2 blackguards. No wonder their captain was so confident. As it turned out, he had come up with a 2-pronged plan. Oh! When Wuxia walked out of the Evergreen Palace, he sensed the energy surging in the air and looked up. In the distance, above Jing Yen Palace, 4 cultivators dressed in white rushed over. The experts from the palace flew up to stop the 4 cultivators, but they were easily repelled. The 4 cultivators, 3 middle-aged men and a young woman, moved at lightning speed. The palace experts were no match for them at all. It did not take long before Zhao Yu and Princess Yongning rushed over to the Evergreen Palace. The 4 cultivators seemed to be able to sense Zhao Yu and rushed toward the Evergreen Palace immediately. When they saw Wu Chao and the others, they exclaimed in surprise, "Blackguards!" Wu Chao frowned. "White Guards." White Tower Council's Tang Izhou. Black Tower Council's Wu Chao. Both sides stated their names, but the atmosphere grew heavier. When Zhao Yu heard the introductions, she was taken aback. 7th junior brother is right. As it turned out, Lian Xing, who had been by Zhao Yu's side, was from the White Tower Council. During the previous time Si Wuya communicated with Zhao Yu, he had learned more about Lian Xing from Zhao Yu. After mulling over it, he was certain that Lian Xing was not from the Black Tower Council, even if he did not know which force she was from. He certainly did not know Lian Xing was from the White Tower Council. Nevertheless, his speculation was proven right. Zhao Yu did not expect these people to come so soon. They had agreed on 7 days after all. Nevertheless, she trusted Si Wuya and immediately carried out Si Wuya's plan. Therefore, she did not hesitate when she saw these people and shouted, "Master! Save me!" Wu Chao's expression darkened. "Master!" Zhao Yu nodded. Wu Chao's expression turned unsightly. He waved his hand and said, "Get lost! The Black Guards are doing their job." The 4 people in the sky did seem angered by Wu Chao's words. The middle-aged man standing in the lead said, "Since when do we have to listen to the orders of the Black Tower Council? The Black Tower came here more than 100 years ago. According to the rules, the White Tower Council should give up and leave." Wu Chao said indignantly, "Bullshit. Do you have any proof? 100 years ago, the Black Tower left a demon sword in the mountain north of the divine capital. The sword is called Dark Night. A stone monument was erected there as well to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. This is the proof," Wu Chao said righteously. "Who doesn't know how to make things up? Didn't you hear it? Zhao Yu addressed me as master earlier." Tang Izhou replied with a straight face. Upon hearing these words, Xianxia explained through voice transmission. I really don't know why Zhao Yu addressed me as master. She seems. Ting Yizhou interjected as he said through voice transmission. You really can't be expected to complete a task smoothly. I'll settle the score with you when we return. Xianxia lowered her head and looked at Zhao Yu. No wonder she isn't willing to leave with me. As it turns out, the Black Tower had taken the initiative first. Wuxia said, Master? Everyone in the divine capital says that Zhao Yu's master is unrivaled under the heavens. You're just a captain of the White Guards. But you have the audacity to claim to be unrivaled. Tang Yizhou said, The words are exaggerated. Zhao Yu willingly acknowledged me as her master. How can I just watch as she falls into your hand? Moreover, Zhao Yu and Xianxia are like sisters and have known each other for many years. Are you really going to lie through your teeth and start a war with the White Tower Council? He paused briefly before he added, Don't forget about the peace agreement between the White Tower Council and the Black Tower Council. Wuxia was rendered speechless. Things had developed in an unexpected direction. At this moment, Zhao Yu cried out again, Master! Hurry up and save me. Tang Yizhou clenched his hands tightly as he thought to himself, Who are you calling master? Since when did I become your master? However, since things had already come to this, Tang Yizhou could only endure and accept this title for now. They could not give on the great void seed. Wuxia looked at Tang Yizhou, who was hovering in the sky, and said, Tang Yizhou, although there's an agreement between the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council, it has nothing to do with Zhao Yu calling you master. Great Yen belongs to the Black Tower Council. If I don't yield, do you really dare to make a move? The Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council had signed a peace agreement a long time ago. When it came to plundering resources, the two sides had always stayed out of each other's way and acted in accordance with the agreement. At this moment, Xianxia stepped forward and looked at Wu Chao as she said, The White Tower Council, naturally, disdains to compete with the Black Tower Council for Great Yen. However, Zhao Yu is like my sister. Therefore, I must take her away. Although Wu Chao's expression remained unchanged, he was inwardly puzzled. What did it mean that the White Tower Council had no intention of competing with the Black Tower Council for birth chart beasts in the Golden Lotus domain? He turned to look at Zhao Yu. How could a mere six-leaf cultivator be worthy of their attention? After a moment, Wu Chao pointed at Zhao Yu and asked, You came here only to take her away? Ting Yizhou seemed to have found a solution, so he hastily said, That's right. Xianxia, who had also seen the solution to the problem, said with a smile, Why don't both sides take a step back for the sake of the agreement between the White Tower Council and the Black Tower Council? Moreover, we don't have conflicting interests. We'll concede Great Yen to you, but you have to let us bring Zhao Yu away. What do you think? Wu Chao grew even more confused when he heard these words. How could the entire Golden Lotus domain compare to a mere six-leaf cultivator? It was impossible for the other side not to know the disparity of the values between the two. Humans were very strange creatures. As soon as they were presented with something they wanted, they would suddenly become suspicious. Wu Chao did not agree immediately. Instead, he looked at Tang Yizhou and asked with a smile, Why is the White Tower Council suddenly so magnanimous? If you don't believe me, we can contact the Elders Guild and let them decide. What do you think? Tang Yizhou asked. Seeing Tang Yizhou's reaction, Wu Chao was even more certain there was more to Zhao Yu. The two blackguards stepped forward to the left and the right of Zhao Yu, blocking her. Wu Chao's thoughts spun wildly in his mind as he said, There's no need to trouble the elders with our matter. Tang Yizhou said, The White Tower Council has already made a concession. What else do you want? Wu Chao thought about it for a long while, but he still could not figure out what was wrong. He turned and studied Zhao Yu for a moment, but he did sense anything special about her. In the end, Zhao Yu was just a woman. If the White Tower Council wanted her, he would give her to them. At this moment, Zhao Yu suddenly cried out, Sister Xianxia, hurry up and save me. Don't let my great void energy fall into the Black Tower Council's hands. Ting Yizhou. Xianxia. Wu Chao lifted his head immediately. A shocked expression could be seen on his face at this moment. He turned to look at Zhao Yu and asked, "You have the great void energy?" At this moment, one of the blackguards brought a talisman out. The talisman with the script Wu began to burn and flew toward Zhao Yu. When the talisman was about to land on her, it suddenly disintegrated. "Great void energy." Wu Chao raised his hand and said, "Bring her to the back." "Understood." A blackguard grabbed Zhao Yu and retreated 100 meters. Wu Chao's eyes glinted as he looked at Teng Yizhou and said, "I was wondering why the White Tower Council was so magnanimous. As it turns out, you have a secret. How about this? I'll let you have Great Yen, and we'll take Zhao Yu with us." Teng Yizhou said in a deep voice, "You're going to go back on your words?" "How can I go back on my words when I didn't agree to anything? Earlier, you said your conditions are good. Now that I propose them to you, why aren't you agreeing?" "You!" The three white guards behind Teng Yizhou got into positions immediately. Teng Yizhou suppressed his anger and asked Zhao Yu, "Are you deliberately trying to sow discord?" Zhao Yu laughed. It was a bright and moving sight. She did not deny it. She looked at Lian Xing and said, "Indeed, I'm trying to sow discord. It seems like you're not completely stupid." Lian Xing said in disbelief, "Sister Zhao Yue, you do know they're from the Black Tower Council, right? Stop pretending. It's not like you're any better." Zhao Yu had planned to stir up a conflict between the two parties according to Si Wuya's plan without revealing anything. However, she did not expect the White Tower Council would make a concession. Therefore, she followed Si Wuya's alternative plan and revealed that she had the Great Void Energy. So far, everything was progressing as Si Wuya had planned. Wu Chao nodded. "So Teng Yizhou isn't your master?" Zhao Yu said disdainfully. "How can a person like him compare to my master?" Anger flashed in Teng Yizhou's eyes as he said, "After I take down the blackguards, I'll skin you alive and refine your great void energy." Teng Yizhou waved his hands. The two white-clad men behind him swooped down immediately and landed in front of Wu Chao. Wu Chao raised his hand. A black astrolabe with the script Wu appeared in front of Wu Chao immediately. Teng Yizhou exclaimed in shock, "You're a witchcraft cultivator? No wonder you dare to challenge the white guards." There were 3 people from the black guards and 4 people from the white guards. At this moment, Wu Chao pushed his hand out. A black seal split into 2 before knocking the 2 white guards back. Following that, Wu Chao flashed into the air and waved his hand again. A black astrolabe with a diameter of 500 feet appeared in the air. The script Wu flashed with a black light. Wu Chao said, "If the White Tower Council wants to fight for the Great Void Energy, they have to at least have the strength to do so." Teng Yizhou looked back and said, "All of you, capture Zhao Yu. I'll deal with Wu Chao." "Understood." The 2 white guards flew down immediately. At the same time, Wu Chao pushed the witchcraft astrolabe out. Teng Yizhou rose into the sky before a white lotus appeared under his feet. The white lotus shone with a dazzling white light as he moved at lightning speed. In just an instant, the rumbling sound of explosions resounded through the entire imperial palace. In the divine capital, the cultivators in the relay station lifted their heads one after another. "Inform the sect master that we've achieved our objective. Carry out the next step of the plan. Members of the Darknet, evacuate the divine capital." Meanwhile, Wu Chao's black witchcraft astrolabe clashed with Teng Yizhou's attacks repeatedly. The other white guards found an opening at this moment and slipped past Wu Chao before they rushed toward Zhao Yu. Upon seeing this, the blackguard guarding Zhao Yu tossed out several talismans to the ground. In just an instant, a cage rose from the ground around Zhao Yu. Following that, the 2 blackguards engaged the white guards in a fight. The inscriptions of the formations in the imperial palace lit up one after another, blocking the aftershock from the impact of the fight. Nevertheless, cracks still appeared on the palace walls thousands of meters away. Boom! Wu Chao's black witchcraft astrolabe collided with the white lotus. The force from the impact rippled out and from the Evergreen Palace to the entire imperial palace. Teng Yizhou said, "Are you going to break the Black Tower Council's rules and kill the innocent? Aren't you planning to do the same?" Wu Chao retorted. Teng Yizhou looked at his surroundings before he said, Come up here if you have the guts. Following that, he flashed and rose several thousand meters up in the sky. Wuxiao scoffed. Why wouldn't I have the guts? You can't possibly think that I'm afraid of you, right? At this moment, Ting Yizhou said to Lianxing, Lianxing, if we can obtain the thing we want, then we have to destroy it. Do you understand? Despite the troubled expression on her face, Lianxing bowed and said, yes. Wuxiao said coldly, pretending to be Zhao Yu's master and sister. I feel embarrassed on your behalf. The witchcraft astrolabe expanded. With a diameter of several thousand meters, it seemed capable of covering the sky. Wuxiao stepped onto his black lotus before he advanced toward Tang Yizhou. Outside of the imperial palace, the cultivators in the divine capital looked up at the shocking scene. Most of them thought the world was coming to an end and hurriedly retreated. From a distance, it seemed like a huge black orb and a huge white orb were repeatedly smashing against each other. With their cultivation bases, the cultivators could not see anything else apart from that. Wuxiao and Teng Yizhou collided again. The impact from the collision made the air ripple as a dazzling light exploded in the sky. Boom! The deafening collision caused shivers to run up people's spines. Meanwhile, Zhao Yu watched the battle in shock. This was the strength of 1,000 realms whirling expert. Whether it was cultivators from Great Yen or the Golden Lotus domain, she suddenly felt like they were just a speck of dust in front of these 1,000 realms whirling experts. At this time, Lianxing led the 2 white guards to the front. Release Zhao Yu, and we'll spare your lives. You can try if you think you're strong enough. With that, the blackguards and the white guard began to fight again. After a while, seeing that the white guards had numbers on their side, an idea appeared in his mind. He hurriedly flashed to Zhao Yu's side. Following that, he grabbed her and flew toward the north of the imperial palace. Chase! The remaining blackguard brandished his long halberd, releasing surges of energy to stop the white guards from chasing after Zhao Yu. Boom! 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 Upon seeing this, Teng Yizhou cast the White Lotus Sacred Seal. He joined his palms together before energy seals covered the sky. Wuxiao flashed 3 times and appeared behind Teng Yizhou. He spread his arms to the sides before stepping forward. The witchcraft astrolabe split into 4 and immediately blocked the energy seals from the White Lotus Sacred Seal. Wuxiao laughed. It seems like the White Guard's strength is only average. Did you think the Black Guards are pushovers? Following that, the witchcraft astrolabe blocked the White Guards from chasing after Zhao Yu. Wu Chao's witchcraft power exceeded Teng Yizhou's expectations. He could only focus on his fight with Wu Chao without being able to do much else to help his comrades. On the other side, while Lianxing and the White Guards were fighting the blackguards, Lianxing called out impatiently, Zhao Yu! At this moment, Teng Yizhou suddenly shouted, Mountains and rivers descend. A white avatar fell from the sky toward Wu Chao immediately. When Teng Yizhou saw an opening in the witchcraft astrolabe, he shouted, Chase after them! Understood! Whoosh! The 3 white guards flashed to the north as fast as shooting stars. Upon seeing this, Wu Chao withdrew his hands. In just a second, he vanished into thin air. Teng Yizhou gritted his teeth and said angrily, You have no part in that. Following that, Teng Yizhou vanished into thin air as well. The 2 parties moved at top speed toward the north. Both sides fought as they flew. As they flew out of the imperial palace and the divine capital, they left flashing black and white lights in their wake. Many cultivators rushed over at this moment, cleaning up the mess. It was as though they had rehearsed this many times. There were also cultivators who followed the 2 parties from afar, flying at a low altitude. They could only watch from afar. The fierce battle lasted for a long time. From evening to night, and from night to dawn. They fought from Cloud Rage River to Surging Heaven Mountain and to Cloud Shine Peak, where Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong once fought. The battle between 1,000 Realms whirling experts was in a very different league from a battle between those in the nascent Divinity Tribulation realm. The battle of these mystic realm experts was mostly limited to the sky. At this moment, Wu Chao and Teng Yizhou flew above Lilac Mountain. Teng Yizhou began to feel the pressure from Wu Chao's attacks and chose to use his ultimate technique. the white astrolabe hanging at the back of Tang Yizhou's white avatar with 3 birth charts spun and shot out 3 beams of light. Wuxia was rather bold. He only used the witchcraft astrolabe to block the beams of light. An explosion of light appeared in the sky immediately. Boom! 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 The beams of light shot out, causing the top half of Lilac Mountain to slide down. Wu Chao, you can't escape. Tang Yizhou kept attacking. Wu Chao looked at Tang Yizhou and said indifferently, I'll be honest with you. If you go any further, you'll be entering the range of the runic passage that was left here for the Black Guards. Runic passage? Tang Yizhou's eyes widened. This meant the other blackguards had rushed here so they could bring Zhao Yu back to the Black Lotus domain using the runic passage. He shouted immediately, Lian Xing, stop them. Understood. Spurred by the urgency of the situation, Lian Xing and the other 2 white guards began to unleash their full strength. 3 white Thousand Realms whirling avatars appeared and flew forward, closing the distance between them and the 2 blackguards. Meanwhile, Tang Yizhou cast the mountains and rivers descend again. A white Thousand Realms whirling avatar appeared in front of Wu Chao, blocking his path. How could Wu Chao let Tang Yizhou stop him? He manifested his black astrolabe in just an instant and released the birth chart power at the snow-white avatar. The power of the birth charts merged before shooting out a huge beam of light at the white avatar. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky repeatedly in just an instant. The force from the collision fell on Lilac Mountain and the forest in its surroundings, uprooting countless trees. The tornado-like backless spun out, killing the weaker beasts in the forest. Lian Xing turned back to have a look before she said, Don't worry about them. Chase after the blackguards. We mustn't let them leave with Zhao Yu. Yes. The white guards increased their speed to the maximum before they finally arrived in front of the 2 blackguards. However, the 2 blackguards were already prepared. They threw their long halberds to the ground in just an instant. Boom! Boom! When 2 long halberds landed on the ground, 2 flags that were at least 10,000 feet tall sprung up. Thunderous explosions rang in the air again as the formation flags shot out countless energy swords. Bring Zhao Yu away. The 2 blackguards manifested their Thousand Realms whirling avatar at the same time, planning to force the 3 white guards back in one fell swoop. The 3 white guards manifested their white astrolabes as they advanced under the storm of energy swords. None of you are allowed to leave. Lian Xing suddenly moved in front of the 2 blackguards at an exaggerated speed before she brandished the exquisite dagger in her hand. White rainbow piercing the sun. Lian Xing's eyes flashed with a terrifying killing intent. She advanced toward the blackguards with the white astrolabe and dagger in hand, pushing the 2 blackguards back. One of the white-clad men moved behind the blackguards at this moment. Upon seeing this, one of the blackguards coldly said, Don't even think about it. If we can have her, you won't be able to have her as well. The other blackguard turned around. His black astrolabe began to spin, getting ready to release the power of the birth charts toward Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu! Lian Xing flashed in front of the beam of light. She raised her hand and used her white astrolabe to block the beam of light. Boom! 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 Lian Xing grunted and spat out a mouthful of blood as she was sent flying and landed near Zhao Yu. It's you. Zhao Yu looked at Lian Xing in shock. I won't let you die. Lian Xing grabbed Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu suddenly waved her hand. The sky dagger shining with blue light appeared in her hand immediately. Bang! Lian Xing's eyes widened in shock, and her face paled. Why? Zhao Yu moved back as she said, Don't touch me. You're dirty. A complex expression appeared on Lian Xing's face immediately. At this moment, more than 10 beams of light shot toward Lian Xing's back. Senior Sister Lian Xing! The white guards cried out in unison. They were trapped by the 8 desolate and 6 harmony flags, so they could not rush to her aid. Lian Xing instinctively used the Thousand Realms whirling avatar to repel the beams of light. Boom! Lian Xing spat out another mouthful of blood. As she endured the pain, she launched an energy seal and said, Zhao Yu, run for your life. The gentle energy seal surged toward Zhao Yu and carried her toward the distant mountain range. Zhao Yu widened her eyes as she looked at the 400-foot avatar in front of her. Lian Xing said, "I'll definitely keep my promise to you." At this moment, a dark voice rang from the sky opposite the 8 desolate and 6 harmony flags. "Lian Xing, how dare you disobey my order?" Lian Xing turned around and stubbornly said, "You promised me that you won't kill anyone. What about you? Did you keep your promise to me?" Tang Yizhou's voice was thunderous. "In any case, do you think a 6-leaf cultivator like her can escape?" Buzz. A white astrolabe appeared. The lower half was shrouded by the clouds. It flashed dazzlingly as the power of the birth chart shot out. If Tang Yizhou could not have Zhao Yu, he would destroy her. Lian Xing seemed to have made up her mind at this moment. She gritted her teeth and rushed toward the beam of light with her 1,000 realms whirling avatar in tow. At the same time, she held the white astrolabe with a diameter of 1,000 meters in front of her. Bang! Lian Xing spat out blood and fell from the sky when the beam of light collided with her white astrolabe. "Lian Xing!" Tang Yizhou's furious voice thundered in the sky. On the contrary, Wu Chao's laughter resounded at the same time. "How are you going to fight me? You can't even control your people." His confidence grew even more the longer he fought. "Tell me, what makes you think you can fight me?" Boom! Black and white light flashed in the sky again. They somewhat resembled the 8 trigram seal. At the same time, the 8 desolate and 6 harmony flags continued to stir up energy in the air. The energy spun out like a tornado. Meanwhile, a frown could be seen on Zhao Yu's face as she looked at the falling Lian Xing. She was in a dilemma. She recalled what her 7th junior brother had said to her. No matter where and when, one should always prioritize one's life. At this moment, Wu Chao said smugly, "Even the heavens are helping me. Little Zhang, bring Zhao Yu away and leave the others to me." Understood. Trapped by the 8 desolation and 6 harmony flags, the other 2 white guards could only watch helplessly. Now that Lian Xing was injured, the blackguards had to seize this opportunity. The blackguard on the left flew away from the 8 desolate and 6 harmony flags at lightning speed toward Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu's heart sank. She was only in the nascent divinity tribulation realm. How could she fight against 1,000 realms whirling expert? The blackguard arrived in front of Zhao Yu in just a blink of an eye and tried to grab her. At the same time, Zhao Yu manifested her 6-leaf golden avatar as she slashed Sky Dagger at the blackguard. Bang! 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 "It's useless. You're too weak." The blackguard shook his head. Bang! 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 The more Zhao Yu fought back, the braver she became. She attacked in a frenzy as though she had lost her mind. As she released her energy, her body gradually began to turn transparent. "Ha!" The blackguard looked at her curiously. He was not bothered with her attacks at all. When the blackguard's palm seal was about to land on Zhao Yu, a golden light suddenly surged from the Sky Dagger. Zhao Yu used everything she had and finally managed to land a blow on the palm seal that was trying to capture her. The blackguard exclaimed in anger, "You!" He pushed his hand out immediately. Boom! Zhao Yu was sent flying. The difference between their strength was like heaven and earth. It was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Zhao Yu endured the surging blood qi in her body and tightened her grip around the Sky Dagger. The 6 lotus leaves spun in a frenzy as she continued to attack the blackguard. "Your courage is commendable." A hint of surprise flashed in the blackguard's eyes. There is actually such a cultivation method in the world, as expected of the owner of the great void energy. The blackguard pushed his astrolabe out as he casually watched Zhao Yu attack with a hint of interest and curiosity in his eyes. Zhao Yu's body flashed around the astrolabe. She appeared and reappeared around astrolabe as she attacked furiously with the Sky Dagger. Amused, the blackguard looked at Zhao Yu as though she was a performing monkey. He laughed before he said, "What a pity that your opponent is me, little girl." At this moment, the astrolabe suddenly shot forward. Bang! Zhao Yu grunted as she felt her arm go numb. She flipped several times before she attacked again. "You dare to kill me?" The blackguard did not expect Zhao Yu to be so stubborn. He sneered. "You think I daren't kill you?" At this moment, A thunderous voice rang in the sky. You dare? Hurry up and bring her away. If she dies, I'll tear you apart. Yes. The blackguard shrank back slightly in fear. He no longer hesitated and rushed toward Zhao Yu. Energy surged out of Zhao Yu's body as she dodged to the left and the right. The blackguard said impatiently, Are you done playing? An astrolabe appeared above Zhao Yu's head before it fell on her. Boom! Zhao Yu fell from the sky. At the same time, a white lotus rose from the ground, cushioning her fall. Zhao Yu, who was caught between a black and a white astrolabe, felt helpless. Her fate was out of her control. She said through gritted teeth, Don't touch me. Boom! The black astrolabe and the white lotus passed through Zhao Yu as her body turned incorporeal. What secret technique is this? The blackguard exclaimed in surprise. He saw Zhao Yu's incorporeal body turned corporeal. At this moment, the white lotus rose up in the air again. The blackguard cried out, Die! He raised his astrolabe and moved it to face Zhao Yu. At the moment when his astrolabe lit up, about to release the power of the birth chart, a streak of light shot forward and appeared in front of Zhao Yu. Soon enough, the blackguard saw an old man with the appearance of an immortal standing in front of Zhao Yu with his hands resting on his back. Who are you? The old man did not reply. Instead, he grabbed Zhao Yu's shoulder and put her on Di Zhang's back before patting Di Zhang lightly. Squawk! Di Zhang left with Zhao Yu on its back at lightning speed. The old man raised his hand and stroked his beard. In just a blink of an eye, he vanished into thin air and reappeared in front of the blackguard. His palm glowed with a blue light as he pressed it against the blackguard's astrolabe. The blackguard was shocked and instinctively pressed back with his astrolabe. Bang! In the next moment, he cried out miserably and fell from the sky. Before he fell, he felt as though his chest was hit by a 5,000 kilograms hammer, shattering his internal organs. Lian Xing was stunned when she saw this. Who's this person? The old man flashed again, appearing 100 meters away from the fallen blackguard before he struck again. A terrified expression appeared on the blackguard's face as he screamed, Captain! Save me! The old man's hand that was like Mount Tai pushed against the astrolabe. Boom! The blackguard's astrolabe with the two birth charts slammed into his chest. Nevertheless, he managed to manifest his avatar. The old man remained expressionless. Upon seeing the blackguard's avatar, he held a sword and flashed toward the lotus before he brought his sword down on the blackguard's birth palace. Following that, he turned around calmly and stroked his beard as he surveyed his surroundings. He did not even spare a glance for the blackguard. Return Zhao Yue to me, Lian Xing cried out as she charged at the old man. White rainbow pierces the sun. The old man looked at Lian Xing, who was charging toward him at lightning speed expressionlessly. Then, he lifted his hand and turned it around before he pressed it down. Bang! The flood-grade sword stabbed toward the old man with heaven-defying might. Nevertheless, the old man's expression remained unchanged as he flashed forward and pushed his hand that was glowing with a blue light against Lian Xing's chest. Lian Xing, who was already injured, was no match for the old man. In just an instant, her white lotus avatar shrank and entered her body. His palm strike caused her heart and soul to tremble. The old man, who had not said a single word since his arrival, finally said as he watched Lian Xing fall, You dare to touch my disciple? Are you tired of living? Disciple! Lian Xing's heart trembled when she heard the old man's angry words. Her eyes widened in shock as she looked at the old man who was hovering in the air. Just one of his palm strikes severely injured her and destroyed one of her birth charts. Boom! Before Lian Xing landed on the ground, she tried to erect her protective energy. Alas, the supreme mystic power was not something she could resist. She crashed heavily onto the ground. Lu Zhou no longer looked at Lian Xing. He would not show mercy even if she was a beautiful woman. Meanwhile, the blackguard whose birth palace Lu Zhou had destroyed spat out a mouthful of blood as his life slowly leaked from his body. His eyes were brimming with fear as he looked at the solemn old man in the sky. He tried and failed to mobilize his vitality energy. As time passed, he slowly began to lose his consciousness. He had turned numb under the torture of the energy and the strong wind. With his last remaining consciousness, he looked at the old man and wondered, "Am I going to die?" With death looming ahead of him, the blackguard was filled with helplessness and despair. His call for help did not even attract his captain's attention. His face was ashen as his eyelids grew heavier and heavier. After a moment, his eyes closed, and the world went dark for him. Ding! Destroyed 2 birth charts. Reward: 12,000 merit points. Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 8,000 merit points. Domain bonus: 2,000 merit points. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward: 6,000 merit points. These notifications were all within Lu Zhou's expectations. He had hurriedly destroyed the blackguard's birth palace after destroying his 2 birth charts to conserve his energy. As for the other 6,000 merit points, he had gained from destroying Lianxing's birth chart. Lu Zhou continued to stroke his beard indifferently as he looked at the 2 towering formation flags in front of him and the 2 trapped white guards. After that, he shifted his gaze to Wuxia and Teng Yizhou, who were engaged in a fierce battle at this moment. "Lu Zhou's 'You dare touch my disciple? Are you tired of living?' was clearly transmitted to the ears of everyone present earlier. Boom! Wuxia and Teng Yizhou, who fought for a day and a night, finally separated before they faced each other from afar. They turned to look at the old man who was hovering not far away. Lu Zhou looked at them with a burning gaze. Wu Chao's eyes darted around before they finally stopped on Zhao Yu, who was riding Di Zhang in the distant horizon. His expression at this moment was rather unsightly as he cursed loudly. Trash! The 2 blackguards were given such a good opportunity to bring Zhao Yu to the runic passage. But they failed. How could he not be angry when he saw Zhao Yu safe and sound? On the contrary, Teng Yizhou laughed. The fisherman benefits from the struggle between the snipefish and clam. Wu Chao, you have this day as well. Wu Chao looked at the 2 white guards that were trapped by the 8 desolate and 6 harmony flags before he realized one of the blackguards was missing. At the same time, he suddenly recalled the heart-wrenching "Captain, save me" he had heard earlier. Similarly, Teng Yizhou also discovered Lianxing's absence. The duo's expressions turned grim immediately as they looked at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou continued to stroke his beard and asked, "Have you fought enough?" "Who are you?" Wu Chao asked coldly. "When you're done, come over and kowtow to confess your crimes," Lu Zhou said faintly. The duo was stunned by Lu Zhou's arrogant words. Meanwhile, Zhao Yu, who was far away on Di Zhang's back, gradually regained her senses from the collisions between the Black Lotus and White Lotus cultivators. Despite the black hair, she was familiar with that figure. "Master!" Zhao Yu straightened her back and tried to use her weak cultivation base to stabilize herself. "This?" She patted Di Zhang's back. Quack, 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 quack. Di Zhang seemed happy that Zhao Yu had regained her senses. Di Zhang's loud cries immediately attracted everyone's attention, including Lu Zhou. Upon seeing her master looking at her, she bowed. "This disciple greets master." Wu Chao exclaimed in surprise. "You're her master?" Lu Zhou was puzzled. "Why? Don't I look like her master? Do you think I'll fall for the same trick?" Wu Chao, naturally, did not believe Lu Zhou was Zhao Yu after being tricked. Lu Zhou said indifferently, "It doesn't matter what you think. If I say I'm her master, then I'm her master." Lu Zhou was unaware that these people had all fallen into Si Wuya's scheme. Wu Chao smiled and said, "Being her master is a death sentence." Lu Zhou sized Wu Chao up with a slight hint of disdain before he said, "What? With just you alone? You think you can kill me?" When Wu Chao recalled the praises he had heard about Zhao Yu's master, his fighting spirit soared. "The people in Great Yan's divine capital can't stop singing your praises, and they claim you're invincible." Lu Zhou remained silent. He was not surprised by these words. After all, he had revolutionized the Golden Lotus domain. It was only normal for him to have many fans. Wu Chao turned around and looked at Teng Yizhou. "Teng Yizhou, since our people are injured, why don't both of us stop for a while?" Teng Yizhou nodded as he looked at Lu Zhou. That's my intention as well. Wuxiao raised his hand and put the 8 desolate and 6 harmony flags away. The 2 white guards and the blackguard stood fighting and looked around wearily. Wuxiao asked, "Do you want to go first or should I go first?" Tang Yizhou said, "We'll send a person each." Okay. Both of them waved their hands. One of the white guards and the remaining blackguard looked at their respective captains before they shifted their gaze to Lu Zhou, who was still stroking his beard indifferently. In just a moment, both of them moved at lightning speed and began to attack with energy seals. Upon seeing this, Zhao Yu cried out worriedly, "Master! Be careful!" Squawk! Di Jiang cried out somewhat lazily, clearly not worried at all. It flapped its wings and flew back and forth. Zhao Yu held her breath as she watched the black lotus cultivator and the white lotus cultivator shoot toward Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou did not dodge at all. He raised his hand, and a golden astrolabe with a diameter of a few meters appeared in front of him. Boom! Boom! The blackguard and the white guard crashed into the golden astrolabe. 1,000 realms whirling expert! Wuxiao and Tang Yizhou exclaimed in unison. At this moment, Lu Zhou casually pushed his hand out. The blackguard and the white guard instantly felt a huge energy pushing back against them. A huge wave of energy swept out, shaking the earth and the mountains. Just like that, both of them were sent flying. Lu Zhou moved forward at the speed of light. The special ability from his 4th birth chart was on full display. He arrived between the 2 guards in just a blink of an eye and slammed his hands against their chests simultaneously, unleashing the Great Fearlessness seal. The 2 guards fell from the sky immediately as though they had been struck down by lightning. At the same time, both of them began to spit out blood. Ding! Destroyed a birth chart. Reward: 6,000 merit points. Ding! Destroyed a birth chart. Reward: 6,000 merit points. It was easy for Lu Zhou to fight against the 2 guards. This speed. Meanwhile, Wuxiao and Tang Yizhou began to realize the severity of the problem when they saw Lu Zhou's speed. It was easy for one to fight against 2. After familiarizing himself with the supreme mystic power, Lu Zhou's control over it was very good. After he obtained Di Jiang's speed, he learned to use his speed and cultivation to create the suitable time for him to defeat his opponent in one fell swoop using the supreme mystic power. He would use minimal supreme mystic power but maximize its value. The 2 guards had already lost a birth chart each. With this, the gap between their strength and Lu Zhou's strength widened even more. Tang Yizhou ordered, "Kill him." Yes. The remaining white guard rushed out. He was much more cautious after watching his comrade and manifested his 1,000 realms whirling avatar immediately. The astrolabe spun and shone brightly. He looked as though he was lit by the sun from the back. Lu Zhou's expression did not change. He seemed to have vanished into thin air before he reappeared behind the black 1,000 realms whirling avatar. He wielded unnamed in the form of a sword and launched a 100-meter-long energy sword at the avatar. The heavenly writings power of past lives. The white guard let out a blood-curdling scream as he looked at Lu Zhou in fear. After the energy sword cleaved the white guard's birth palace, it slashed across his chest. The energy sword's momentum carried it forward before it finally landed on the ground with a loud boom, creating a long trench. Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 8,000 merit points. Domain bonus: 2,000 merit points. Just one move? This battle ended without any suspense at all. Tang Yizhou and Wuxiao inhaled sharply. A 3-chart 1,000 realms whirling expert was killed with just one move? Lu Zhou decided to kill the white guard with one strike because the supreme mystic power was not inexhaustible. So far, he had already killed 2 people and destroyed 5 birth charts, using up 1/3 of the supreme mystic power. There were another 2 powerful captains whom he needed to deal with. Lu Zhou looked at Wuxiao and Tang Yizhou as he said domineeringly, "Do you still dare to arrogantly before me?" Wuxiao and Tang Yizhou looked at each other. It seemed like they had met a tough opponent. "Let's fight together," Tang Yizhou said in a deep voice. "All right," Wuxiao said before he threw the 8 desolate and 6 harmony formation flags out again. The 2 10,000-foot formation flags fluttered loudly and thrummed. In just a second, The clouds turned dark as countless energy swords appeared in the sky. Tang Ijo took the short sword hanging from his waist and tossed it into the air. One energy sword turned into two turned into four turned into 8. Before long, there were tens of thousands of white energy swords. The wind howled and the thunder clapped in the sky as the tension ran high. Buzz, buzz. A black and a white 4-chart thousand realms whirling avatar towered in the air like two mountains above the two formation flags. Lu Zhou looked at the two men on the ground whose birth charts he destroyed. The captains flew high up into the sky at this moment. Now! Wuxia controlled the formation flags and manipulated the energy swords to attack at the same time. At the same time, Tang Ijo swooped down with the mountain-like white avatar. Similarly, the blackguard and the white guard endured the pain and charged into battle. The explosions and the flashing lights made it seem like the world was coming to an end at this moment. Lu Zhou looked at the blackguard and white guard on the ground. Although they had both lost a birth chart each, he did not underestimate them. The 4,000 realms whirling avatars attacked Lu Zhou at the same time. Lu Zhou looked at the avatars and thought this was a good time to use the heavenly writing power due to the wide range of its attack. However, in the end, he used the power of the 4th birth chart and aimed it at Tang Ijo instead. This is bad. An ominous feeling rose in Tang Ijo's heart at this moment. However, it was too late for him to retreat. He could only advance like an arrow that had been shot out. In just an instant, before the blackguards and the white guard arrived, Tang Ijo saw a dizzying number of afterimages Lu Zhou left behind before Lu Zhou struck with his palm. Lu Zhou struck Tang Ijo's front, back, waist, left abdomen, lower right abdomen, and the top of his head with 6 blue palm seals. In just a second, Tang Ijo was beaten to a pulp. Blood began to gush out of his body. The terrifying sound of spine breaking rang crisply in the air. He seemed to be in excruciating pain as he cried out miserably. All of them are defensive birth charts? Lu Zhou was surprised. Under normal circumstances, after unleashing 6 palm seals with the supreme mystic power, even if he could not kill his opponent, he would have at least destroyed 2 birth charts. However, Tang Ijo was only heavenly injured. His birth charts were all intact. As Lu Zhou looked at the birth disk on the astrolabe, he recalled the diagram on the map Lu Li had given him. In just a moment, he confirmed that Tang Ijo had indeed only activated defensive birth charts. At this moment, the attacks from the others fell on Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou scoffed. "I will start the massacre now." Lu Zhou raised his hand. The floodgrade confinement seal that covered the sky blocked the attack from the 8 desolate and 6 harmony flags. Bang! 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 What's this? A floodgrade weapon that was controlled by 1,000 realms whirling expert was naturally even more powerful. Meanwhile, Wuxia circulated his vitality energy in a frenzy, while Tang Ijo desperately attacked with his astrolabe. Alas, Tang Ijo and the 2 formation flags failed to even leave a dent on the confinement seal. Following that, Lu Zhou slammed his hands that were burning with karmic fire toward the blackguard and the white guard who were charging toward. Even without the supreme mystic power, the 2 guards with 2 birth charts each were definitely not a match for him. Bang! Bang! The 2 guards broke their arms immediately. Lu Zhou advanced, joining his palms together. With the karmic fire and the power of the fierce beasts concentrated in his hands, he struck again. Bang! Bang! The 2 guards' bones shattered immediately. They spat out blood as they fell into the forest below. Ding! Destroyed a birth chart. Reward: 6,000 merit points. Ding! Destroyed a birth chart. Reward: 6,000 merit points. Now, the 2 guards only had 1 birth chart each. The heights of the avatars had also shrunk considerably. At this moment, someone appeared behind Lu Zhou and wielded a huge energy blade with both hands before bringing it down on Lu Zhou. Die! It was another white guard. Lu Zhou turned around. He lifted Unnamed that had transformed into a shield that was 1,000 meter wide in front of him. Bang! The impact from the collision rippled out in the sky. The white guard brandished his energy saber and struck Unnamed. "Let's see how long you can block my strikes." Just as the blade was about to touch Unnamed, Unnamed suddenly disappeared. Only an afterimage could be seen. Lu Zhou wielded Unnamed that had turned into a sword and repeated his actions earlier. He slashed mercilessly at the White Guard's back, abdomen, chest, and head. Following that, he released 4 energy swords that accurately pierced the White Guard's 4 vital points. Following that, Lu Zhou stopped moving. He only moved the confinement seal to block the energy swords and attacks aimed at him. The White Guard was frozen, unable to move. In just a moment, a gruesome sight appeared before everyone's eyes. The White Guard fell, piece by piece, into the forest below. Teng Yizhou's eyes widened as he watched this. Ding! Destroyed a birth chart. Reward, 6,000 merit points. Ding! Destroyed a birth chart. Reward, 6,000 merit points. Ding! Killed 1 target. Reward, 8,000 merit points. Domain bonus, 2,000 merit points. Lu Zhou lifted the confinement seal. The sky was dark at this moment. Wuxia was a witchcraft cultivator, and what witchcraft cultivators needed most was time to cast their spells. How could Lu Zhou give Wuxia time to complete his spells? The confinement seat increased in size until it was several thousand meters tall. At the same time, Lu Zhou saw the injured Teng Yizhou. He held Unnamed, which was in the form of a sword, in one hand as he flew toward Teng Yizhou. Scram! Teng Yizhou released the power from the astrolabe. Several beams of light shot out immediately, trying to push Lu Zhou back. Unnamed turned into a shield that shone with blue light immediately. It shone with a blue light. Teng Yizhou was overjoyed when he saw his few beams of light manage to push Unnamed back. He said in a deep voice, "Let me show you my trump card." The 4,000 realms whirling avatar fell from the sky. Lu Zhou was smack in the middle of its trajectory where the force was the strongest. To Teng Yizhou, Lu Zhou had just stretched his neck into the enemy's guillotine. Lu Zhou's expression was different as he held Unnamed up, which was a shield at this moment, against the white avatar that was about to fall on him. What an arrogant and ignorant child. Look at my weapon carefully. As soon as the White Lotus, which contained the Birth Palace, landed on Unnamed, Unnamed turned into a sword glowing with blue light immediately. Teng Yizhou's heart sank. What kind of weapon is this? At this moment, the sword sliced easily cleaved the Birth Palace into 2 like a hot knife through butter. The white astrolabe dimmed immediately, and the white mountain-like avatar vanished into thin air. Teng Yizhou's mind went blank. At the same time, the blood in his 8 extraordinary meridians flowed in reverse, causing blood to gush out of his 7 orifices. He looked at the sky with horror-filled eyes. He knew he would not survive this. At this moment, the sky had turned completely dark. This was a sign that the witchcraft spell had been successfully cast. With this, Wuxia was at his strongest. Even a 6,000 realms whirling expert might not be a match for him under the witchcraft spell. Meanwhile, Teng Yizhou's eyes were brimming with resentment and unwillingness. He felt further into despair when he saw Lu Zhou's next action. Swoosh! The area around the 8 Desolate and 6 Harmony flag froze immediately. Absolute zero. The ice spread and froze the 2 formation flags, Teng Yizhou, and all the energy swords in the air. In just a moment, all of them shattered into pieces of ice. Ding! Killed a target. Reward, 8,000 merit points. Domain bonus, 2,000 merit points. Lu Zhou put away the confinement seal and the sea spirit pearl as he rose higher into the sky. Soon enough, he drew level with Wuxia. He raised his head and looked at the witchcraft barrier that covered the sky and said in a deep voice, "You still dare to resist?" Wuxia laughed as though he had heard a joke. "You just used the power of the floodgrade weapon. You have no more tricks up your sleeve. Whereas my witchcraft formation has just been completed." He paused for a beat as he looked at the black clouds above and said, "Since the beginning, I've been conserving my strength and holding back just for this moment." Lu Zhou looked at him expressionlessly. Wuxia raised his voice. "There are still 3 good-for-nothings left. However, I don't need them. I can crush your bones and scatter your ashes on my own." I hope you won't disappoint me. Lu Zhou had indeed used up most of his energy, and he only had very little supreme mystic power left after he continuously launched palm seals. It would be very difficult for him to kill Wu Chao, who was also a witchcraft practitioner. However, just because it was difficult did not mean it was impossible. Wu Chao said, I've cultivated this technique for 2,000 years. I gathered the essence of heaven and earth and tempered it with countless experts before reaching perfection. It's an honor that you can die under this move. Open your eyes and have a good look. Wu Chao spread his arms to the side as the black clouds began to stir in the sky. The witchcraft astrolabe spun, gathering power. Lu Zhou looked at the witchcraft barrier, thinking of countermeasures. Buzz! The huge witchcraft astrolabe suddenly shrank and flew into Wu Chao's body. Swoosh! In just an instant, Wu Chao turned into a puff of black smoke and fled to the west. Lu Zhou. This! Wu Chao almost hit Lu Zhou's waist. His speed was astonishing when he escaped, especially now that he was boosted by the witchcraft formation. The power from the witchcraft could be seen with naked eyes as it gathered around his body. He gradually moved further and further away. However, after leaving the range of the witchcraft formation, his speed slowed down considerably. An idea appeared in Lu Zhou's mind, and he called, Di Jiang! Squawk! Di Jiang flapped its 4 wings and arrived in front of Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou saw Zhao Yu lying sluggishly on Di Jiang's back. With Zhao Yu around, he would not be able to chase after Wu Chao with all his might. Moreover, after traveling for 5 days and nights without resting, Di Jiang was exhausted as well. However, how could Lu Zhou let Wu Chao escape? He raised his left hand and unnamed, in the form of a bow, appeared, glowing with blue light. He knocked an energy arrow and pulled the bowstring back. He had used all of his remaining supreme mystic power in the energy arrow. He completed these series of actions in just a breath. Swoosh! The arrow left the bow neatly. Although Lu Zhou knew the supreme mystic power was very strong, he was not sure if the arrow would land on the target this time. Ever since he encountered Di Jiang, he discovered that once one's speed reached a certain height, it was possible to dodge the arrow. Naturally, human speed could never compare to that of a fierce beast, especially one like Di Jiang whose forte was speed. The energy arrow streaked across the sky and flew toward a black dot in the distance that was just the size of a sesame seed. After 3 or 4 breaths, the energy arrow hit the black dot. The sound of the arrow hitting its target rang in the sky. Due to the distance, Lu Zhou only saw an explosion of blue and black light. Blue light! Lu Zhou saw the supreme mystery power was much more obvious than before. After all, this is the first time he had used so much supreme mystery power in one go. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward: 6,000 merit points. Lu Zhou put unnamed away and said, I'll be right back. Zhao Yu bowed. Be careful, master. Lu Zhou unleashed his grand technique and flew toward the distance. The injured Wu Chao would not be able to escape too far. Even if he did not have much birth chart power left, he could still capture Wu Chao with his own strength. Soon after, Lu Zhou arrived in the area where Wu Chao was shot down. There was no sign of Wu Chao at all. He descended into the damp forest on the steep and rugged mountain where wild beasts ran wild. He came to a stop before he landed on the ground and flew forward at a moderate speed. One by one, the trees sped past him. Compared to fighting experts, it was much harder to look for people in the forest. Without the supreme mystic power, he could only rely on his senses. If Wu Chao used witchcraft to conceal himself or hide underground, it would be difficult to find him. Lu Zhou traveled west. The forest was quiet, and there was no trace of Wu Chao. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. Buzz! The golden astrolabe appeared in his hand before he pushed it up into the air. The astrolabe suddenly increased in size. From just a few meters in diameter, it grew rapidly. 20 meters. Bang! 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 The trees in the surroundings were felled by the astrolabe. 50 meters. 100 meters. It continued to grow until it was 1,000 meters in diameter. Everything in its range was flattened. Mountains, boulders, beasts, and even birds fell victim to its destructive power. Lu Zhou clenched his hand. The astrolabe shrank rapidly and returned to his hand. This was one of the techniques to fight with the Thousand Realms whirling avatar. The Thousand Realms whirling avatars were divided into 3 parts: the astrolabe, the body, and the lotus. Each part could be used separately. Since the lotus protected the lotus seat and the birth palace, most people would not use it usually. The best out of 3 parts was undoubtedly the astrolabe. This was one of the differences between a Thousand Realms whirling avatar and a Hundred Tribulations avatar. Similar to the bottom of the lotus, the back of the astrolabe possessed great defensive strength. Its strength would only increase along with one's cultivation base. However, the difference in strength between astrolabes was not very big. In a battle between Thousand Realms whirling experts, the winner would still be determined by the number of birth charts and weapons. The forest was still quiet, and there was still no sign of Wuxia. Lu Zhou said lightly, "Do you think I won't be able to find you just because you're hiding?" He flew up 100 meters and began to survey his surroundings. "Come out obediently and surrender. Perhaps I'll leave you with a complete corpse." His powerful voice was like a storm that resounded everywhere. The birds and beasts that were 1,000 meters away scampered and flew away. Lu Zhou did not move. He was certain that Wuxia was hiding within 1,000 meters. Wuxia had been injured by his arrow after all. "If you don't come out, I'll make sure you stay buried and unable to come out." Lu Zhou raised his palm again. Confinement seal. A black cage appeared in his palm before he tossed it into the air. All of a sudden, it enlarged and covered the sky like a black mountain. This was its maximum size at the flood grade. Just as the confinement seal was about to hit the ground, a low voice rang from the distance. "Friend." Lu Zhou slowly turned around and looked in the direction of the voice. There was something strange about the voice that he could quite put his fingers on. "Who is it?" "Friend, there's no need to be angry. Why don't you come down so we can have a good chat?" The person sounded relaxed when he spoke. How could someone who could clearly transmit his voice over such a distance be ordinary? Lu Zhou put the confinement seal away and slowly descended. Swoosh! At this moment, a black-robed cultivator rushed over from afar, stirring up the wind as he moved. He wore a mask, and a hood covered his head so only his eyes could be seen. Lu Zhou thought the person resembled a blackguard, just that he was dressed in a long robe instead. He did not sense the person's cultivation base, but his instincts told him the person was an expert who was possibly on the same level as Wu Guangping. Currently, he was out of supreme mystic power and birth chart power. Even if he used an item card, it would not be easy for him to win. He looked at the person in front of him and asked, "Is Wu Chao with you?" The black-robed cultivator nodded and said, "Wu Chao is my friend. If he has offended you, I'm willing to apologize on his behalf." "He's your friend? It seems like you're not very discerning when making friends," Lu Zhou bluntly said. "He's merely following orders. There are many things that are out of his control. I hope that you'll let him live for my sake. He has already lost a birth chart and is heavily injured. Is there a need to kill him?" the black-robed cultivator asked. Lu Zhou looked at the black-robed cultivator expressionlessly and said, "Let him live for your sake? Who are you, and why should I do anything for your sake?" The black-robed cultivator was slightly startled. He did not expect Lu Zhou to be so blunt. However, he maintained his smile and said, "As the saying goes, having another friend is better than making another enemy. This saying doesn't apply to me. I have many enemies. Making another enemy isn't going to make a difference." Lu Zhou replied indifferently. The black-robed cultivator. The black-robed felt like he had reached his wit's end. At this point, was there still a point in talking? However, he was not confident he could defeat the old man in front of him. As the saying went, might makes right. Therefore, he could only continue to say, "What benefits do you gain by killing him? It can assuage my anger, vent my disciples' anger, and shake the hearts of the cultivators in this world." Lu Zhou replied with a straight face. The black-robed cultivator remained silent. The atmosphere became extremely oppressive. It was as though if the wind blew in the wrong direction, a fight would break out immediately. After a moment of silence, the black-robed cultivator said, "It's just a battle of wills. The things you mentioned have no real benefits. With your current cultivation base, how can you not understand this? No real benefits? I can't tell you I'll earn a lot of merit points, can I?" Lu Zhou stroked his beard and asked, "Are you a member of the Black Tower Council?" "I'm just a sectless cultivator." "A mere sectless cultivator dares to interfere with the Black Tower Council's matters?" Lu Zhou asked as he raised an eyebrow. "To tell you the truth," the black-robed cultivator cupped his hands together and said, "Wu Chao planned to leave the Black Tower Council after completing this mission. Currently, the Black Tower Council has many conflicts, both internally and externally. There are many who no longer wish to stay in the Black Tower Council. Even then, they still want to control the Golden Lotus domain?" Lu Zhou found the entire thing absurd. Even without the Black Tower Council, there's still the White Tower Council. The Golden Lotus domain has attracted the attention of both councils. The Golden Lotus domain's geographical location is superior, and there should be many hidden birth chart beasts here. These kinds of resources, I'm afraid it's impossible for them to give it up," the black-robed cultivator said. Lu Zhou shook his head. "In any case, this isn't reason enough for me to let Wu Chao go." The black-robed cultivator was rendered speechless. "Either you hand Wu Chao over, or you can die in his place." A deadly strike card appeared in Lu Zhou's hand. Similar to Yan Zhenluo, the black-robed cultivator keenly felt a sense of danger and oppression at this moment. Perhaps, Thousand Realms whirling experts had keener senses. He hurriedly lifted both his hands and waved them as he said, "Senior, please calm down. I'm willing to offer 6 fire spirit stones in exchange for Wu Chao's life." He did not wait for Lu Zhou to reply and hastily untied the bag at his waist and brought red glowing stones one after another. Lu Zhou's heart skipped a beat. What an amazing fellow! He actually has so many fire spirit stones in his possession. It was not that Lu Zhou did not try searching for fire spirit stones. Ever since Yu Shangrong's longevity sword was destroyed, he had ordered people to search for it everywhere. He had sent blacksmiths, small sects, and adventurers to find fire spirit stones. They searched everywhere but to no avail. In fact, even if one searched with the entire strength of a sect, perhaps, one would only find 1 fire spirit stone in 8 to 10 years. That was how rare fire spirit stones were. With its ability to upgrade a desolate grade weapon to a flood grade, as a result significantly increasing a cultivator's strength, not only was it rare, but it was also highly coveted. Even the true Kunlun sect, the Void sect, and the Seeking Heaven sect only had 1 fire spirit stone each. To think a single person possessed at least 6 fire spirit stones. With 6 fire spirit stones, Lu Zhou could turn 2 desolate grade weapons in his hand into flood grade weapons. How could he not be moved? How can I let 6 fire spirit stones ruin my killing intent? Nevertheless, he remained calm outwardly. Wu Gao is a blackguard. He wanted to capture my disciple. If I let him go... The black-robed cultivator immediately sensed the change in Lu Zhou's tone and seized the opportunity. He said, "Since your disciple has the great void energy, it's unavoidable that people want her. However, I can promise you that Wu Chao will never step foot in the Golden Lotus domain from now on." Lu Zhou furrowed his eyebrows. "You know about the great void energy?" The black-robed cultivator nodded. Every cultivator in the world wished to be blessed by the Great Void. It's said that there's a small number of Great Void seeds in the unknown land. It's said that cultivators with Great Void seeds will stand at the peak without fail. How can any cultivators resist such a huge temptation? Lu Zhou recalled Ji Tiandao's memory of going to an unknown place and obtaining 10 Great Void seeds. In other words, all 10 of my disciples have the Great Void seeds. The black-robed cultivator continued to say, "It's also said that if one can refine the Great Void energy for their own use, they can, at the very least, activate 8 birth charts." "Is the Great Void energy really that great?" Lu Zhou asked skeptically. The expression of the person under the mask stiffened. He resisted the urge to ridicule the old man. Instead, He said, "Since you have such a disciple, you'll definitely soar very high in the future. However, I suggest you hide her aura for now. Since you know how great the Great Void energy is, don't you have any thoughts about it at all?" Lu Zhou asked. The black-robed cultivator sighed. "Please take a look, senior." Buzz. He opened his wrinkled hand that was riddled with scars before a black astrolabe appeared. Lu Zhou looked at the black astrolabe. There were 12 birth charts on the astrolabe, but 5 of them were dimmed, clearly destroyed. After that, the black-robed cultivator clenched his hand, and the astrolabe disappeared. Following that, a lotus appeared. Lu Zhou frowned slightly when he saw that 1/3 of the black-robed cultivator's birth palace looked as though it had been burned. The black-robed cultivator said helplessly, "My birth palace has been damaged. I'm at the end of my life. Even if I enter my mother's womb again, it'd be impossible to repair it. With this, how can I have any thoughts about the Great Void?" "I'll believe you for now. How did you sense the Great Void energy?" Lu Zhou asked. The black-robed cultivator was stunned when he heard this question. "Is he testing me? This simple question is a bit insulting to my IQ. However, the simpler it is, the more one can't underestimate it." With these thoughts in mind, the black-robed cultivator answered seriously. "After activating 5 birth charts, one's senses will grow sharper. If you have less than 5 birth charts, you'll need to use talismans in order to sense the Great Void energy. The Great Void energy is like a natural enemy to Brahman lullaby, illusions, and so on. Therefore, when talismans encounter the Great Void energy, they'll disperse." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou suddenly recalled the time he brought little Yuana with him to rescue Zhao Yu at the Holy Altar in Runan. No wonder little Yuana was unaffected by the bald donkey's chanting at that time. However, why was Zhao Yu affected then? After a brief moment, he remembered Lian Xing. It must have been Lian Xing's doing. With this, he remembered that Lian Xing should still be alive. How to hide the energy? Lu Zhou continued to ask. This is simple. It can be hidden through talismans, treasures, special internal breathing techniques, or medicine, the black-robed cultivator replied. Lu Zhou nodded. He looked at the black-robed cultivator and said, "You're quite tactful. Please spare Wuxia for my sake. I'm willing to give you 6 fire spirit stones." The black-robed cultivator bowed. Lu Zhou raised his hand, and the black bag flew into his hand immediately. As a sexless cultivator, I'm free to wander the world and I'm not bound by rules. Therefore, I managed to find these things. Please accept them. Lu Zhou looked at the fire spirit stones in the bag. The quality was good, and their energy was sufficient. He closed the bag and asked, "Fire spirit stones are so rare. How did you find so many?" The black-robed cultivator laughed twice and said, "Senior, you've already seen my astrolabe. It's not surprising that I have these fire spirit stones." Lu Zhou could tell he was not willing to speak about the past. However, he could still figure out a few things. How could someone who managed to activate 12 birth charts be a nobody? However, what he was most curious about was which expert was capable of destroying this person's birth charts. As he put the fire spirit stones away, Lu Zhou asked, "With your cultivation base, logically speaking, many forces should be trying to rope you to their sides. Why do you want to be a sexless cultivator?" The black-robed cultivator let out a long sigh. "I had these thoughts in the past. Later, I realized you'd get caught in a vortex, unable to get out. This is the situation Wuxia is in. Sometimes, there's nothing wrong with being a free and unrestrained ant." The forest was very large, and it was impossible for every bird to be the same. There were some that liked to be independent and some that needed something to rely on. Only those who had experienced a lot would have such thoughts. Lu Zhou weighed the black bag. "Only 6. The black-robed cultivator said awkwardly. 6 fire spirit stones are all I have. This is already quite a lot. Even the powerful Black Tower Council and the Dark and Light Alliance combined don't have 6 fire spirit stones." Although Lu Zhou knew fire spirit stones were rare and precious, he did not expect that even the Black Tower Council and the Dark and Light Alliance did not have this number of fire spirit stones. He was even more certain that the person in front of him had an extraordinary background. No wonder even the entire Sky Martial Court, coupled with the Sky Research Court, only managed to find one. 6 fire spirit stones aren't bad. However, what if I kill you after taking them? Lu Zhou asked. The black-robed widened his eyes in shock, but he calmed down swiftly. He said, I can tell that you're not an unreasonable person. Moreover, if you wanted to kill me, you wouldn't bother asking. A wise man submits to circumstances. Today, for your sake, I'll let Wuxiao. Thank you. Remember your promise, or else I will tear you to pieces, Lu Zhou said. Then, he flashed to 100 meters in the air before he flew away. After Lu Zhou left, the black-robed cultivator straightened his body and shook his head. He let out a long sigh and said, Come out. An arm stretched out from the debris 10 meters in front of him. Then, a shadow shot out of the ground, stirring up dirt. After crawling out of the ground, Wuxiao spat out the dirt in his mouth. His eyes brimmed with fear as he lay on his back and stared at the sky, panting heavily. When he finally calmed down, he turned around and said, Thank you for saving my life, Tower Master. I'm no longer the Tower Master. No, you are. You've always been the Tower Master, Wuxiao said passionately. All right, get up. Understood. After this, don't return to the Black Tower Council. I'll think of a way to make your life stone shatter, the black-robed cultivator said. Wuxiao asked skeptically, Is that possible? Yes. Then, he turned his head and looked in the direction in which Lu Zhou left as he muttered to himself, Why does the Golden Lotus domain have such a powerful person? Zhao Yu was sitting on Dizhong's back waiting for her master's return when she heard someone calling out to her. Zhao Yu, save me. Zhao Yu looked at the source of the voice and saw Lian Xing waving at her. After being heavily injured by her master's 2 palm strikes, Lian Xing did not look like she had long to live. She said expressionlessly, You're dreaming, Lian Xing said with an expression of disbelief. I've known you for so long. Don't tell me you still don't trust me? I used to trust you and treat you as a friend, but you lied to me all the time and even tried to steal my great void energy. Is this what you call being a friend? Zhao Yu said mockingly. I didn't. Zhao Yu looked down at Lian Xing. Actually, I already knew something was off with you, but my master wasn't around at that time. Otherwise, how could I promise to suppress my cultivation? You lied to me? Zhao Yu found Lian Xing's words absurd. You can lie to me, but I can't lie to you? Then, did you think it's fake as well when I risked my life to say you? Lian Xing said, unresigned. As soon as Lian Xing finished speaking, the black and white guards who had only 1 birth chart left each rushed forward. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Even if they only had 1 birth chart now, Zhao Yu was still no match for them. Squawk! 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 Dizhong cried out as the 2 men leaped up. His cries seemed rather excited. He shot away at lightning speed, bringing Zhao Yu with it. Zhao Yu, who was briefly startled, hurriedly used her energy to stabilize herself. Then she turned back to look at the 2 guards. When she saw how far away the guards were, she was even more shocked by Dizhong's speed. The 2 guards whose attacks missed look at Dizhong flapping its 4 wings with complicated expressions on their faces. A hint of unwillingness could be seen on their blood-stained faces as well. Take the left. I'll take the right. The 2 guards made a move to surround Dizhong and Zhao Yu. Whoosh! Dizhong flapped its wings and shot off again. Its speed was lightning fast and could hardly be seen with naked eyes. The more the guards chased it, the happier it seemed trying to evade them. After chasing for a long time, the 2 guards still could not catch up to Dizhong. Dizhong squawked and quacked happily in the air. Previously, even the healthy Yan Jinlua with 6 birth charts could not take down Dizhong, let alone these 2 injured guards with only 1 birth chart each. Zhao Yu smiled and said, Is that all you got? Why don't you try again? The 2 looked at each other before one of them said, Don't fall for her trick. Let's go before the old man returns. Okay, let's put aside the grudge between the Black Tower and the White Tower for now. Let's escape together. All right, the runic passage is still there. We should have enough time. Let's go. The two turned around and flew north. Upon seeing this, Xianxia shouted from the ground, Take me with you. The white guard glanced at Xianxia before he said, Being a traitor is a capital offense. Following that, the duo no longer paid any attention to Xianxia and gave up on killing Xiaoyu. They hurriedly fled and soon disappeared from sight. Soon after, in the northern sky, the clouds stirred as strong primal chi seemed to tear the sky apart. It was as though it was heralding the arrival of an expert. Xiaoyu shook her head and said, It's a pity that I'm not strong enough to kill the enemy. I really have to thank you this time. When did Master take in such a fun mount? Dijiang flapped its wings excitedly. However, it no longer flew around and only hovered in position. Xiaoyu did not pay attention to Xianxia. Although Xianxia had saved her, Xianxia had also schemed against her. Moreover, Xianxia was a member of the White Tower Council. It was best to be cautious. After a while, Lu Zhou flew back from the distance. Master! Xiaoyu hurriedly kneeled in the air. Lu Zhou glanced at Xiaoyu and asked, Are you injured? Xiaoyu recalled the time when the blackguard and the white guard attacked her. She had instinctively dodged them at that time. However, fear rose in her heart now that she recalled it. After all, even 9 and 10-leaf cultivators could have been crushed into meat pulp at that time, let alone a 6-leaf cultivator like her. No, I've made a mistake. Please forgive me, Master. Xiaoyu did not dare to get up. Lu Zhou looked down and saw Xianxia lying on the ground. He ignored Xiaoyu's words and asked, Did the 2 guards escape? They fled north, Xiaoyu replied in a small voice. Lu Zhou looked north for a moment before he said, Let's return first. Lu Zhou launched a Dhyana Mudra at Xianxia, using it to grab her. At this moment, there was a loud commotion in the sky to the north. Black clouds rolled in and churned in the sky as thunder rumbled incessantly. Lu Zhou, Xiaoyu, and the captured Xianxia looked north. Xianxia frowned and said while she endured the pain, Both of you should run. It should be people from the Black Tower Council. The runic passage? Lu Zhou asked. This is the fluctuation from the opening of the runic passage. The Black Tower has so many experts. They must have sent someone? Before Xianxia could finish her words, she grunted and spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Zhou did not have any sympathy for Xianxia at all. Instead, he said disdainfully, Brat, do you think I'll be scared? Xianxia was speechless. As expected, several shadows from the north rushed over. Lu Zhou looked at them and frowned slightly. For some inexplicable reason, the scene when Wuxia escaped appeared in his mind. Lu Zhou remained steady and calm. He had already killed quite a few blackguards and white guards. The merit points he earned were enough to buy an item card. There should not be a problem unless a group of judges showed up. However, according to Wuxia, due to the intensity of the internal strife in the Black Tower Council, it was unlikely the judges would make such a big movement. When Xianxia saw the shadows in the distance, she shook her head and said helplessly, It's the Black Guards. Indeed, it was the Black Guards. Lu Zhou looked at the 2 cultivators in black armor who were rushing over with long halberds in their hands. The 2 cultivators were carrying a man each on their backs. Those 2 who were being carried, one dressed in black and one dressed in black, looked like corpses. When the 2 blackguards finally arrived in front of Lu Zhou, they kneeled in the air and cupped their fists together. One of the blackguards said, Shun she greets Senior. I beg Senior to take me in. Xianxia? Xiaoyu. Lu Zhou was slightly surprised as well. Shun she was a member of the Black Guard whom Lu Zhou had met previously in the Red Lotus domain. Shun she took off his armor and helmet, revealing a slightly exhausted square face and bloodshot eyes. He said bluntly, Senior, I have nowhere else to turn to. Lu Zhou found the situation rather comical. Moreover, it was not too long ago he fought with him. You're a blackguard. You serve the Black Tower Council, but you want me to take you in. Shin, she said, 6 of us were sent to the Red Lotus domain to carry out a mission, but only 4 of us survived. We thought we could blame the lost lives on the fierce beasts, but one of the captains was forced to tell the truth. With that, the Black Tower sentenced us to death to punish us for our incompetence. My brothers and I risked our lives to escape through the runic passage. During our escape, the Black Tower Council ruthlessly killed one of my brothers. Senior, you're the only one who can save us now. Lu Zhou, naturally, did not believe Xianxia immediately. How do I know you're telling the truth? Xianxia said before he pointed at the two corpses. Every word I say is true. This is the proof. The two corpses belonged to the blackguard and white guard with one birth chart each who had escaped earlier. Lian Xing exclaimed in shock. You killed the people from my White Tower Council? Xianxia's eyes widened, and he retreated a few meters as he grabbed his long halberd. His eyes were filled with despair as he asked, Are you a member of the White Tower Council? Xianxia's question was directed to both Lian Xing and Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou shook his head and said, A mere White Tower Council naturally has nothing to do with me. Xianxia heaved a huge sigh of relief when he heard Lu Zhou's words. He had been terrified when he thought Lu Zhou was from the White Tower Council. Lu Zhou took another look at the two corpses and shook his head. What a pity. Pity? Xianxia was puzzled. Lu Zhou did not explain and only said, Continue. Xianxia nodded before he said, Now that we've escaped, the Black Tower Council will surely issue a warrant to have us arrested. My brother and I only want to find a place to settle down. I beg Senior to take us in. Lu Zhou felt things had taken an interesting turn. He stroked his beard and asked, With your cultivation base, you can flee to the end of the world. The world is vast. How can there not be a place for both of you to settle down? Xianxia sighed and tore off his clothes. A black lotus had been branded on his chest. Moreover, it seemed like it was freshly branded. Every time the blackguards are sent on a mission, we are given a strict time limit. Those who don't return within the time limit will be hunted down by the council. This time, the council was very ruthless and branded the black lotus on us. With the black lotus, we can either dig out our hearts or return to the council. If I can escape, why would I kill these two people and come here? Lian Xing smiled with a hint of hopelessness as she looked at Xianxia. The Black Lotus brand. You can't escape now. Lu Zhou raised his hand. A strong gust of wind swept across Lian Xing's face before. Smack! Lian Xing's pretty face swelled up immediately. When I speak, is it your turn to interrupt? Lian Xing was stunned by this slap. Lu Zhou returned his attention to Xianxia and said, You've been branded with a black lotus. The Black Tower Council will surely track you and hunt you down. You're trying to borrow another person's hand to help you kill. Not bad. Upon hearing the words, borrowing another person's hand to kill, Xianxia was shocked. He hurriedly said, I have no such intentions, Senior. Senior, your cultivation base is profound. Since even Wu Guangping wasn't a match for you, the Black Tower Council won't dare to act recklessly if you take me in. Moreover, if we help you to annihilate the council, both of us will be free as well. I'm telling the truth. If there's even tiniest falsehood, I'll die a horrible death. Lu Zhou stared at Xianxia and said, You're more afraid of death than the average person. Xianxia raised his head to look at Lu Zhou. He did not know why Lu Zhou said these words. Lu Zhou stared at Xianxia and said without mincing his words, Your brothers are also afraid of death. When I fought the 6 of you, 4 of you survived. How can people like you and your brothers who are afraid of death be worthy of my attention? Xianxia's face flushed red in embarrassment. He could not refute Lu Zhou's words. Meanwhile, Xianxia's comrade who could not endure the embarrassment pulled Xianxia and said, Brother Xian, let's go. The world is vast. We'll definitely be able to find a place to settle down. Let's go. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou smiled mockingly. Oh, it seems you suddenly grew a backbone now. Xianxia sighed heavily before he rose to his feet. He cupped his fists at Lu Zhou with a helpless expression on his face as he said, Perhaps this is our fate. Hold on, Lu Zhou said. Ha! Lu Zhou asked, Do you really want to live? Xianxia nodded. If he did not want to live, he would not have come here. Lu Zhou's expression turned solemn as he said in a low voice, "You can live, however, you have to agree to my conditions." Xianxia was delighted. He said eagerly, "Senior Lu, please speak." Lu Zhou said, "Zhao Yu, tell them." Zhao Yu said, "If you want to join the Evil Sky Pavilion, you have to follow the following rules. First, fellow members of the Evil Sky Pavilion aren't allowed to kill each other. Second, if you join the Evil Sky Pavilion, you'll have to cut off your past. Third, you're not allowed to betray your master, disobey your superior, and disrespect your elders. Fourth." Lu Zhou felt slightly complicated when he heard Zhao Yu's words, so he raised his hand to stop her. Then he summed everything up in a short sentence. "In short, in the Evil Sky Pavilion, I have the final say in everything, including your lives." Xianxia said, "Understood." Lu Zhou added, "Once you enter the Evil Sky Pavilion, you will only encounter many more enemies in the future. Moreover, they're going to be 100 times stronger than the Black and White Tower Councils. Perhaps your lives might even be lost tonight. Therefore, joining the Evil Sky Pavilion might not entirely be a good thing. Think carefully and don't rush to make a decision. I'll give you 10 breaths to decide." Xianxia had already made up his mind to join the Evil Sky Pavilion, but he was still shocked when he heard these words. Was the Evil Sky Pavilion really so strong? In the cultivation world, the strong preyed on the weak. It was the survival of the fittest. In a world such as this, the slightest mistake could cause one's death. Whether it was in the Black Tower Council, the White Tower Council, or the other forces, was there no place in this world that was peaceful? When 10 breaths were almost up, Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "It seems like you're not suited for the Evil Sky Pavilion. I suppose you can only die." Upon hearing these words, Xianxia and his comrade kneeled in the air again and said in unison, "I'm willing to join the Evil Sky Pavilion. Have you thought it through?" "Yes," Xianxia answered resolutely. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. "Since you've thought it through, I will grant you both the positions of a guardian. From now on, whether you're dead or alive, you'll always be a member of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Understand?" The two blackguards replied without any hesitation. Xianxia pays respect to the Pavilion Master. Li Xiao Mo pays respect to the Pavilion Master. Ding! Recruited 2 subordinates. Reward, 2,000 merit points. Soon enough, Lu Zhou saw the 2 men's information on the system dashboard. Their loyalty was only at 30%. He thought it was a good starting point. After all, when Lung Luo first joined the Evil Sky Pavilion, his loyalty was only at 5%. Loyalty could be cultivated slowly. He was not in a rush. After all, they had just met not long ago. He was confident about his charm, so he was not worried about increasing their loyalty at all. Apart from their loyalty, Lu Zhou discovered no other information about 2 men unlike those in the Golden Lotus domain who could not hide from the system's Eye of Truth. It seemed like the Eye of Truth only worked on those from the Golden Lotus domain for now. Rise. Understood. Lianxing. Lianxing was dumbfounded. What kind of force was the Black Tower Council? After years of being in the White Tower Council, she was very well aware of the Black Tower Council's strength. Where did the old man's confidence come from that he even dared to challenge the Black Tower Council? After all, accepting Xianxia and his comrade was no different from offending the Black Tower Council. Although she had a vague answer in her heart, she still found it difficult to accept. Was the old man really capable of taking on the Black Tower Council? Xianxia had the answer to Lianxing's question. He had verified his answer in the Red Lotus domain. At this moment, Lu Zhou said, "Dispose of the corpses. Since there are witchcraft cultivators in the Black Tower Council, we can't keep them." Xianxia nodded. "This is an easy task." Xianxia brought out a talisman. He pricked his finger and let the blood drip on the black talisman. With this, the talisman burst into flames immediately. Soon enough, the script for destroy appeared and fell on the corpses before the corpses were reduced into ashes. Lu Zhou nodded. "Let's return to the divine capital for now." At this moment, the imperial guards, the palace experts, and the eunuch were cleaning up the mess from the battle between the 2000 realms whirling experts earlier. Fortunately, the two experts brought the fight outside the palace. Otherwise, the imperial palace would have been reduced to debris and rubble. When the palace experts saw a group of cultivators flying toward them in the sky, they cried out in delight, "It's Miss Fifth! It's really Miss Fifth!" Following the experts, everyone gathered in a row. They bowed and said in unison, "Welcome back, Miss Fifth." Zhao Yu nodded before she said, "My master has returned. Everyone, make way for my master." When they heard these words, their bodies trembled involuntarily as they looked up. However, they could not figure out which one of the cultivators was Senior G. Nevertheless, all of them said in unison, "Welcome back, Senior G." Lu Zhou stepped forward and said in a clear voice, "There's no need for formalities." Lu Zhou's voice was as gentle as water but was filled with charm and calmness. Li Yunzhao, the eunuch next to the Empress Dowager, finally recognized Lu Zhou and said excitedly, "We have waited a day and a night for Senior G's arrival. Welcome, Senior G." Under Li Yunzhao's arrangements, the palace experts were dismissed and only a small group of eunuchs and palace maids stayed behind to wait on them. When they were back in the palace hall, Zhao Yu gave Lu Zhou a brief report of what had happened in the imperial palace. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. After that, he asked, "When did you first meet Lian Xing?" Zhao Yu glanced at Lian Xing, who was slumped on the ground, and explained in detail. "Back then, when junior sister Tianxin set a trap on Blue Sun Mountain, I didn't agree with her, so I left. Later on, I met Lian Xing in Runan. At that time, she pretended to be a weak cultivator, and we supported each other. I always treated her as my best friend. I didn't expect she was actually stealing my great void energy." Upon seeing Lian Xing open her mouth to speak, Zhao Yu said, "Shut up." Then, she continued to say, "At that time, I didn't know anything about the great void energy, so I didn't pay attention to it. Lian Xing said she had to see her master, so she left. Not long after that, I was captured by Mo Chi from the Clarity sect, who was also the sect master at that time. In order to instigate a conflict between the sects, Mo Chi used me as bait. At the holy altar in Runan, he made me into a saintess and a demoness at the same time. Following that, Master already knows what happened. Lu Zhou had killed Kong Xian on the holy altar in Runan. At that time, he was only at the middle stage of the sense-condensing realm. Now that he thought about it, he was always in great danger at that time. As long as the enemies attacked in groups, he would have a difficult time. After a moment, Lu Zhou said, "Continue." Zhao Yu nodded. After returning to the Evil Sky Pavilion, Lian Xing didn't find me. She only approached me when I came to the Imperial Palace. At that time, she suddenly became an 8-leaf nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator. She said she wanted to protect me, and I naively believed her. Just like that, half a year passed. During that time, she often traveled between the Imperial Palace and her so-called sect. At that time, I didn't pay much attention to my cultivation and was busy dealing with political affairs. It was when she suddenly said she wanted to take me away that I became suspicious. Lu Zhou asked, "Why didn't you tell me about this at that time?" Zhao Yu fell to her knees before she said, "Master, you were already in the Red Lotus domain at that time, so I didn't dare to trouble you. If 7th junior brother had told me about the great void energy, I wouldn't have dared to keep this from you. Master, please investigate this matter." Lu Zhou looked at Lian Xing and asked, "So all this time you've been thinking of ways to obtain Zhao Yu's great void energy?" Lian Xing let out a long sigh before she admitted, "Yes." Lu Zhou gestured to Xianxia. She understood Lu Zhou's intention and brought a talisman out. After lighting it, the talisman flew toward Lian Xing. When it drew close to her, it suddenly turned into ashes. She cupped his fists together and said, "There's no doubt she has the great void energy." Lian Xing knew she could no longer hide certain matters, so she said, "I came from the White Tower Council and was tasked with keeping an eye on the Golden Lotus domain. At that time, I heard about the Evil Sky Pavilion. After that, I met Zhao Yu." "How did you know that Zhao Yu had the great void energy?" Lu Zhou asked. Lian Xing said, That's because Zhao Yue met the witchcraft cultivators a long time ago. I felt sorry for her, so I killed the witchcraft cultivators. However, my time in the Golden Lotus domain was limited. I had to return to the White Tower Council. Lu Zhou nodded. You saved her because you covet her great void energy. Do you admit it? I admit it, Lian Xing said. What method did you use to take her great void energy? Without waiting for Lian Xing to answer, she said, the siphoning crystal. You know about it? Liu Zhou asked curiously. The siphoning crystal can, as its name suggests, siphon another person's cultivation base. It can also siphon energy and special abilities. These crystals are rare. They're even rarer than fire spirit stones. Xianxia replied. Lian Xing raised her head to look at Xianxia and nodded. Indeed, I used the siphoning crystal. However, I did that to protect Zhao Yu. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Yu's anger surged. Protect me? The White Tower Council doesn't have any extra siphoning crystal. If they wanted Zhao Yu's great void energy, they'd have to sacrifice her. Therefore, I tried to keep her hidden. However, just like how paper can never contain fire, the secret was found out by Captain Tame, Lian Xing said. Lu Zhou extended his hand. Where's the siphoning crystal? When I left Runan, it was destroyed, Lian Xing said. Xianxia said, since you absorbed her great void energy, your cultivation base improved tremendously. It doesn't matter if the crystal is destroyed. Since you still have the great void energy, we can just take it back from you. Lian Xing's eyes widened in fear upon hearing these words. Lu Zhou asked, there's a way to take back the great void energy? Of course. If she can take it, we can take it back from her as well. It's the same method. Just refine her, Xianxia replied. Zhao Yue was stunned. On the other hand, Lu Zhou remained silent. Xianxia bowed and said, she behaved ruthlessly first, so she can't blame anyone for this. The Evil Sky Pavilion is only taking back what's rightfully ours. I hope Pavilion Master will forgive me if my words are unpleasant to the ears. Your words make sense. How could Lu Zhou blame Xianxia? Things were going much smoother with 1,000 Realms whirling expert by his side. Lu Zhou looked at Zhao Yu and asked, Zhao Yu, what do you think? Zhao Yu turned to look at Lian Xing. It was true that Lian Xing had saved her, but at the same time, there was no doubt that Lian Xing had also stolen her great void energy. However, before Zhao Yu could reply to Lu Zhou, Lian Xing said, there's no need for you to think about it. I'll return the great void energy to you. From now on, we're even. Lu Zhou smacked his hand lightly on the table before he said, the great void energy doesn't belong to you, and you stole it from her, and yet you dare to speak so righteously? I understand you're still young, and you don't know what's right or wrong. Although you're well-mannered, you're really shameless. I'm not your parents, so I won't care about your feelings. Take her away. We'll take back the great void energy another day. Understood. All of you are dismissed. We'll return to the Evil Sky Pavilion tomorrow. Understood. Night. Lu Zhou activated the purple glazed ceramic to recover his supreme mystic power as quickly as he could. Without the supreme mystic power, he lacked a sense of security. At the same time, he looked at his merit points on the system interface. Merit points, 155,400. He had gained over 100,000 merit points today. Apart from that, he had gained 6 fire spirit stones as well. His profit today was rather huge. After a while, he shook his head. Now was not the time to think about how he should spend his merit points. He had to focus on recovering his supreme mystic power. Although it was good that Xianxia and Li Shima joined the Evil Sky Pavilion, there was also a hidden danger. The Black Lotus brands on their bodies might lead the Black Tower Council to him. If nothing unusual happened, the supreme mystic power should be able to remove the brands. The next morning, before Lu Zhou opened his eyes, Zhao Yu called out from outside the hall, Master, the flying chariot is ready. All right. Lu Zhou opened his eyes. After sensing the supreme mystic power, he discovered he had recovered about half of it. He was rather satisfied with this. He wondered inwardly, How fast would it be if the purple glazed ceramic is upgraded to the fusion grade? Alas, fire spirit stones could not be used on flood-grade weapons. This led to the question of how to upgrade a flood-grade weapon to a fusion-grade weapon. What about the system? In the past, the system had rewarded him with the Shining Stone, the Fire Spirit Stone, and the Refining Talisman. It stood to reason that the system should have the materials needed to upgrade a flood-grade weapon to the fusion grade. After thinking for a moment, Lu Zhou dismissed his thoughts and rose to his feet before stretching his limbs. He felt pretty good. After using the reversal cards previously, he had felt a lot more comfortable. Perhaps I should use all my merit points on reversal cards. Previously, he could not use too many reversal cards since he was not strong enough and was afraid of arousing suspicion. However, would there be anyone who was bold enough to doubt him now? After a moment, he left the hall and left the imperial palace on the cloud-splitting chariot with Zhao Yu, Xianxia, and the others. At the same time, news of the return of the pavilion master of the Evil Sky Pavilion spread like a wildfire in Great Yan's divine capital. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100. The speed of the news spreading was astonishing. In the relay station, "Did you hear? Old Demon G is back." After he returned, those cultivators who were causing trouble in the Imperial Palace yesterday have all been chased away. The traces of battle could be seen for miles. "You're really bold. You dare to call him Old Demon G. It's just a slip of the tongue." Meanwhile, a few cultivators outside of the relay station whispered to each other. "Inform the sect master that the Patriarch has returned." Understood. It was almost afternoon when the barrier on Golden Court Mountain appeared before everyone's eyes. Lu Zhou rested one hand on his back as he stroked his beard and looked at the mountains and land. The blazing sun shone down on the land. The mountain peaks towered in the sky, surrounded by clouds and mist. The ancient pine trees were tall and straight, and the rocks were strange and rugged. It was like scenery from a painting. Lu Zhou could not help but sigh emotionally inwardly now that he was home. All of a sudden, Xianxia and Li Xiaoma cried out in unison, "Birth chart beast!" The duo flew out of the cloud-splitting chariot as soon as they saw Cheng Huang near Golden Court Mountain. A pleasantly surprised expression could be seen on both their faces at this moment as soon as they saw Cheng Huang. It seemed like this reaction was from some sort of occupational disease from their previous jobs. "Pavilion Master, there's no need for you to act. I'll deal with this birth chart beast," She said eagerly. Zhao Yu hurriedly said, "Guardian Shen, please wait for a moment." That's my 6th junior sister's mount. It's not just a birth chart beast," Zhao Yu explained. "Mount." She was dumbfounded. Zhao Yu said, "Don't forget this is the Evil Sky Pavilion's Golden Court Mountain. You have to mentally prepare yourself for the things you'll see here." With these words, She hurriedly cupped his fists together and said, "Thank you for your reminder." She sighed in relief inwardly. That was close. If I've acted too quickly, I wouldn't even know how I died. Apart from that, she felt amazed as well. What kind of peerless figure could tame Cheng Huang and make Cheng Huang into a mount? Let alone birth chart beasts, it was already incredibly difficult to tame ordinary fierce beasts. It was 100 times or even 1,000 times harder to tame a birth chart beast. However, when his eyes landed on Dijiang that was in the cloud-splitting chariot as well, he reminded himself that he was now in the Evil Sky Pavilion. He could not use common sense to judge the Evil Sky Pavilion. When the cloud-splitting chariot entered the Evil Sky Pavilion's barrier, a white figure led a crowd of people and bowed. "Welcome back, Pavilion Master." "Welcome back, Master." Lu Zhou disembarked from the cloud-splitting chariot and appeared before everyone's eyes. An expression of surprise appeared on Yi Tianxin's face when she saw Lu Zhou's black hair. Similarly, the others were shocked as well. Lu Zhou said, "There's no need for formalities." With these words, everyone straightened their backs. At this time, Yi Tianxin asked warily when she saw the new faces, "Who are these people?" Zhao Yu smiled as she introduced the two newcomers. "These two are the new guardians of the Evil Sky Pavilion. I'm Xianxia, nice to meet you. I'm Li Xiaoma, Nice to meet you. The members of the Evil Sky Pavilion responded accordingly. Following that, Lian Xing remained silent and expressionless as she was brought to the Cave of Reflection. At this moment, Lu Zhou called out, Panzhong, Zhou Jifeng. Yes, Pavilion Master. Both of you, arrange the accommodation for the two guardians. Understood. After saying that, Lu Zhou made his way to the Eastern Pavilion. On the other hand, Yi Tianxin invited Zhao Yu to chat. After being put in charge of hospitality and suffering many losses, Zhou Jifeng and Panzhong only needed to look at Xinxi and Li Xiaoma once to figure out how they should behave. Both of them bowed respectfully and said, Greetings, guardians. Xinxi, who kept reminding himself that he could not judge based on appearances in the Evil Sky Pavilion, bowed and said, No, you're too polite. No. Guardians, we're not worthy of such an honor. Please follow me. I'll personally arrange your accommodation, Panzhong said with a smile. No. It's fine. You don't have to personally oversee it, Xinxi said. No. How can we be careless in our treatment of the guardians of the Evil Sky Pavilion? Zhou Jifeng chimed in. Both of you are too courteous. I feel embarrassed. The four men kept nodding and bowing to each other, causing the female disciples in the surroundings to be confused. Panzhong and Zhou Jifeng then led everyone to the southern pavilion. On the way there, Panzhong briefly introduced the four pavilions in the Evil Sky Pavilion to Xinxi and Li Xiaoma. Guardians, the southern pavilion is the residence of the Pavilion Master's disciples. Apart from that, only the elders and guardians can stay here. The others aren't qualified. Please come in. Disciples? Xinxi asked, puzzled. Panzhong did not dare to underestimate this seemingly tender newcomer. Instead, he patiently explained, The Pavilion Master has 10 outstanding disciples. The white-clad lady earlier is the Pavilion Master's 6th disciple. We address her as Miss Sixth. Swoosh! At this moment, a huge shadow loomed over everyone. When they looked up, they saw a huge head looking down at them, and their bodies stiffened immediately. Huff! 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 Chang Huang looked at them and sniffed their bodies before it shook its head as though it was disgusted by their smell. Following that, it flew into the distance without looking back. Xinxi and Li Xiaoma. Panzhong said, That's Chang Huang, Miss Sixth's mount. Xinxi was surprised now that he got a closer look at Chang Huang and discovered it was not an ordinary birth chart beast. With this discovery, the Evil Sky Pavilion grew even more mysterious and unfathomable. Zhou Jifeng took over and said, The woman who came back with you is the Pavilion Master's 5th disciple. We call her Miss Fifth. Don't underestimate her just because her cultivation base is low. She's... Xinxi hurriedly interjected, I understand. How could Xinxi not understand? That woman had great void energy. In the future, there was no doubt she would be a prominent figure. Seeing Xinxi and Li Xiaoma's attitude, Panzhong had a very good impression of the duo. He could not help but feel like they were brothers. He nodded before he asked, I can tell both of you are experienced people with just a look. If you don't mind, I can ask what are your cultivation bases? Upon hearing this question, an embarrassed expression appeared on Xinxi's face as he said in a low voice, My cultivation base is low. I hope you won't laugh at me. Don't worry, we're used to it. After all, this is the Evil Sky Pavilion. We can't judge them using common sense, Panzhong said, feeling a sense of camaraderie with the two newcomers. You're right, Xinxi said in a hushed voice as though he was worried others would overhear him. I'm in the mystic realm, and I'm a 4,000 realms whirling cultivator. How embarrassing. Li Xiaoma seemed even more embarrassed as he said, I only have 3 birth charts. I am really sorry for dragging everyone down. Panzhong and Zhou Jifeng. Dumbfounded. Panzhong and Zhou Jifeng were utterly dumbfounded. Both of their minds were blank at this moment. Although they did not know what birth charts were, they knew what the mystic realm and the 1,000 realms whirling meant. Even before cultivators could sprout the 9th leaf, these two terms had already existed in ancient books. These two words were used a lot during storytelling. These two people were naturally dumbfounded after meeting two Mystic Realm experts for the first time. Pan Zhong stammered with a disbelieving expression on his face. Wait, Guardian Shin, Guardian Li, can you repeat your words again? Upon hearing these words, Xianxia grew even more embarrassed. He said awkwardly, F4, for birth charts. Thousand Realms Whirling. T3, birth charts. Li Xiaoma was even more ashamed. The 2000 Realms Whirling expert's attitude was incredibly polite and gentle. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng were dumbfounded and did not know what to say for a long time. Upon seeing this, Xianxia waved his hand in front of Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng. Excuse me, are both of you okay? What's wrong? With this, Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng finally recovered half their senses. It's nothing. I just saw that quiet villa over there and am reminded of its owner who has yet to return. It's been a while since that gentleman left. I wonder if he's happy and safe, Pan Zhong said. Seeing that Zhou Jifeng was still acting like a fool, he discreetly nudged Zhou Jifeng. Yes, that's right, Zhou Jifeng hurriedly said before he sighed sadly. Upon hearing these words, Xianxia cupped his hands together and said, I didn't expect both of you to be so exceptionally loyal. Little Mo and I are truly lucky to be able to join the Evil Sky Pavilion. That's right, we're really lucky, Li Xiaoma chimed in. Pan Zhong pretended to wipe tears from his eyes as he said with a hint of sorrow, Sorry, I lost control of my emotions. Please come in. After entering the southern pavilion, Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng cleaned the villa meticulously. After they were done, they politely bade farewell to the two newcomers. On the other hand, Xianxia did not want to come across as rude, so he and Li Xiaoma sent the duo off. After a long while, Li Xiaoma asked, Brother Xin, why does it feel like they were pretending? Xianxia scolded, Don't talk nonsense. Even if they're pretending, we have to take it seriously. Oh, Li Xiaoma nodded obediently. Xianxia wondered if he had stayed in the cold and ruthless Black Tower Council for too long that he felt a little uncomfortable with this change. In the past, his time was spent cultivating and going on missions. The strong preyed on the weak. It was the survival of the fittest. He was a little unused to this change. At the back of the mountain, Zhou Jifeng mumbled in a daze. 2,000 realms. 1,000 realms whirling. Heavens! What are we going to do? Why are you panicking? Pan Zhong said disdainfully. Since they're willing to join the Evil Sky Pavilion, it means that the Pavilion Master is strong enough to suppress them. Why are you so worried? Hey, if such experts join the Evil Sky Pavilion, won't our positions be in danger? Zhou Jifeng asked. We'll be fine, Pan Zhong said. The more powerful experts we have, the more there's a need for people like us. Moreover, if everyone is a general, who's going to be the soldiers? Upon hearing these words, Zhou Jifeng nodded. He felt that Pan Zhong's words made sense. Pan Zhong continued to say, I think their attitude toward us isn't bad. Moreover, no matter how strong they are, how can they be better than the Pavilion Master and his 10 disciples? You have a point. In my opinion, we should continue doing what we should do. Just remember not to talk about Cultivation base since we can't beat them in a fight, Pan Zhong said. You're right. After Lu Zhou returned to the Eastern Pavilion, he did not waste time and began to meditate on the heavenly writing. When evening fell, he had recovered most of his supreme mystic power. He sighed. Although the battle between 1,000 Realms Whirling experts had given him more than 100,000 merit points, things were not as simple as he thought they were. The 1,000 Realms Whirling cultivators he killed were only lower-class members of the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council. It would not be easy if he had to kill that expert with 12 birth charts who had come out to protect Wuxia. Even if that person had lost 5 birth charts, that person still had 7 birth charts. There was no doubt that person was once a prominent figure. Based on this, it could be seen that there were many monstrous experts in the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council. No matter what, he had to focus on raising his cultivation base and improving the strength of the Evil Sky Pavilion. After a while, he wondered out loud, why did he save Wuxia? He quickly dismissed his thoughts. It was best to focus on getting stronger. After killing so many people from the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council and taking in Xianxia and Xiaoma, he was destined to stand on opposing sides with the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council. All 10 of his disciples had the Great Void Seed. If the secret was leaked, the consequences would be unimaginable. Merit points, 155,400. Remaining lifespan, 642,410 days, 236 years, in which 1,760 days are from reversal cards. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction when he looked at the over 150,000 merit points. Now that he had returned to his home ground, how could he live up to himself if he did not draw the lucky draw? Lucky draw. Ding. Used 50 merit points and 100 luck points. Obtained. The Buddhist Path's Butterfly Love Flower. Lu Zhou nodded and stroked his beard in satisfaction. Lucky draw. Ding. Used 50 merit points. Obtained. Reversal card X5. Lucky draw. Ding. Used 50 merit points. Thank you for your participation. Luck point +1. The next morning, Lu Zhou looked at the 200 luck points he had gained, feeling rather unhappy. Apart from drawing something twice in the beginning, he did not gain anything apart from luck points. Lucky draw. Ding. Used 50 merit points and 200 luck points. Obtained. Ji Tiandao's Peak Trial Card. Ha! The originally depressed Lu Zhou suddenly became energetic as though he had been injected with some booster. After a night of being thanked for his participation, he was finally rewarded for his hard work. With this, the entire process was worth it. Lu Zhou opened his hand and looked at the Peak Trial Card. On second thought, the Peak Trial Card did not seem to be very useful anymore. Currently, he had activated 4 birth charts, manifested the Thousand Realms whirling avatar, possessed the supreme mystic power, and a lot of weapons. Unless he encountered a huge group of enemies, he had more than enough ammunition to deal with anyone who came his way without needing infinite primal chi or energy. He waved his hand casually, and the Peak Trial Card disappeared. Following that, he looked at the number of Peak Trial Card he had on the system interface. This is. Next to the Peak Trial Card, he saw, the card can be synthesized. They can be synthesized? Lu Zhou was confused. Even if he had 100 Ji Tiandao cards, in the end, it would still be a Ji Tiandao card, right? Was there strength in number in this case? Let alone the uncertainty of the result after he synthesized the card. The Peak Trial Card was the most difficult item card to obtain. He could not buy it with merit points. How long would it take for him to obtain 3 Peak Trial Cards? In the end, Lu Zhou decided not to worry about it. He would just synthesize the cards once he had enough cards. After all, as it is, the card was no longer useful. He would not lose anything by synthesizing the cards. At this moment, Zhao Yu's voice rang from outside. Disciple greets master. Lu Zhou walked out of the eastern pavilion. Upon seeing Lu Zhou, Zhao Yu said, Master, the brand on Guardian Shin's body has darkened. It has darkened? Guardian Shin didn't expect this either. He thought he could perhaps get rid of it in 10 days using his own cultivation. The 2 guardians are packing their things now and getting ready to leave. They said they didn't want to implicate the evil sky pavilion. Zhao Yu explained. It seems like those people still have some conscience. Lu Zhou walked down the steps with hands on his back before he made his way to the southern pavilion as Zhao Yu followed behind him. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng, who were waiting respectfully outside of the eastern pavilion, joined them in their journey to the southern pavilion as well. Lu Zhou looked at Golden Court Mountain after being away for so long. The trees that surrounded the 4 great halls were lush. They had grown so tall that they were almost touching the barrier. Their leaves were rustled by the air from the mountain and the river, creating a calming noise. When Lu Zhou finally arrived at the southern pavilion, he saw Xianxia and Xiaoma, who had already packed their things. The duo no longer wore their black armor and was dressed in robes that common folks wore. However, their postures betrayed the fact that they were cultivators. When they saw Lu Zhou, they bowed and greeted him in unison. Greetings, Pavilion Master. Lu Zhou asked, You're going to leave? I don't want to implicate the evil sky pavilion. I was hoping I would be able to get rid of the brand, but I didn't expect it to be so stubborn. Perhaps this is our fate. It's best if take our leave, Xianxia said. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou said in a slightly raised voice, "Impudent." Xianxia and Li Shima were taken aback and fell to one knee immediately. "It's not my intention to," Lu Zhou interjected. "I've made myself clear. Once you join the Evil Sky Pavilion, everything, including your lives, will be decided by me. Is the Evil Sky Pavilion a place you can come and go as you please?" Earlier, Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng were slightly impressed that the duo chose to leave to avoid implicating the Evil Sky Pavilion. They had completely forgotten the rules of the Evil Sky Pavilion. The duo lowered their heads and said, "I was wrong. Please punish me severely for my mistake." Pavilion Master. Pan Zhong was shocked. Punish severely? This kind of attitude. These 2,000 realms whirling experts are so obedient in front of the Pavilion Master. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "Since your intention was not bad, I'll spare you this time." "Thank you, Pavilion Master," Xianxia and Li Xiaoma said in unison. Following that, Lu Zhou said, "Let me see your Black Lotus brands." "Understood." Xianxia took the lead to disrobe, revealing the Black Lotus brand on his chest. Compared to before, the Black Lotus brand had indeed darkened. It was as though someone had just freshly painted over it with a brush. "Don't move." Lu Zhou raised his hand and pushed his palm out as he chanted the mantra for the power of healing from the heavenly writing. In just a moment, a blue lotus shot out of his palm. Ever since his extraordinary power had evolved to the supreme mystic power, he had yet to have a chance to use it with the power of healing. This was also a good opportunity for him to see the changes in the power of healing. Meanwhile, Xianxia and Li Shima were shocked by the blue lotus. During the previous battle, they had seen a flash of blue light, but they had assumed it was from some weapon. Now that they saw the source of the blue light they had previously seen was from the blue lotus, how could they not be shocked? No wonder the Evil Sky Pavilion was beyond the understanding of people. As it turned out, there was an overlord from the Blue Lotus domain in the Golden Lotus domain's Evil Sky Pavilion. When the blue lotus landed on Xianxia, a cooling sensation swept through his entire body. His body trembled as the supreme mystic power invaded his body, entering his Dantian sea of qi and coursing through his 8 extraordinary meridians. Meanwhile, the energy from the Black Lotus brand seemed to have met its natural predator. It seemed to resist weakly before it kept shrinking. After 15 minutes had passed, the energy from the Blue Lotus disappeared. However, the Black Lotus brand could still be seen on Xianxia's chest. Lu Zhou frowned. How stubborn. Although the Black Lotus brand did not completely disappear, it had faded by half. However, Lu Zhou was not satisfied with the result. On the contrary, Xianxia was delighted with the result. He exclaimed excitedly, "It worked! The Black Lotus brand has faded so much. It's not completely gone. Let's try again," Lu Zhou said. "Yes." Xianxia stood still obediently as Lu Zhou pushed out another blue lotus. Lu Zhou had used more supreme mystic power this time around. The blue lotus was as pure as crystal, and the color was that of the sky on a sunny day. It looked magnificent and mysterious. When the blue lotus was in front of Xianxia, he felt as though he was looking at the universe when he stared at the blue lotus. There was a vast and mysterious power that drew him in. At this moment, puff, the Black Lotus brand disappeared immediately. At the same time, in one of the Black Tower Council's halls, an old man with unkempt hair that looked to be about 60 years old grunted before he opened his eyes. He raised his hand immediately and waved it a few times as he muttered in a low voice, "Someone erased my Black Lotus brand?" Beads of sweat dotted his forehead as he furrowed his brows and said with a hint of disbelief, "How's this possible? Xianxia, no wonder you dare to leave the Black Tower Council. You better hope you don't run into me in the future." After saying that, the old man made a few gestures with his hand. Soon enough, a black lotus appeared in his hand. However, as soon as it flew out of his hand, it shattered and disappeared. At the same time, back in the Evil Sky Pavilion, Lu Zhou was about to erase the Black Lotus brand for Li Xiaoma at this moment. However, Li Xiaoma had just disrobed when the Black Lotus brand on his chest disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Li Xiaoma was dumbfounded. On the other hand, she said with a sneer. He suffered a loss, so he took the initiative to undo the second brand to avoid injuring himself another time. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. The Black Lotus brand was similar to the witchcraft seals. The seals could be used to track and locate a person who was thousands of miles away. However, if the seals were broken, the caster would suffer a backlash. Since the person who created the Black Lotus brand had already suffered the backlash from the erasure of Xianxia's brand, that person would be stupid if he did not take initiative to undo the brand on Li Xiaoma. At this moment, Xianxia and Li Xiaoma exchanged a glance before they kneeled down. Following that, she said solemnly, "We're grateful to the Pavilion Master for saving our lives. From now on, the lives of me and my brother belong to the Pavilion Master." Lu Zhou said, "Remember your promise." The duo no longer spoke. Instead, they respectfully kowtowed at Lu Zhou. "Rise to your feet." "Understood." Lu Zhou checked the duo's loyalty and saw that their loyalty had soared by 20%. With these, a few pieces of information were made available to Lu Zhou on the system interface. Name Xianxia. Identity, Great Yuan Citizen. Realm, Mystic Realm. Name, Li Xiaoma. Identity, Great Yuan Citizen. Realm, Mystic Realm. Their identities caught Lu Zhou's attention. Great Yuan must be the general name for the Black Lotus domain. Since he did not know much about the Black Lotus domain, he could take the opportunity to learn more from Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia took the initiative to say, "Pavilion Master, I can set up a formation to retrieve Miss Fifth's Great Void energy. It's best if we retrieve the energy as soon as possible. Since it's highly beneficial to cultivators, we shouldn't delay for even a moment." "Are you confident?" Lu Zhou asked. "Yes," Xianxia said confidently. The Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council had many conflicts over birth chart beasts and their life hearts. It was inevitable that some life hearts during the skirmishes. Once life hearts are damaged, they have to be refined, and their energies have to be extracted immediately. I have many experiences with it. This isn't too different from extracting the Great Void energy. Li Xiaoma nodded and chimed in with a smile on his face. "Pavilion Master, you're unaware of this, but Brother Shun is second to none in regard to extracting energy from life hearts. If he claims second place, no one would dare to claim first place. There were also other instances when someone wasn't precise in removing life hearts and thus damaging them. At that time, the energies from the life hearts have to be extracted immediately as well." Lu Zhou looked at the duo. He did not expect both of them would have so much knowledge and skills. Did he pick up a treasure? She did not dare to brag and humbly said, "Xiaoma, don't be presumptuous in front of the Pavilion Master. It's just some petty skills. I don't dare to claim that I'm the best." Li Xiaoma lowered his head. Lu Zhou nodded slightly. "Everyone has their strong points. If you're skilled, there's no harm in bragging a little." "I'll do my best," Xianxia said. After that, he continued to say, "However, that woman, Lian Xing, probably won't survive the process. Whether she survives or not has nothing to do with me," Lu Zhou said before he left with his hands on his back. He was thinking about trying the lucky draw again. Perhaps he would be able to obtain another peak trial card. Xianxia bowed and said, "I understand." After Lu Zhou left, Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng approached Xianxia and Li Xiaoma politely with smiles on their faces. Pan Zhong said, "You're fortunate that you met the Pavilion Master. Don't carelessly talk about leaving the Evil Sky Pavilion again in the future." Xianxia did not expect Lu Zhou to be capable of removing the Black Lotus brands. Nevertheless, he felt fortunate as well. "Thank you for your reminder. If it's possible, I hope you'll give me more guidance. Is there anything else I should pay attention to in the Evil Sky Pavilion?" Xianxia knew that the Evil Sky Pavilion could not be judged by common sense. Despite his constant reminder to himself, he still nearly made a mistake. If he had someone experienced guiding him, he would be able to avoid many mistakes in the future. Xianxia and Li Xiaoma were sincere when asking for guidance. Pan Zhong nodded. He sighed heavily before he said, "When I joined the Evil Sky Pavilion, I suffered a lot. However, after staying in the Evil Sky Pavilion for so long, I have come to a few important conclusions. First, treat every strange phenomenon related to the Pavilion Master as normal. Second, if you encounter any difficulties, you can ask any of the 10 disciples for advice. Third, the temperaments of the 10 disciples are unique. When dealing with them, remember one thing: don't overestimate yourself." After Pan Zhong finished saying that, he laughed before he added, "These are just my experiences. I hope you won't laugh at me." Xianxia replied, No. We, 2 brothers, are very grateful that you're imparting your wisdom to us." Following that, he turned to Li Xiaoma and said, "Xiaoma, help me with the preparations." "All right." Pan Zhong said, "Guardian Shun, if there's anything you need, please don't hesitate to speak up." She did not stand on courtesy and said, "I need talismans. The more, the better." "Guardian Shen, are you from the Confucian school?" "I dabble in both Confucianism and Taoism." I'm impressed. I'll take my leave now and make the necessary preparations." That afternoon, Xianxia and Li Xiaoma set up a formation on the square in the southern pavilion. Fortunately, they had accumulated quite a lot of high-grade talismans before this. Siphoning formations originated from the Black Lotus domain. In fact, even Yu Qinshu's totem flag back then was also from the Black Lotus domain. To set up the formation, they only needed to draw the siphoning patterns from the flag to the ground with some slight modifications. In the Eastern Pavilion, Lu Zhou did not continue with the lucky draw. It was getting boring after getting the same notification every time. At this moment, he thought of his first and second disciple. Although their cultivation bases had reached the 10-leaf stage, they were not invincible in the Red Lotus domain. Moreover, there were also the cultivators from the Black Lotus domain. The situation was different from when they were at the 8-leaf stage in the Golden Lotus domain. After a moment, he closed his eyes and silently chanted the incantations for the heavenly writing power. Above what seemed to be a vast forest, Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong were flying at top speed. Yu Zhenghai said, "We left in such a hurry. We should have borrowed one of Master's mounts." Yu Shangrong said with a smile, "Jiliang is pretty good. I don't like that horse. It looks soft and weak. It doesn't look heroic at all." Yu Zhenghai replied as he shook his head. "Then, what about your Kuei Niu?" Yu Zhenghai shook his head when Yu Shangrong mentioned Kuei Niu. "It must have died a long time back." Yu Shangrong no longer mentioned Kuei Niu upon hearing these words. Instead, he looked at the distance. Sunlight did not seem to reach the area in front of them. The forest below them was lush and pleasant to the eyes, but the area ahead looked gloomy. It was as though it was going to rain at any moment. The two areas were clearly separated. "The southern kingdom should be up ahead," Yu Shangrong said. Yu Zhenghai laughed heartily. "It's just the southern kingdom. I don't think much of it at all." Yu Shangrong did not bother to bicker with Yu Shangrong. He flashed and moved forward. Yu Zhenghai said, "Before I left, 7th junior brother asked me to bring a life heart along. Nevertheless, I don't intend to use it." Soon after, the duo had entered the gloomy area. Lu Zhou stopped observing his eldest and second disciple. Instead, he checked on his 8th disciple. Similar to Yu Shangrong, Zhu Honggong was also facing problems with activating his birth chart after severing his lotus. However, he did not seem bothered by this. Lu Li, on the other hand, had been working tirelessly to find a solution to this problem. Lu Zhou cut off the heavenly writing power as he sighed. "How can I solve this problem of activating a birth chart without a lotus?" The next morning, after Lu Zhou recovered his supreme mystic power, he made his way to the southern pavilion. The southern pavilion was bustling with activities this morning. When everyone saw Lu Zhou, they bowed and greeted him immediately. "Pavilion Master." Lu Zhou looked at the huge formation that had been drawn on the ground that was covered with talismans. Based on the meticulously drawn intricate patterns, it was obvious that Xianxia had done this often in the past. After putting the finishing touches on the formation, Xianxia rose to his feet. "Are you ready?" Lu Zhou asked. "Yes. To be on the safe side, I drew 3 formations," Xianxia replied. "Okay." Lu Zhou nodded. Lu Zhou turned his head to the side and said, "Bring her here." "Understood." Soon after, Pan Zhong brought an expressionless Lianxing to the southern pavilion. Zhao Yu was following behind them. When Lianxing was near the formation, Xianxia raised his hand. A black lotus appeared above his palm, and he pushed it toward Lianxing. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng were inwardly shocked when they saw the black lotus. Following that, Lianxing was pulled over by a force. Xianxia manifested his black astrolabe in his hand before he pushed it upward. When the astrolabe was in the sky, it increased in size until it covered the sky and the sun above the southern pavilion. Pan Zhong. So this was 1,000 realms whirling expert? At this moment, the primal qi in the surroundings began to fluctuate. At this moment, Cheng Huang flew over from the distance. When it was approaching the huge astrolabe, it gracefully swooped underneath the astrolabe. Yi Tianxin, who was dressed in white, dismounted from Cheng Huang's back and bowed in the air. Disciple greets Master, Guardian Shen, and Guardian Li. Shun Shi and Li Xiaoma did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly cupped their fists together. "Greetings, Miss Six." Lianxing looked at the white-clad woman hovering in the sky in surprise. To think there was such an otherworldly woman in this world. Even someone like her could not help but take a second glance. After she looked at Cheng Huang, she suddenly laughed. Zhao Yu frowned. "What are you laughing at?" As though she had lost her mind, Lianxing laughed maniacally as she said, "Great void energy. She has the great void energy as well. Who are you? Where did you come from?" Lu Zhou said, "How do you know she has the great void energy as well? How could Cheng Huang be willing to be someone's mount?" Lianxing said with a laugh, unwilling to explain anymore. She looked at Yi Tianxin and Cheng Huang before he said, "She's right. This birth chart beast is very smart. It deliberately parted with its life heart before this. It's more than 10,000 years old. This means its life heart holds 2,000 years of life. It's said that only people with great void seeds or great void energy are able to subdue birth chart beasts more than 10,000 years old." Lu Zhou nodded. He had to find a way for his disciples to hide their auras and energies as soon as possible. After a moment, he said, "All right, let's begin." "Understood." Subsequently, Xianxia raised one hand to the sky. The black astrolabe that covered the sky above the southern pavilion began to spin immediately. Buzz! The pattern of the formation on the ground began to lit up as well. Like stars in the sky, they were connected and formed different shapes that emitted a mysterious energy. Even Lu Zhou was surprised by the intricacy of the Tao inscriptions. He really made a wise decision by accepting this 1,000 realms whirling expert into the evil sky pavilion. Xianxi's gaze hardened as he looked at Lianxing and said, "Sorry for the offense." Following that, Xianxi waved his left hand. Lianxing cried out when she was suddenly pulled into the eye of the formation. In just an instant, black vine-like energies emerged from the Tao inscriptions on the floor and restrained her. It did not take long before she gave up on struggling and resisting. "Miss Fifth," Xianxi called out. Zhao Yu walked to the other formation that mirrored the formation Lianxing was standing on. Similarly, black vine-like energies emerged and restrained her as well. Following that, the astrolabe emitted an energy that felt palpably heavy. Upon sensing this, Lu Zhou used the heavenly writing's power of sight to watch the scene before him. He saw tiny blue spots of light like grains of sand slowly leaving Lianxing's body before moving toward Zhao Yu. Great void energy? At this moment, he discovered that the great void energy and the supreme mystic power were rather similar in that they were both blue. So this was the effect of the great void seed? Lu Zhou grew even more curious about the unknown land. He thought about Conk, who came from the unknown land, and wondered why she had a red lotus. Soon after, his mind wandered to Ji Tiandao and Luo Xian, who had been to the unknown land. With their low cultivation bases at that time, how did they safely escape the Thousand Realms whirling experts there? What tricks did they have up their sleeves? At this moment, Shun, she called out, "Xiaoma, coming." Li Xiaoma hurriedly stepped forward and manifested his black astrolabe as well. Then it hovered above the third formation, covering it. 2 astrolabes, 3 formations, 5 layers of protection. The blue grain-like energy connected Lianxing and Zhaoyu like the Milky Way. Lianxing could acutely feel the great void energy she had obtained with great difficulty leaving her body. At this moment, she regretted her decision immensely. She cried out, "No! There's no room for you to refuse." Shun, she moved his hand again. The astrolabe in the sky dropped a few meters while the astrolabe on the ground rose a few meters. Accordingly, the siphoning strength increased by several times as well. Lian Xing's eyes widened in fear as she cried out, "My great void energy! My cultivation base!" She struggled against the black vine-like energies in vain. The power of the Thousand Realms whirling astrolabes was like a huge vortex, constantly drawing out the great void energy from Lian Xing's 8 extraordinary meridians, internal organs, and Dantian Sea of Qi before it entered Zhao Yu's body. The entire process was rather long. Lu Zhou studied the changes between the two. Since this was related to Zhao Yu's future, it was best if he kept a close eye to make sure nothing went wrong. Lu Zhou had always wondered if it was really a coincidence that Ji Tiandao obtained 10 great void seeds, and the number of disciples he had was exactly 10 as well. Moreover, there was the poem, "The bright moon shines over the sea. From far away we share this moment together," that seemed to predict the names of his disciples. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The power generated by the 2 black astrolabes grew even more powerful. The energy left Lian Xing's body in waves now. "Zhao Yu, I saved your life. Now I want it back," Lian Xing cried out. Following that, she began to laugh maniacally again. "Shun," she said with a frown on his face, "what a hypocrite." Then, he turned to Lu Zhou and said, "She has long made preparations to die. All her birth charts boost primal qi." Lu Zhou asked, "What are the effects?" "Miss Fifth only has 6 leaves, so her Dantian Sea of Qi is weak. If so much primal qi is transferred over at the same time, I'm afraid it will." To put it bluntly, Zhao Yu's Dantian Sea of Qi would not be able to withstand such a huge influx of primal qi. "Shun," she said, "fortunately, I've made sufficient preparations. These formations can suppress the primal qi, and I'll be able to extract just the great void energy." "So we have to give up on the primal qi?" "We have no choice but to give it up," Shun, she replied. Lu Zhou thought for a moment before he said, "Not necessarily. Pavilion Master, you mean to siphon all of it? This is..." Shun, she looked troubled. However, in the end, he said, "All right, I'll do my best." At this moment, Lu Zhou raised his head and called out, "Tianxin, your orders, master?" "Give the excess primal qi to Cheng Huang," Lu Zhou said. "Understood." Yi Tianxin nodded. Shun, she looked at Cheng Huang that was sitting nearby. After Yi Tianxin spoke to Cheng Huang, it roared loudly before it leaped high up into the air, past the astrolabe. Then, it turned its body around before it dove with a thunderous noise. Pan Zhong scratched his head and said, "Heavens! Every time you order it to move, the earth and the mountains will shake." Yi Tianxin could only smile helplessly. There was nothing that could be done since Cheng Huang was so big. To think this was after it had shrunk. Cheng Huang lowered its head. Its long face and ears made it look rather graceful, and it complemented Yi Tianxin's pure temperament. At this moment, it suddenly blinked and opened its mouth. A vortex seemed to appear and drew Lian Xing's primal qi into its mouth. Everyone was stunned by this sight. Li Xiaoma said in a daze, "Brother Shen, if Cheng Huang were in peak condition, do you think you'll be able to take it down?" Shen, she shook his head. "I'm not sure. What about now in its current state? Perhaps with schemes and tricks it's possible. However, it's unusually smart and won't be easily fooled. Usually, 10,000-year-old birth chart beasts like this rarely leave their territories. Yi Tianxin, who was hovering in the sky, said, "It came from the moonlight woodland where there are countless fierce beasts. Six-leaf cultivators can enter the outer parts of the forest. To go slightly deeper, one would need 7 or 8 leaves, but one should never provoke the fierce beasts there. In the depths of the forest, there's a 10,000-foot deep abyss. In the abyss, there are even fiercer beasts. It's not a place where cultivators can enter. If it weren't Chang Huang, I would have died at that time." "Shun," she said, intrigued. "The moonlight woodland? Even I feel like taking a look after listening to you. Guardian Shun is a 1,000 realms whirling expert, so you can naturally enter and leave as you please." Shun, she waved his hand and modestly said, "Not necessarily. There are many strange things in this vast world. Miss Sixth has the great void energy. Even 10,000-year-old fierce beasts would submit to you, let alone the weak fierce beasts. If a 1,000 realms whirling expert encounters a horde of fierce beasts, without any means to escape, he or she would still be torn to pieces. After all, it was hard to fight against numbers. Moreover, beasts could not be reasoned with like humans. This was similar to Lu Li's situation at the Endless Ocean. Meanwhile, Chang Huang burped happily after it absorbed the excess primal qi. Lian Xing's voice trembled. "Why? Buzz." Shin, she no longer held back. He increased the spinning speed of the 2 astrolabes. All the great void energy and primal qi entered Zhao Yu's body. Zhao Yu felt as though her Dantian sea of qi was going to explode as energy surged in. At the same time, she also felt the power coursing through her extraordinary 8 meridians. With these, her cultivation continued to soar. Soon enough, Zhao Yu felt a cooling sensation as the energy attacked the wall of her sea of qi after it was fully filled, trying to expand it. The cooling sensation came from the great void energy. She hurriedly manifested her 100 tribulations insight avatar that was missing its lotus. It looked incredibly insignificant next to the 2 black astrolabes. Swoosh! The 7th leaf appeared. Her cultivation base continued to rise rapidly. Swoosh! The 8th leaf appeared. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng watched with eyes filled with envy. The speed of the cultivation base rising had overturned their understanding of cultivation. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded in satisfaction. "Guard your Dantian and let the primal qi in. Lian Xing is a 1,000 realms whirling cultivator. Seize this opportunity, and you might be able to sprout the 10th leaf." "Yes, master." Inside the formation, the surging primal qi that was drawn out by the astrolabe and the formation entered the 100 tribulations insight avatar. With that, the golden avatar grew rapidly. After 15 minutes, swoosh, the 9th leaf appeared. At the same time, Yi Tianxin, who was hovering in the air, said with a smile, "Master, the fierce beast is here. Please allow me to deal with it."